like, when I heard the music was starting up, I was like, pretty good timing, actually. So I kind of did. Hi, everybody.
My mic is backwards. Oh, great. That's probably better. Hi. This mic arm does this. And I can't really fix it. So that's fun. I can't touch it or it just... Whoop. Absolutely perfect timing. I know. We're gonna be having a good one today. I feel it. We are ready for the lore. Like, so ready. Mic backwards, so it's Volcano Vanner. No! This happens! Yeah, I was recording yesterday, and I don't need my mic for that, so here's the thing. My mic, I really like it, but the problem with it is that it sort of, like, covers part of my screen. So ideally, I would just... And then I can actually see my screen. So when I'm not using it, sometimes I'll just be like, it's fine. I don't need it. I was recording, remembrances. So I don't need my mic for that because I'm just doing, like, clean footage. And let me tell you, the remembrances are so interesting. I forgot things or realized things but didn't link them to Elden Ring because, like, it's just been so long. So, for example... Wait. What's up with wandering mausoleums? That's a great question, me. Wait, where's my notes? This notebook is the most confusing thing on the planet. This notebook is like the puzzle that I did at the end of the stream last time. I don't understand. It's literally, it's just a flippy, and it's like you write on both sides, but for some reason I can never find anything in it. I found it. I didn't add Herodotus? It's your own notebook? What do you mean it's confusing? No, it's not the order. It's the... Listen, okay. You write here, and then you also write here. And what I will do is I will flip it, but I'll be flipping it backwards, and then I don't know if I'm going forward or backwards. It's very confusing. I got this notebook because it's very cute. Like, you gotta admit, that's a really cute notebook, right? And it's like a police notebook, so I can be like, you've committed crimes against cuteness. You know what I mean? It's like a Sanrio death note. But anyway, the problem is I can never find my notes.
Watching the E33 lower through right now, and got the next playlist of Elden Ring you're playing right now lined up. Heads up, had to make my own playlist for Lies of P though. I don't remember why, but I made it so I could show my mom the new Pinocchio remix. Thanks for all the content.
Playlist for Lies of P? For the recent Lies of P playthrough? I didn't make a playlist for that? That's possible. Really enjoying this series. Thanks so much. You're doing a great job. Thank you! I am loving this series, and I'm loving that people are loving it because it makes me happy to share things that I love and that other people love and just do things we all love together. Chat, I was trying to show you why my notebook confuses me, and then I lost the page again. I found it. I found it! I don't have space. Shit, I write too big. I write too big and chaotically. I need to add the Herodotus conspectus. But if I put it somewhere else, I'll lose it. Okay, I'll just squish it in the corner. Squish. Anyway, my point is, I love Elden Ring Night Rain. I love it. I love it so much. I wish I were playing it right now. But that is less to say anything bad about Elden Ring so much as to say good things about Night Rain. I just love Night Rain so much. Like, I'm obsessed with it. That is all. Everyone is loving it, so my expose piece hits so much harder. Wraff was doing offline lore earlier. She's holding out on you. I was? Today? I don't know why I'm surprised. Like, really? Wait. No, I was recording Night Rain. That is, I'm doing that offline. It's true. But I hope that I'm gonna be able to make little snippet videos that I can like show you guys as part of the lore run. That's why I want to do Night Rain, because like the remembrances, I want to get like clean footage. It's on Steam earlier. You were playing Elden Ring. Oh, I was making my thumbnail. That was me making my thumbnail. Yeah. I made a Volcano Manor thumbnail today because we're doing Volcano Manor. And then I took some screenshots. Uh-huh. New Witcher 3 DLC. Oh, thank you for reminding me. We need to talk about Witcher 3 DLC. I'm so excited for the Witcher 3 DLC. There's an expansion coming. I'm literally the most excited person on the planet. I'm just gonna take this time before we get into Elden Ring to talk about this. I love Witcher. I am the biggest Witcher fan on the planet. The books are the best, but the game's pretty good too. And I say pretty good, that's more to say how good the books are, but like the game is really, really, really good. And I am the most excited person on the planet about this expansion. Oh my god, I can't wait. Now, I'm that person actually. We're gonna have a 1v about who's more excited.
Haha, we're all nerds. Which doesn't even have a negative connotation anymore. Just a bunch of nerds, nerding out on lore. Which is like
also, Gaxley, thank you for the 200 bits, by the way. I'm so sorry, I saw the message. I'm glad you're enjoying it. Thank you so much.
Wraff, PhD.
Elden Ring history? Yeah, that's actually what we're doing today. Riker today, finally? No. That's not the Volcano Manor. The Volcano Manor is just where he's squatting. New Witcher 3 expansion? They announced that The Witcher 3 is getting a new expansion. It's called Songs of the Past, and it's coming out in 2027. Apparently, it was leaked, and therefore they announced it just sort of on a social post, but they had different plans to announce it. However, those plans are now. But it's coming. And by the way, this is a bad comparison, but it's good to sort of show the time. It's an 11-year-old game. It came out the same year that Bloodborne came out. It's true, but like that's what they do. I love CD Projekt Red. It came out that year. It won Game of the Year over Bloodborne, and I'm not even mad because it's Witcher 3. It's amazing. So I'm super excited about it because I love The Witcher, and I'm just really pumped. It's probably, people are theorizing, and I think this is a fair theorization. Yeah, that's a word, I think. Well, whatever. It's going to be like a sort of tie-in to Witcher 4 because, without spoilers, it is an RPG where you can make certain decisions, and it relates to Ciri, and Ciri has different paths, and yet in 4, she is a Witcher. So I think people are thinking it's going to be like a canon sort of thing. Designed Ciri. That's just theories. I don't know what it's going to be, but I'm super pumped about it because I love Witcher, and it's going to be amazing. It's an expansion, so we have no idea. Also, the thing about the Witcher 3 DLCs is they're both incredible in different ways. Blood and Wine is up there with, like, for me, Old Hunters from Bloodborne and, like, Oblivion Shivering Isle. It is one of the best DLCs of all time. The Hearts of Stone, which is its first expansion, is really good as well, but it's less a map and more a story, but the story is impeccable. So both DLCs are incredible, just in different ways. Like, one is like an incredible story, incredible villain, wonderful world building, and all of it is CD Projekt Red too. None of this is from the books, which I really appreciate because in my opinion, they shine when they do things that are sort of their own characters, their own building within the world. That's, I think, when CD Projekt Red is at their best. I think they kind of sometimes aren't the best at writing the characters that are already from the books. And they do really weird things with them. As much as I love them, they do fuck with the lore. And sometimes I'm like, But with their own characters, there's no lore to fuck with, so they can do whatever the heck they want. And they're incredible at it. And then Blood and Wine is just so beautiful. Incredible. Oh my god, it's like a vacation in a video game. Oh my god, I love it. So anyway, this DLC is going to be good. Quote me right here, right now. It's going to be amazing, whatever it is. Whether it's smaller and more story-focused, whether it's a whole... And it is going to have another map, so it's going to be more like Blood and Wine. I can't wait. I can't wait. So pumped. Blood and Wine was the highest rated DLC before Shadow of the Erdtree came out. Highest rated where? Just wondering, like, are we talking Steam reviews? Are we talking, like, ratings on a website? We'll see. IGN, Metacritic. This is gonna be weird. Well, it's not that weird. I don't really look at ratings too much because like they're so subjective. Even those, like I know a high Metacritic rating is cool, but that's not the reason that I'm gonna think it's better than anything else. Because really, my favorite DLCs of all time, I mean, I think they're really popular, so I'm not unusual here. Old Hunters from Bloodborne is like the best DLC ever. Blood and Wine is incredible, and then the Oblivion Shivering Isles DLC is like, and then, what is it? Monster Hunter World. Iceborne is incredible. So it's cool to see, but you know, like, I don't really look at that too much. You know what I mean? And then we all have to decide for ourselves what we value. It's sort of like a bonus. Like if your favorite game gets a high Metacritic, you're like, that's awesome. But you're not going to be like, this game is now better and superior than others because it has a high number next to it. You know what I mean? One of those. Best games always get bad ratings. I'm trying to think. I mean, I don't think Night Rain has the highest rating, and yet I think, for example, I think Night Rain, for me, I like it more than I like Elden Ring. It's made me enjoy... Elden Ring, Night Rain has made me love Elden Ring more because it's built up the world in a way that now I like it even more. It's weird because it's like a spin-off random game. And yeah, it's the lowest rated, and to me, it's more... It's the best. I actually think I might like it better now than almost any other except for Bloodborne. I love Night Rain so much. And like, lowest Metacritic rating, right? Does that mean it's bad? No. The best games get bad ratings. What does that say about DS2? Okay, the problem is I don't get the joke because I don't know what rating it has. It has a good one, right? It has a good one, right? Or does it have a bad one? I'm confused. I don't know. I actually don't know its Metacritic rating. Highest in Souls? Oh, really? Okay, see, that's really funny. I don't have them like all memorized. I'm guessing Elden Ring is probably really up there. Why do I like Night Rain so much? It's perfect. I don't know how to explain it. I just love it so much. It's the most replayable game of all time. I don't have to worry about like what I'm starting, what I'm like build. Elden Ring is really overwhelming to replay, and it's almost like I don't want to because I'm like, the start is just brutal for me. And like Night Rain takes away all that build making, figuring out what you're gonna use. It's endlessly replayable. All the characters are so different. I can never stop. Like I was playing Guardian last night for the Remembrances, and I was like, holy shit, Guardian just like completely decimates certain things, and it makes the game feel so different. And then you have Iron Eye who plays completely different. It's crazy. I love Night Rain. Elden Ring for me is the least replayable game. Absolutely. It's like too big. Been wanting to replay, now you're making me want to just play Night Rain. That's how I feel. Just play Night Rain. Like, like I love Elden Ring, but I'd rather just play Night Rain. It's so great. You just play, you don't have to think about it at all. You know? So anyway, that's not to say Elden Ring is bad though. It's just, it's more to compliment Night Rain. Like it's just so freaking special. I love it so much. Started New Game Plus for Elden Ring. A lot of people say that they will do New Game Plus, and that really does work for them. It doesn't work for me. I don't love New Game Plus. And I can't really explain why. It's the same thing. And you're right, you can just boss rush it, but then it's like... I think it's because in New Game Plus, I don't like to switch weapons. So it's like, I'd rather just make a new build and use a different weapon. It's a me thing. I'm like this with other games. Oh, yep. That's the eternal signal of I've been playing Night Rain. I start crouching. If I were doing like secret shame Night Rain runs without telling you guys, you would know, because I would just be like, I'd enter the world and I'd be like, oh, why am I not sprinting? Elden Ring replay is fun when doing rune level 1 or challenges. Yeah, but that sort of implies that the challenges and rune level 1 are fun, which is a falsehood. I'm kidding, but
Well,
fuck all
where
that.
have you been hiding?
For me,
I took you
personally.
for dead. No matter, it's all the same. Lay out your arms then.
All right, we are at 15 and 14. We need 6 and 5. Where are 6 and 5? I don't remember where the smithing stones are. The bell bearings, I mean. Let me think. Hang on. Let me do like a mental map. I feel like they're in the mountaintops. I'm just gonna look it up. Had Elden Ring since release and I still haven't played it? Hey, there's no better time than right now, really. Or tomorrow, or yesterday, I suppose. Really, anytime you have time to play it, I guess. What was I looking for? Smithing. I love Reddit. Found a post from 4 years ago where someone's like, where do I get the bell bearing? And I'm like, oh, maybe this will give me the information quickly and cleanly. And all the top comments are like, you freaking idiot! It's non-somber this, and they're all like yelling at each other, and I'm like, oh, Reddit. Never change. There we go. Found it. Let's see. Some more ruins, Mountaintop of the Giants. Well, I couldn't remember exactly where, but my brain activated when it needed to. Perfect. Nothing to love about Reddit, Wraff, ever. Okay, but to be fair, I was talking about an example of like Reddit being really needlessly aggressive and talking shit about people and like roasting them and being passive aggressive. And then I said I love Reddit, so yeah, you're right. Okay, so I said we're gonna do Volcano Manor today, and we are gonna do Volcano Manor today, and the goal is to find out who lived here. Now, we talked about this previously, but basically, Rykard is squatting here. He's a lot like Godric. He did not build this place. So who did? Who created some sort of lava spells that he turned into lava? So, oh, I also want to talk about something. Sorry, for continuity's sake, this is my favorite hat in the game. I call it the cat ear helmet. I didn't have it last time. I decided to just activate it via like one of those like cheaty thingies. So I now have the hat, and also I have the Royal Remains set, and that's actually why I was in the round table hold. I forgot about this. 1 second before we get into the Volcano Manor continuity. I cheated the hat in because I want it. No, I didn't mind. I just used a mod. So Ensha is broken because I am using the Seamless Co-op mod and it broke the quest. Because of this, I can't get his garb. He's supposed to invade you in the round table hold. You kill him, you get his garb. You also get a line of dialogue from Gideon. On Seamless, this doesn't work. I didn't know this when I installed Seamless for stability. If I had known, I wouldn't have done it. Too late now. So I decided, let's just do the best thing and get the, get the outfit so we can read the lore. Gideon basically tells us when this happens that Ensha, yes, he worked for him, but Ensha got ahead of himself. The implication here is that Gideon is going to go after you because he wants the Dectus medallion. Sorry, not the Dectus medallion. The Halig Tree secret medallion. We know where both pieces are, but we have one. We got it from the Albinarics. He killed all the Albinarics trying to get it. And we have it. He's going to try to take it from us. Ensha just got ahead of himself. Now, what does this say about Gideon? He is an enemy. We already kind of get this idea. He's kind of a jerk. He's going to try to take what we have. Ensha apparently got ahead of himself. This is one of two things. Truth or a lie? Gideon either told Ensha to try to take it from us now, or Ensha did indeed get ahead of himself. I don't think Gideon is lying. Gideon likes to wait for a long time before he strikes. This makes him very stupid because it lets us get stronger and stronger and stronger and stronger and stronger. It's yet another sign that he has no idea what he's talking about, basically. He calls himself the all-knowing. He's kind of an idiot. Just know that. Also, he really, really wants the medallion. And he's willing to do really nasty things to get it. And we ruined his life, so that's great. Anyway, Ensha. We now have his garb. Gideon also seems like the type who's too arrogant to lie. That's basically why I think he's telling the truth. Yes, because he doesn't really have reason to lie. He is the type to tell you the truth, but use the truth to manipulate you. It's actually quite a good method. An example of this is when we get the potion that Celivis wants us to feed to Nefeli. We tell him, he says, oh, yeah, okay, I don't care. You can feed Nefeli the potion. I don't care if you do that. It's fine. However, do you really want to help that dolly botherer? Is what he just says, like, do you really want to help this, like, creep? This freaking asshole creep? Is that really what you want to do? And thus, he tells us the absolute truth and then gets us to do what he wants. That's sort of the type of character he is. He doesn't really lie. He doesn't manipulate. He will withhold information if it's worth his while. So Nefeli, he basically pretends that he's an upright, stand-up guy and says, let me guide you. I will guide you on the right path. And Nefeli is vulnerable and thus listens. He's not telling Nefeli, I suck and I'm just using you. So he is willing to withhold information, but he doesn't lie. It's actually pretty interesting. He doesn't, that's actually his main method of manipulating people, is telling them information, but not all of it. So for example, he tells us all about... He tells us about everybody. He has no reason to lie to us. He is actively helpful, but there's always something he's holding back, and we know that. Lying by omission? That's his style. Anyway, Ensha. Kind of an interesting and mysterious figure who really doesn't live for very long. So I guess silver lining, it's a treat to kind of get to see Ensha for a little bit longer. And this is his armor, the Royal Remains armor. Armor graced with gold human bones. Interesting phrasing. Graced. Worn by the unspeaking adherent of Sir Gideon the All-Knowing. Slowly replenishes HP when HP is reduced. It is said that the bones belong to an ancient lord, the Soulless King, the lord of the lost and desperate, who is known as Ensha. Same dialogue. So he is effectively wearing armor that is golden bones, basically. And some of them, the bones, it's hard to tell whether they've been melted into the armor or the armor's been melted into the bone. Like it's covering it partially. But yeah, his armor is pretty disturbing looking, and he is indeed basically wearing someone's skeleton. The bones of someone named Ensha, which is effectively his name. But he probably isn't this soulless king. So it's a bit of a tough mix. Also, by the way, I don't think Ensha has a face, according to Zuli. Like, Zuli did the unmasking. Ensha is a character that does not have one. So Ensha's really odd. It's as if he has become the armor that he is wearing. Also, the healing effect is really interesting. There are a couple items that do that. I don't think we have them yet, though, but we'll have to keep an eye out for things that heal us. Yeah, it's the Blessed Tree something talisman. I think it's in Lanedell. We'll find it. Either way, we don't have it, but it's interesting that it matches that effect. Also, the phrasing of armor graced with gold is very interesting. Also, the link between them, Ensha being a lord, and a soulless lord, and the lord of the lost and desperate. So let's take a look at Ensha. I know this is like a little side quest, but I would have done this earlier if we could have, but his armor was locked. So this is the next best way to do it. If you've noticed, a lot of the bones that are of those who live in death are gold. Okay, that's not what I clicked. Thank you. Not all. But it's as if a lot of the older bones are. Now I don't remember where they are. Especially the ones here. There they are. I don't know if this is one of the gold ones. I feel like no. There's other ones that are real golden. Because, like, it's hard to tell whether they're just yellowy, you know, or if they're golden. I guess we can compare with Ensha. Oh, great. This helmet is maybe too heavy. Quick, let's take my pants off. Oh, it's not enough. Okay, hang on. He's doing the move! This is an unserious video game. Oh, shit, my HUD is off. Please don't kill me. I can't see my health. Okay. Anyway, sorry. Can you hold still so I can see if you're gold? I will say, it looks pretty comparable to me. Stop! They're so annoying! Stop it! They're just freaking mogging me! Okay. Yeah, I would say that's the same color. Look at that. Yeah. By the way, look at this guy's shield. Okay. It's really hard to show it because it's like... Yeah, it's gone now. Okay. It's a really... It's an RNG drop. So, unfortunately, you get it from these guys or you don't. And I don't remember what it's called. Might have to spawn that one in because it has a really interesting description. I think it's something about a lost land or something. I have a solution for this, by the way. I have made another save file that I'm going to use to talk about the stuff that is RNG drop because I'm gonna give it every single item in the game so we can read all of them. Yeah, I'm gonna cheat. The Sun Realm Shield, that's it. In fact, no, I can't. It's not on Seamless. This is the problem. She admits it. Yeah, on PlayStation, I used to have to mule. Now it's so easy. I just spawn it in. There's this cool thing. It's like tarnished something that is used by speedrunners for practice. And like just to spawn in stuff. So I made a character and I spawned in everything. So I will be able to read every item in the game, including ones that are only dropped by RNG that I might never have seen before because I just never happened to get that drop. So it'll be fun. Some of this is going to be like pending. But either way, even looking at those guys and comparing them to Ensha, you kind of start to see like, huh. Gold bones. A soulless king. And I also find that phrase very interesting because all of the words used are very notable, like Lord as an Elden Lord. That's a very specific word when used. Soulless, very specific. Graced with gold, also specific phrasing. And then we have Godwyn, the Prince of Death. He's not the King of Death, he's the Prince. He is yet to take the throne. And that suggests a couple things, that the throne is taken, but maybe because there's already a king. Now, does that mean that he has to sort, like Godwyn in his way has to become Elden Lord? Maybe. Camera mod lore run? I don't know what that would be. Hey, Drunkus, how's it going? Ensha is an old Mesopotamian name of a king. And he is described as a king. I don't actually need to go here now I think about it. There is something here I need to do though, I suppose. I don't know why that surprised me. It just looked like he was aiming like over there and then he just quickscoped me. I have a vague memory of there being a grace somewhere here and I'm like, am I just like forgetting? It's probably right inside. I don't want to take it because that technically counts as Lanedale. We're not allowed to go in here yet. We can't pass the gates. Okay, well let's go down here then. What mods are being used? Just Seamless, and I wish I hadn't, to be honest. So just... I wish I hadn't. It broke my quest. I have not forgiven it. Ooh. Why did the gravity stone fan not go in the thing? In the recent. Okay. Is that too far to fall, do you think? Good. Because of the stake of Marika? Yeah, probably. Just about to fly around with the camera? I mean, I don't really know how you do a run with that. Like, we could... Maybe. The phage-looking thingy? What phage-looking thingy? This thing? It's the armor. It's really not very... They don't look very golden. So... Alright, so I kind of started doing Volcano Manor and talking about it, and then I was like, oh wait, we were gonna do... Whoa! We were gonna do this first, so we're gonna do this first. This is my favorite Heroes Grade, so I'm pretty pumped about it. Oh, I have Giza's wheel on for some reason. I think I just wanted to show it off or something. I think I was thinking of using it. Imagine all the things you could see with that. Well, then it would have to be used during a run. I don't know. I don't know if I could do that on stream. Stupid idiots. Whoops. Golden in the same way as the golden hippopotamus? Yeah, but when they say graced with gold, that actually means something. Like eyes that are graced in gold, you can see it. You can see gold in the eyes. Right, this is tricky. Am I safe here? Nope! Holy shit. Yep, I remember now. I remember they trick you. Oh god, okay, just... No, my item! Ah! So we found the golden epitaph here. At the very start. It was made to commemorate the death of Godwyn the Golden. That might be another thing we do actually deeper. Place was crazy back when the chariots one-tapped. I know, I kind of wish they hadn't nerfed them. They were so much fun. Where'd you get those cat ears? They drop from the Nox priestesses. We've actually seen a couple of them, so I suppose we can read them now that I think about it. But I cheated this one in. We'll talk about this when we get back to the Eternal Cities. I just like it. It's my favorite lore helm. This is like my go-to. Do you know what I mean? My iconic fit. Uh-oh. But yeah, so we see something about Godwyn the Golden, and then we get these basilisks which inflict death blight on us. And they are everywhere here, as well as shadow chariots. And the lore tells us, well, the puzzle, more accurately, tells us that light will make shadow vulnerable. There's just interesting, I guess, theming in this place. It's like the signature Wraff fit, you know? Like this is, you know how like Lemmy Solo her is the pot helmet? This is mine. This is my equivalent. So like I need this. Yeah, also, this place is afflicted with those who live in death. It's not the only hero's grave to be so. Uh-oh. They're coming for me? Hello. They really are very scary the way they shake the screen, though. Yeah, unfortunately, this outfit, this headpiece, is like an RNG drop, which is why I just added it in. This is similar to my usual fit, but I don't have all the pieces yet. But we can get those by playing the game, so I decided to wait for those. Specifically, the Albrecht pants is my favorite. Deathbird, the Death Miner Urtree in this part of Altus. There's a whole lot of death stuff in proximity to this. The high boots. Are those the Chanel boots? Yeah. I think of that line every single time I see the Albrecht boots. They're the Chanel boots. Plaza with Albrecht hat, it's a good hat. Albrecht in general is a sick set. Okay, hang on. Is there a different way? Because I feel like this doesn't really help. I like this place, but it's still been a while. First it was muling, now it's straight up hacking. Yep, I'm on PC, baby. I see it as like a counterbalance because, you know, Seamless ruined my life and this is saving my life, so, you know. It broke one quest, chat. Ruined my life. The alternative is farming? No, the alternative is ask someone to mule me manually. Oh, this just takes me here. Wait. Oh god. No, this is somewhere new. This is somewhere new. Sorry. This is very spooky. Ugh. Dude, I'm not gonna make it. Yeah, I saw that one coming. This is what I mean. This is freaking hilarious. Like, they are so funny. The fact they can still do that. They just flip over on you and it's like, GG. I love it. It's the funniest thing. I love the chariots. They are comedic gold. I would say that me doing an Elden Ring lore run answers that question of whether this is a rehash. So what happens if you stand here? Like, there we go. Hand daggers. Okay, I have to read that after. Doing donuts on your corpse, Miyazaki went sicko mode. I know, like, who's gonna... Uh-oh. Who's gonna stop this man? Which one's coming first? I feel like... Isn't it this one? Well, let's find out. Whoa! Oh my god! My light flashed before my eyes. It was so scary. Phew! Oh my god. That would have knocked me into the pit, too. That would have been really funny, actually. But yet... Fair. I don't know much about Elden Ring lore. That's fair, but I feel like it's a... Like, I get you asking... You not knowing much about lore, but it just feels like a weird question to say, like, is it just rehash? Because FromSoft is, like, really good at storytelling. And so no, I don't think it's rehash at all. Not even a bit, you know what I mean? I think the default would be, like, the opposite. You know, if a studio is good at something, and they've proven that they're good at it, then I feel like... You know, like, I thought Night Rain wasn't gonna have any lore. I was like, I love FromSoft, but, like, I don't know if there's gonna be too much lore. I think they'll keep it pretty simple. I was incorrect. It might be more full of lore than fucking Elden Ring is. Not quite, but, like... Wait, I did it wrong. I did it wrong. I'm gonna die. It's gonna kill me. Oh, it's so over. It's okay, just heal. Okay, we're good. And then quickly, run! I was supposed to go the other side, I forgot. Ah! I'm supposed to move my camera. I knew it. I couldn't remember if it's up or down for this game. 1 second. Is that way you guys can see my drops and my runes? There we go. Perfect. Stop making me want Night Rain. If you haven't played Night Rain, like, I don't know what to tell you. You are so... You're playing yourself. That game is crazy, stupid fun. Like, insane fun. So... Ooh, lore. Okay, yeah, this is dead and we gotta go here first. We've been seeing these statues all over Leyndell. They're pretty interesting. I don't really know exactly if they're meant to depict someone or what, but I mean, the fact that they all wield a spear is pretty interesting. Spears tend to be very, like, protective weapons too. They tend to be associated with use with a shield. Like, when I think of a spear, I think of something easy to use to protect. Right? Like, they're great defensive weapons. That's sort of just my initial impression of them, right? Hang on, is my YouTube chat goofed? Oh my god, my YouTube chat wasn't scrolling. I'm so sorry. I thought you guys just weren't talking. It turns out I was scrolled up. Oh no. Quaither, thank you so much for 17 months as well. Let me catch up on lore. Or sorry, what you guys were talking about. Yeah, take it easy and lurk if you're not feeling well, no problem. He also drops the clinging bone fist weapon. Okay, you know what? Now that you mention that, I forgot. So we're gonna have to get that in. Well, I'll do it later. Could Ensha also be a puppet but Gideon's? I don't think he's a puppet. I think he just doesn't talk. How did you make this happen? Because it doesn't look like a deathrite bird. What, the enemy? Okay, sorry. This is what this is like from way back when I was fighting those T-posing flying enemies. That's not. I didn't make that happen. They just do that attack. All the enemies that are those who live in death have a chance of using that attack, but it seems to only be the ones specifically around the Altus Grace here and around this minor Erdtree that do that move. They fly up in the air and they shoot like weird goo at you. That's just something they do. It's a rare move except for on those guys, so they just do that, despite the fact that they're not birds. But it is interesting that they look like deathrite birds, huh? Anyway, this statue. Spears are protective weapons. Halberds, a lot of the, like, what do you call them? Tree sentinels use them. They're good, yeah, good for keeping distance. So spears specifically, I always associate with defensive tools, protective tools. They're also, fun fact, they're pretty easy to use. So a lot of the time, if you're like equipping like a militia to defend an area and these people don't know how to fight, you give them long tools like spears, because they're super, you just like hold them forward and like people will just sprint and run and you can just jab at them. There's no technique required. So they're really associated with super easy to use weapons, and they're all over the place. They also have vines and leaves of gold growing on them to link them to the Erdtree. I think it's pretty simple iconography, but I'm noticing more and more how much of the symbolism for the Erdtree, the tree sentinels, has to do with protection and defensiveness. And I think that that's really interesting to know versus like what might be used by invaders or conquerors, right? Anyway, this is an omen. It also uses Fee as well. It's so interesting. The Crucible Feather Talisman. A talisman fashioned from feathers that embody the aspects of various creatures, said to have grown on the human body long ago. Improves the effectiveness of dodge rolls but increases damage taken at all times. A vestige of the crucible of primordial life. Born partially of devolution, it was considered a signifier of the divine in ancient times, but is now increasingly disdained as an impurity as civilization has advanced. We also know, by the way, that the game has told us this, that man is now weaker than their forebears. So, in ancient times, things were more combined. Humans had animal parts. They were closer to nature. It was devolution and it was considered close to the divine. But now they are simultaneously weaker and further away from this, which I think is really interesting in terms of the context of the game that we've been dealing with. Is this a Godwyn statue? I don't think so. Godwyn is depicted with long, straight hair in every iteration. One of the few death-associated omen praying to this guy? Or is he using it sort of as a location to pray with a Crucible Feather Talisman? Like, I don't know if he's praying to the statue or if he's praying to the body that's holding a Crucible item. To me, when I see this omen here, I definitely think of wistfulness, like looking at something that he cannot have. He looks at this symbol, this statue, and knows that he is not welcome underneath its protection. Because omen are, they're They're cursed. They are separate from the Erd Tree. They are kept separate from it. And the Crucible, a symbol that once things that grew on the human body were considered divine. However, the Omen are different, right? They are despised, and it's not their fault, but see it more akin to like an illness, right? Like, they don't deserve to be disdained and hated, but it's not something natural that's happened to them. I think that's the distinction that's really interesting between like things that are associated with the Crucible and Misbegotten, for example. My interpretation of that Omen is that he's just wishing for something he can't have. Which is why he worships death, because it will accept him. Even though there are no Omen those who live in death. When death wasn't broken? It's hard to say, because those who live in death are always depicted as something wrong with the cycle, except for maybe one iteration. And that would be Night Rain's Fellowship. In fact, Night Rain's Fellowship is really interesting. Okay, so I have this. I did that. I feel like that's all I'm supposed to do. They just like, I just jumped down there and then I killed them. Uh-oh. The Crucible Talisman's lower damage negation. Death not only begets new life, but nurtures it. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah. They're also a trade-off, which is something we talked about. Colosseum, the parallel in real-life advanced and civilized societies disdain of ancient knowledge, values, and cultures too, the divine. Definitely, there is something there. However, I think it's also the fact that there's like, it's like intended to be so. Do you know what I mean? There we go. Ta-da! Oh, we get the Tree Sentinel stuff. And Holy Ground. This Ash of War grants an armament the Sacred Affinity and the following skill. Holy Ground. Raises shield to create an Erd Tree consecrated area that continuously restores HP and boosts defense for self and allies inside it. Usable on all shields. Another example. Erd Tree consecration equals healing, defense, and therefore protection and safety, survival. And then we get the Tree Sentinel garb. Golden helm of the heavy cavalry Tree Sentinels who serve the Erd Tree. Very few are permitted to wear a golden woodcrest of such size as seen on this helm. Adorned with a cape featuring the mark of the sacred tree. Imposingly sturdy and nigh unbreakable, the grace of old yet lingers. Erd Tree symbol. I also think there's something to be said about the Erd Tree itself, how it's always depicted as its branches, but also its roots. It shows the full tree, right? Like everything that's meant to evoke specifically the tree always also shows its roots. And to me, that's really powerful symbolically, because what that says is it's not just appearance, it's not just what we see, it's where we came from, it's what we grew from, right? Like look at this, yet another depiction, and this one depicts Erd Tree burial, because those are those little like sacks, that's Erd Tree burial. Life and death Also, right? Death begets new life. We show all of it in the depictions of the tree. You know what happened? I wasn't looking. When the light touches them, they just explode. Nyrene's Fellowship, that is Iron Eye's faction. They're a faction of assassins, and all of them are those who live in death. Oh, I forgot to go to that church nearby. There's some lore there. Yeah. Oh, we have to go get that. All right. Couple things in Altus still. We're not even done. We're not close to done Altus, though, so, like, that's fine. Right around here is a church that I forgot to visit when we were in the area. It is important. We'll do it after this. Bird tree in the golden seal is more iconographic, like it's from a later era. Yeah, although... Ooh, Crucible Knight and more. Yes. Oh, you jerk. Wait, you're still doing the Ordovis? I thought you did that. Oh no, that's fine. Oh god. So only one of these has a name? Are you serious? I hate that move, by the way. Like, that was fully under control until that. It like yoinked me through space and time. Crazy. Anyway, two Crucible Knights, both depicted with different armor, and by depicted I mean wearing different armor. Only one of them has a name. But we've seen both of these types of Crucible Knights, except, if you notice, this is an upgraded one. We've only seen that particular helmet shape with in the Volcano Manor. It's like a different one. It's like extra spiky shit. So that's Ordovis, and this is, well, not named, but they're wearing a different armor set. God damn, I was trying to bait him. It did not work. Dang it! It's like spikier. The helmet's spikier. Also, welcome in, Raiders. How's it going, Saint? Welcome, everybody. We're continuing the lore run. How was PvP today? It looked great. Did you find Mr. Domo? Saint was today playing some Dark Souls 1 PvP, and he was hunting for a totally not romantic missed encounter with someone he invaded. And I'm hoping it ended with a positive story. Damn it. Welcome in. I'm fighting Crucible Knights and more right now. Target evaded. You can post on Reddit, maybe. Missed connections. Dark Souls 1. Okay, can one of you, like, come here? But, like, not like that? Thank you. Yes, come. No one invited you, Ordovis. Being much more annoying this time. No! Come now. You know what? I got roll caught. I should have just stood there. I got baited a little bit. It's true. It's just as annoying as I remember. Crucible Knights have such a simple and telegraphed moveset, but kick my arse religiously. It's because I don't have Surge Sprint, so I can't run so fast, so they keep poking me, and also the fact that there's 2 of them. The annoying thing about Crucies is you can't really make openings with them, because they'll just poke you in the ass. And they got hyper armor up the ass. So it's a combination of things that make them, like, real easy, but also real and, like, how did that? No, that shouldn't have. I refuse. That move comes out too fast. Once one of them's down, it's gonna be easy peasy. That was so messed up. That was real messed up. How do you remember all this lore? I regularly erase unimportant knowledge from my brain, such as like every NPC's name, and replace it simply with more lore. Weakness is strength build, speed. Okay, but here's my question. Do you think it would be any different if I was using a quick weapon? The answer is no. Because if I know because I have, if I was using a quick weapon, if I was using like Dex, all the difference would be is I'd be doing a fraction of the damage and a fraction of the stagger buildup. Are you sure? And I would just simply die. I remember one time I was fighting a Crucible Knight, and I said, man, it's so annoying how they input read. And someone in my chat was like, well, actually, they don't input read, they animation read. And I was like, it's like he was trying to win like a gold medal for pedantry. And I always think about that every time I'm getting hit in the face by a Crucible Knight. I get a moment where I think about that individual. Really? I really thought that would be a stagger. Okay. That was me just not seeing. I fucked it up. No! No! Idiot! Don't poke me! No! Away with you! Okay, can we maybe like play so that I can stop? You're spamming! It's really messed up. Siluria. Okay, but I don't want to play with you right now. Oh. No spin? Okay, now sit down and think about what you did. I have to kill her because if I get him too low, he'll start with the Crucible Tail bullshit. Okay. Wait, really? Are you sure? Oh, maybe I don't know how to dodge that. Are you serious? I was certain I was clear of that. I was like 1,000. I was like, I'm clear. It's no problem. He's gonna do it again. Oh no, he's too busy to input read me. An animation is based on an input, is it not? Yeah, it was just one of those like need to be correct people. Anyway, sorry, I need to lock in for a second. It's Cruci, it should be easy. Well, okay, I don't know how to dodge that actually. Oh, way too early. I don't know what I was thinking there. Fuck. I'm not good at the backhand ones. See what I mean? It's the same thing, if for some reason I just can't. I tried to deflect it, you can't deflect the tail! You... Okay, not too bad once one's down. Yeah, this is not... That is, that would have been better if I was a Wilder main, but I'm not a Wilder main. I'm an exec main, so I'm not good with parries. I'm good at deflects. It's true. Like, if that was exec, it'd be better. I'm not so good at the parries. There's still a couple moves I can't parry consistently. Anyway, so though we fought 2 of them... Maybe I'm just gaslighting myself. I swear these guys have a different helmet. Let's go compare them to someone, because maybe I'm just like... Do they? Wait. Oh, but I've killed all the Crucible Knights, and they don't respawn. I could have sworn theirs is pointier. No, not the Siluria versus Ordovis. I'm talking about, like... The Siluria, like the Siluria type always is Siluria, but I could have sworn the Ordovis type, there's some that are like pointier. Do you know what I mean? Like they're like this versus the other ones are like this. You know what I mean? 3 different helmets? Okay, so I am thinking of the right thing? Have T-pose? I don't have the T-pose. That's later. Hammer helmet in the DLC? Let's see. Know what you mean, but I've never noticed it? Well, we'll just have to look for a Cruci. Because I could have sworn this one looks different. But anyway, let's read it. So, this was a named Crucible Knight, and this is the very first time that we've encountered a named Crucible Knight. Greatsword of Ordovis, one of the 2 honored as foremost among the Crucible Knights. This sword is imbued with an ancient holy essence. Its red tint exemplifies the nature of primordial gold, said to be close in nature to life itself. Unique skill, Ordovis's Vortex. Channel the power of the Crucible to spin the entire sword in midair, building momentum before slamming the blade down onto the ground. This skill can be charged to increase its power. And then we saw him using that move. Helm of the Crucible Knights who served Godfrey, the first Elden Lord. The axe ornamentation is the Knight Ordovis's mark, displayed also by his men. Holds the power of the Crucible of Life, the primordial form of the Erd Tree. Strengthens aspect of the Crucible incantations. And this is the important part. In time, the strength shown by these knights, and even their appearance, was seen as chaotic and deserving of scorn. Something changed. And you'll notice something about the impression, or there's something in common with the things that later in years started to be despised. Crucibles. Anything associated with the Crucible. Crucible Knights, misbegotten, close to the divine, primordial. there is a reason for it, and it's not just time. It's not just civilizations getting more advanced and thus disdaining the older things and looking down on them. It's most likely a product of zealotry, specifically that of the Golden Order and specifically Radigan. I think that's a big thing, because these were knights that fought with Godfrey, and now they are scattered, hidden away. So the thing about these knights is it states that they're always associated with Godfrey. My impression, and to be honest, I'm thinking about this and I'm like, maybe this was an assumption I made, but my impression was always that they existed before Godfrey, but they served him. They became his knights and thus are associated with him. Now, I have to think about this because this maybe is just something that I assume that thus has to be looked at again. But it's because they're specifically associated with the Crucible. They're not Erdtree knights, right? Because Godfrey was starting and fighting for the age of the Erdtree, but the Erdtree is the new form of the primordial Crucible. So as a result, and they use, we don't know this yet, but they use a variety of attacks, specifically these ones that we just fought. They mainly use special moves that are associated with Holy Essence, but they also use these Crucible moves where they imbue animal parts into their bodies. They're incantations. Sorry, there's like a fluff tickling me. Got it. Okay, anyway. So it's possible that they became the Crucible Knights like when Godfrey was a thing, that they created them somehow. However, it's so odd because we also know that they're most likely just empty shells. They don't speak, they don't make sounds, they don't even grunt, they don't bleed. So like they're immune to bleed, which is sort of a tell for not having a body. In this game, like it tends to be ghosts and things that are bodiless otherwise that don't bleed. It's like really notable. We're not really sure where they came from. We don't get an idea of like how they were created, but they are associated with this primordial essence of life. It's as if they came directly from the Crucible. And that's sort of the thing. We have the Erdtree avatars and we have ulcerated tree spirits, and those are associated both with trees, but also specifically the Erdtree. At least the Erdtree avatars. They came, they just were formed. They just like spawned in order to protect minor Erdtrees. And then we have the Crucible Knights, who fulfill a very similar purpose. They always, well now they're scattered, but they seem to have been protecting the Crucible. Because they fought for Godfrey, and what was Godfrey trying to do? He was trying to protect the Erdtree. It's as if, I have a theory, this is certainly, and here, keep in mind, like this could be something that I have to sort of reassess. It's just, we don't know where they came from. And they're different. They're not standard soldiers. They continue to live to this day and age. They are both ancient, and they served Godfrey. I think that they sort of are the equivalent to an Erdtree avatar. They sort of were created, and they embody the will of the Crucible, and that is the will of life itself to continue. And as a result, they protect it. And the fact that they joined with Godfrey, we also know that tells us that the Erdtree was not considered a problem. It's still just the Crucible, and thus they protected the Erdtree the same way, because it's another form of their bed of life. Yeah, the primordial form of the Erdtree. It's also sometimes called the Great Tree, but there are some like translation things that make it a bit finicky. Either way, I truly think they predate Godfrey because of this. However, they don't just use animal parts. They also use these like ground slams that tear up the dirt and stuff like that. And we don't know what those are yet. We haven't seen those yet. They're similar to bestial incantations, but not quite. So we're going to have to look at where else we see that. But right now, we don't know where those come from. We'll have to keep this in the old dome. I also got the Vulgar Militia Ashes, and I didn't read them. Okay. Ashen remains in which spirits yet dwell. Spirits of the Vulgar Militia who wield long-hafted, serrated hatchets. These brutal weapons are particularly effective at causing blood loss to opponents. In the lands between, the small were scorned, and so they formed their vulgar militia as a means to make a living, albeit in ignominy. Ignominy. It's a hard word to say. Oh my god, they hate shore people in the lands between. Oh shit, I forgot about that lore. They hate the short kings. Have to wonder if the axe ornamentation came before or after Godfrey. Well, we also have the other armor, and we don't know yet about that one. So let's wait until we get that other armor. We might do that today, actually. I was thinking of going down there. So they hate the tarnished? We're not short. Short king haters? Yeah, it's also interesting though, because like a lot of different groups hate the short. And when they say the lands between, they're not saying during the age of the Erd Tree, are they? Were you thinking the axe helm was unique to Ordovus and the other one in Volcano Manor? Yeah, for some reason, I think the Crucible Knights have a different helmet. And now I'm like, I actually think I may have just gaslit myself. I'll have to look at the next Crucible Knight I see. Tree Guardians? Ah, yeah, that's a good comparison. We also have the Guardians who are committed to lifelong service. Hang on, let's read that item description. Because I do have one of those pieces. Worn by the Guardians and the minor Erd Trees, in accordance with an ancient pact with the Erd Tree, it is said that their deaths led not to destruction, but instead to renewed eternal life as Guardians. But they're gold. Basically, red. Oh, look. Speaking of Guardians, actually. And these are blooming. They're further upon the life cycle of a tree. The ones farther away were not blooming. Why Tanith as a Crucible Knight bodyguard? It's interesting. They are not a hive mind. They all embody the will of the Erd Tree, but nonetheless have, well, at least I believe they do. Or sorry, they embody the will of the Crucible, but their read of that is individual. So they still have individualism. Missionary's Cookbook. Holy Grease, Drawstring, Holy Grease, Halig Tree, Arrow, Bone, and Bolt. And then this one actually has no statue. Just has a minor Erd Tree. With the Golden Order seal. A formless sacred seal depicting the ceremonial observation of order. Enhances Golden Order fundamentalist incantations. Fundamentalism is scholarship in all but name. Scales incantations using both intelligence and faith. I also think it's very notable there's no depiction of the Erd Tree here. Just the ring and a symbol of order. Which is very similar to... Do I have anything of this? No, I don't think I do. Radigan's Rune. Bunch of golden centipedes here. Yeah, like... This guy had it. He's praying, and then he just drops a bunch of centipedes all over the place. We're supposed to see it as a good thing? Eesh. Larger than regular Marika churches. Yeah. Also, a lot of these potentially for Erd Tree burial. This is still a minor Erd Tree from what we can tell. It's very beautiful here. And then we also get some really interesting dialogue here. So I'm grabbing my pen and paper. Wait. There's something I wanted to read. The crown of Herodotus was granted to scholars who engage in nomadic study. Very important. Very important. Okay. Pots for planting Erd Trees? No, the pots are filled with bodies to be buried at the Erd Trees. Remember, this is seen as an honor. All of it. Presumably, it's like... Because the bigger jars fight, they're warrior jars, so I'm pretty sure that what this means is that they fight, but then when it's close to the end of their cycle of life, maybe they're cracked or whatever, they come here to die. Or these specific jars aren't even warrior jars, they're specific for transporting the dead to the Erd trees. For burial. Because they're not quite like warrior jars. Oh, right. Okay, important dialogue here. This is very nebulous dialogue, and I want to see what we can come up with this one.
Spoken echoes of Queen Marika linger here as well. Shall I share them with you?
Yes.
In Marika's own words, I declare mine intent to search the depths of the Golden Order through understanding of the proper way. Our faith, our grace is increased. Those blissful early days of blind belief are long past. My comrades, why must ye falter?
Yeah, so one of the popular theories is that this is actually Radagon speaking, because Marika is Radagon, and it's thus can Melina tell them apart? And this is one of those things that it's like, they're separate, but perhaps it's hard to tell who is speaking, even for a knower, because there is some deep lore on that relating to, for example, Gideon. Outer Order. I couldn't write that down, that was too much. I'm just gonna like... The specific words are so important, but she only does it once and she talks so fast, it's so hard. I declare my intent to search... Basically, plume the depths of understanding. Early blind faith is at an end. Study and knowledge... The reason for this is because this is literally Radagon 101, all of that. Very contradictory for him to be a loyal hand of the Golden Order, but then he says this. But that's because his form of being loyal is fundamentalism. So that's why it makes sense, because he is a servant to order. And he's deciding what that is. So, for example, we know for sure that the Erd tree at one point in time was the crucible. It transformed into this holy symbol of a golden tree with the start of this particular age. It likely looked different. It probably wasn't gold, first of all, because gold comes later. Gold, like, it's not the only time that gold was ever created, but it as a symbol of the Erd tree, this is more recent. No, it's not he's not doubting. He's trying to get to like the deepest truths, and his deepest truths are basically hiding certain facts. That's what's really interesting, because that's one of the conclusions that Radagon comes to, is that things closely associated with the Crucible are chaotic and thus not welcome. And chaos is the opposite of order, no? So that's sort of the thing. But we'll get to this. But that, to me, that was Radagon speaking. I don't think there's any argument to be made about this. My comrades, why do you fault? Once an actual tree? Probably. But even then, it probably looks very different. Smaller trees around there are golden as well. Yeah, because they're Erd trees. They're minor Erd trees. The tree has been transformed by gold, and it is now gold. Pure gold. Not like it used to be. A red gold. Oh, what is the item that talks about red tinged with gold? Chat, do you remember? There's a specific item that talks about red tinged with gold. And I can't remember what it was now. No, it's not from today. That's why I can't remember it. Lord Sworn Great Shield? I don't remember what that is. Here we go. Here's one of them. Great Shield of Red Tinged Gold. But I could have sworn there was something else. Either way, the Crucible Horn Shield gives it to me. Red Tinged Gold. There's other mentions of this, but really anything that we see that is red gold is Crucible associated, and then at one point in time, it's all just gold, 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 gold. So yeah, that gives us some really interesting information. Melina specifically mentioned it was Marika's words, not Radigan. The problem is that that doesn't sound like Marika. That's why this phrase has always been very confusing. When has she ever talked about study? Really? But who has Radigan? And you have to remember, they are the same, but they're two beings who share one body. Lord Sworn Great Shield. Okay, do I have that then? I don't. Okay, so good information, but unfortunately it's not what I'm thinking of because I don't have it. It's really funny. No, she's not lying about who's talking. Melina not witness to these words? No, she's not witness. Spoken echoes linger here. She's not lying. But that's the thing. We don't know if even she would know the difference. There is evidence that another character can't distinguish between the two. And that is Gideon. And we'll get to that because we don't have this information yet. Referring to her people as comrades sounds more of a warrior-fighter thing. True, but you can have comrades in other ways. Like, for example, some people are also theorizing that this refers to the... she's talking to the Black Knives here because those are her people. But like, it just, this one is weird. It's always been weird. Melina has access. She's able to somehow read things that happened here a long time ago. It's a unique ability of hers. Probably has something to do with the fact that she's a spirit. It probably also has something to do with the fact that she's Marika's child. She also has... She's lost some of her memory as well. We know this because she's trying to find her purpose. It was given to her, but she can't remember, so she has to go back to the tree, which also makes sense considering that she's a spirit. Parts of her have been sundered from herself, and thus she doesn't recall them. She goes and she returns to us with renewed purpose. That is also later. Issue with this being Marika? No, it's not about issue. It's about Marika does not study. She is not a being of learning or education. That is not what she does, but Radigan is. Yeah, so we'll talk about this, but like the more I hear this, the more I'm like, yeah. Remember where we are. It's the Minor Erdtree Church. We get the Golden Order seal right here. Golden Order fundamentalism, strong link to order. Fundamentalism is scholarship in all but name. And order and fundamentalism and scaling incantations with both intelligence and faith, that is Radigan. It's all, every hint here is Radigan. So what that means though is it doesn't mean that Melina wasn't here. It just, she's not saying I was here and therefore I remember. She's saying that spoken echoes linger here. She can read the echoes. It's kind of like, actually, Roderica can speak to spirits. She can hear things that others cannot. Melina seems to have a similar ability. aspiring to be complete thing. We still have a few puzzle pieces about Radigan that I can't discuss yet because we haven't done that. It has to do with Karia, the Karia Divine Tower, things like that. Now, keep in mind, there's nothing inherently wrong with scholarship or study. I'm not saying like, oh, he studied, that means he's evil. But it's really just the fact that like, that's what Radigan does. He studies. He's about scholarship and learning, and also, and this links to his scholarship and study, about withholding information. But we'll get to that. That's a puzzle piece we don't have yet. So that we will talk about. What am I looking for? There's something really important in my inventory, and I wanted to show it, and I forgot. Fundy incants. Role of the hunters is to stamp out defiled reason, all for the perfection of the Golden Order. Gold Mask Lamented. A Ring of Light from Mikola. They all require int and faith. Int and faith. We have a lot of spells now. Let's start looking at requirements. Faith. Very simple. All just faith. This is Two Fingers incantations. All the Two Fingers incantations require nothing but faith. Actually, just to relate it to Dark Souls 1 for a bit, I think this is actually interesting. Intelligence is obviously not a bad thing. There is a character that is an object of worship, but her incantations, or what are they called in Dark Souls 1? Spells, her, not cantrips. The faith spells in Dark Souls 1. I always forget their name. They're effectively prayers, but there's a name. Miracles, thank you. Miracles in Dark Souls 1, there's one category that scales with intelligence and faith. And also there's a specific seal you can use, the equivalent to a seal, that you can make them scale with intelligence. And that would be Velka. Velka, the Punisher of Sin. And what this tells us about her is that she valued her followers to not just have faith, but to be intelligent as well. So that's what's so interesting about scaling, is there is lore to be acquired in it, versus later spells associated with Gwendolyn and have to do with punishing sin all scale with faith. In other words, there used to be a goddess who punished sin, and she was both faith, she required faith and also intelligence, but then her role was given to someone else who requires nothing but blind faith. Right? There's a story there. And what I'm saying, to use that as an example, is that you can tell a different story with the same thing. Because when we see intelligence and faith, here it means something else. Because Radigan turned it into something else. Part of me just wants this to be Marika because it makes things less complicated, but your points are pretty good though. That's the problem. Listen, I would love to fold this into Marika's personality, trust me. Like study, scholarship, learning, I think those are very great things. I don't think there's a problem with them. The problem is that they don't have anything to do with her. She's never talked like that before. That's not her thing. It's Radigan's. Okay, now let's talk about something. Litany of Proper Death. We see this symbol. It's an image of order, right? We don't have this symbol yet, but now we have both of the gestures, inner and outer order. Where are they? Here we go. Okay, so that's inner and outer. And then when we get this spell, it shows both arms out. But what's interesting too, the palm is up here. That is actually interesting too. So if both your arms are out, that would be an image of complete order, inner and outer, right? Perhaps you might call it perfect order. It does look a bit of a dab. Yeah, I wonder if we have a gesture somewhere out there just like that. Anyway, what I'm saying is there's signs of this, and we're starting to show what this means. So, inner order we got from Dee's brother by the Valiant Gargoyles. We gave him Dee's outfit, and we got inner order. And then here, we got outer. Okay, but it's spoken echoes. We don't know what that means. We have to remember that conversation probably happened in universe thousands of years ago. Like, fucking thousands. So, the fact that she's able to access them at all is really striking. But she's not saying, yeah, I can literally hear Marika's voice right now. It's a spoken echo. We don't know how she's hearing it. She's clearly not using her ears. So, no, we don't know that she would be able to know the difference. And the fact that she can't is lore. Now, I know, oh, it's probably just Marika. Okay, but, like, the problem is, when have you ever heard Marika in any relation in the story, any time, talk about study? Ever. Never. That does not fit her character. She is not a being of study. And then we also know that she has another aspect who does. Therefore, the thing that makes the most sense is the fact that that was Radigan speaking. So it's very mysterious. It's really, that's the thing. I'm not trying to make this convenient. If anything, this is inconvenient. I would prefer that that's just Marika speaking, but that doesn't make sense with what we hear of her character. So, it's not Radigan. It's only an Erdtree, but we get the Golden Order seal in it. Yeah. Huge deal. Anyway, okay. Let's go to Volcano Manor. Unless, hang on, is there anything that we can do? Well, there is a couple things. Let me think. Let me do a little... Because we have a little bit of cleanup to do still. This, by the way, is where we're going to get some more information. We just can't go there yet. Well, we can. Yeah, I guess we can. Yeah. Yeah, I should do that now. Let's go to the Divine Tower. Yeah, the whole thing about, like, not requiring blind faith and we're switching to scholarly study now? It's like, huh? So no, Melina cannot tell the difference. Then again, they are the same. And I get it. This is a very confusing thing because how is it possible that they are the same but they're also different? Yeah, I know. They share a body. They also are like... I guess it just depicts the complexity of people. But imagine if you could just split off parts of yourself. Right? Like, really, imagine if you could just be like, I'm gonna take my laziness, the part of me that makes me procrastinate from tasks, I'm gonna split it off. Be convenient, that's for sure. Aokade's sword is different, but it is actually... I don't want to talk about Aokade in relation yet, but it is pretty interesting. It's not so different than how Christianity presents the Trinity. Sort of, except the difference here is that imagine if the Trinity were against one another, and then we have Marika Radigan. That's what's so interesting, is it's a divinity sharing a body with different aspects that fundamentally disagree with one another. And are opposed. And like, you know? So it adds to it. So yeah, it's almost, if I were to compare it, it'd be like, imagine if like an angel and a devil shared a body. But without the context of one being good and one's being evil. It just so happens in this game, unfortunately, one of them is more villainous. Yeah. Just how it be. Think of that. Think about what that would be like. One's always trying to save people, one's always trying to... I mean, that's a fucking comedy waiting to happen. I love that, actually. But anyway, imagine that. That's kind of what we're dealing with here. Was Marika's lord when she first became a god? Godfrey. Explains how the Radagon-Marika duality might have been hidden, with Marika at one time being simply too bright to be looked directly upon. Yeah, I don't think I have that item yet. Often being portrayed as a veiled figure. Personally, I don't know if the Mimic Veil would work for that, but like I think it still makes sense. However, the Mimic Veil specifically makes you appear as, like, what do you call it? Inanimate objects, and it isn't perfect. However, the fact that Marika created something that allowed her to appear as different things, most likely as a child or like younger, during a more innocent era of her life, suggests that it was possible for her to create something similar as an adult that would hide her, so that she could appear as either. So it's like a trench coat, you know? Even in the Land of Shadow? We don't know the timeline precisely. But, like, Godfrey was the first Elden Lord. That was her chosen lord, yeah. Okay. The study hall entrance. O celestial globe, transmit to posterity the wisdom of the moon and stars, and obscure forever the transgressions of the princess. Well, we know that one princess sure transgressed, and that's Ronnie. In other words, there's a hint that the body's here. Her body, hiding her sins. Something fits on this pedestal. Well, we don't have it. Guess we'll just go through here. Man, this place is pretty cool, honestly. Imagine, like, studying in a library with the sound of flowing water. That'd be, like, so peaceful. Love that. And you could be a little louder, too, because you wouldn't be able to hear so much noise. I love reading when there's water sounds. Preceptor Miriam. God damn it. So we've met another preceptor now. And she does not want us to be here. I guess our library books are really overdue. Other than Celibus. Wish I could do that. Thank you so much for the $5 super chat. Imagine the Elden Ring movie as a repeated cutaway gag of Radagon and Marika fighting inside her head. Yeah, that'd be funny. Like I said, I would love the Elden Ring movie to be a comedy. There's so much potential for funniness here. Man, you got that candlestick good. Carian Glintstone Staff. Staff embedded with a blue glintstone, one of two types of Carian staff. Given to sorcerers that they might enact the role of knight. Enhances Carian sword sorceries. So, this looks like a divine tower. Well, okay, it's connected to what is probably a divine tower because we could see it. But this is associated entirely with the Carians. The manga's a comedy? I know, that's why I know it'd be peak. But then again, comedies are always peak. Alright, here we go. Are you serious? That's it? Do you know how long that took me in my first playthrough? I think I ran in circles around here for an hour. Strength, man. You don't even realize how much of the game you're just skipping. You just bash everyone over the dome and they just keel over and die. So, Miriam will teleport. Just keep going back and back and back, and you have to just run in circles around here trying to get her. So these are just nobles. Puppets somewhere. So also, she was using Loretta's great bow. Loretta used that spell, the ghost version of Loretta that we fought. And then we got Magic Downpour, one of the sorceries of the Karian royal family. Summons a massive magic that fires projectiles over a wide area. Said to have been taught by the Crystallians to mark the swearing of the Old Concord. Ah, right, I actually forgot to mention this. Renala uses Shattering Crystal. She uses various Crystallian sorceries. And Magic Downpour, I think, is one of them, if I remember correctly. Okay. Yeah. The Crystallians are inorganic beings, yet they live. They cleave close to the ideals of the primeval current, and as such, they are revered guests of the sorcerers. Oh, that makes so much sense now. I forgot to read this. I wanted to talk about this once we met Lusat and all this. They cleave close to the ideals of the primeval current. And now we know what the primeval current is. It is... The goal of those who study the primeval current was to become stars. The phrase is, or at least a child of the stars. And effectively what that likely means is become inorganic, become stone, become crystal, like the Crystallians, which is why they are honored guests. But the Crystallians had a concord. And Renala uses their spells, so she's able to fold... Although Crystallians weren't necessarily part of the primeval current, they were just close to it because they were made of crystal. And that's what the primeval sorcerers wanted. Selin says that Lusat is nigh on a child of the stars, such is his body now. And we look at him, he's becoming stone. He continues to live, but it's like he's become crystal. Both Lusat and Azur. Ooh, it's a cerulean seed talisman. A cerulean-colored talisman patterned after an Erdtree seed. Boosts FP restoration from the flask of cerulean tears. The Erdtree was once perfect and eternal, and thus was it believed that Erdtree seeds could not exist. There's something about this I wanted to talk about. So this is patterned after a seed. But apparently they didn't think seeds could exist. So how does that make sense? Well, number one, this is what flasks look like. So it's like they created an image of it. They made the seeds. Do I have any golden seeds right now? I do. Seeds don't really look like that, I would say. I mean, it's not a bad depiction, I guess. But they kind of made this up and then seeds existed. So this came first. And it looks to me more like they patterned it off the flasks. And flasks are tears. They are not seeds. They're sort of tears of crystal. They become crystal that are wept by the Erdtree. Like the Erdtree cries or bleeds, and these are its blessings. Because it's most likely it's possibly sap, right? And sap is the lifeblood of a tree. So it's blood in a way. However, specifically the phrase used is tears. It's always tears. We do know about sap. Sap does exist too. The Erd tree's old sap becomes amber. However, then we have crystal tears. They are not sap. They are tears that have become crystallized. So there is both sap and there is crystal. Like tears that become crystallized, they're different. So it's very, very interesting. What exactly are the tears? And they always use tears. And tears, of course, have a connotation of weeping. So why is the tree crying? It's as if it's crying to give its blessings. It's either sadness or pain, really. You think someone in Lusat or Azur's condition could then be sculpted into a crystalline-like being? I think so, but I think it's more like they're... Okay, Selin calls Glintstone the amber of the cosmos. And we also know there's many different projects around the Lands Between to grow crystal. So I wonder if it's more like they're combining the nature of a tree and glintstone in order to grow. So rather than needing to be sculpted, they simply grow themselves into the proper form, right? Because I think that's the difference. Crystallians were created, but they don't want to become crystallians. They want to become stars, which I also think is why they wear stone crowns too. Anyway, I'm talking about like 6 things at once, but this is like really deep lore. The seeds, they created these cerulean seed talismans, but seeds were not supposed to exist. And they look like the flasks, which means to me, what they saw as like the end game of the Erd tree was simply giving its blessings for all eternity, weeping its tears so that others could benefit from them. Also, a being that is forever is also very twisted. Like, we just know this. This is like FromSoft 101. If the Erd tree is eternal, it's twisted as well. Do I need to be on these? I feel like no. I think we're done here. Just a shortcut down. Perfect. Made of the Erd tree? It's definitely from the Erd tree. Twisted like evil? It's just unnatural. Unnatural is the right word. It is not natural for something to exist forever. Even the Erd tree. Or at least in its aspect of the Erd tree. Because it's really just the crucible. So maybe it could become something again. But a tree that doesn't seed is not a part of the life cycle anymore. It's just wrong. Alright, man, I really thought Miriam would be harder. So there's more here, but we can't access it. So I guess we'll just have to come back. Corpse wax? Corpse wax is a real thing. Let me remember how it is. I think I learned this through Sekiro and then I forgot. Okay. It's basically fat. It's also called adipocere. Probably from like adipose tissue, which is fat. Also known as corpse wax, grave wax, or mortuary wax, is a wax-like organic substance formed by the anaerobic bacterial hydrolysis. I'm not a scientist. Of fat in tissue, such as body fat in corpses. In its formation, putrefaction is replaced by a permanent, firm cast of fatty tissues, internal organs, and the face. So basically, it's corpse goo. But it's used in this world to repair things, and the life remains in them so that they could continue to fight. That's basically all. Yeah, I just couldn't remember how it's created. It's just a natural process of the putrefaction of corpses. Ah, yes. Schoolhouse? Where's is this? Schoolhouse classroom. Here we go. Yeah, corpse glue. Would be a great DM. I've heard that, yeah. The thing is, I think that I could, but I don't want to. I think I've talked about this before, but I feel like DMing is just writing a book with other people. I'd rather just write a book. You know what I mean? Oh, I probably should use my runes before I do this. Corpse ass collect the runes of the dead that fermented it? Presumably. Their fighting spirit, their urge to protect the Erd tree, all that seems to be kept. It's sort of like Alexander. Except he's just made of bodies. Hey chat, where's the cat talisman? Because I missed it down here somewhere. Oh, could that be it? Oh, well, that answers that question. Dude, I'm not even moving. Why are you so bad at this? This should do it. So Patch has told us about this. Not quite. He told us this is a secret to get to the Volcano Manor. And now we also know, or sorry, no. He told us this is a shortcut to get to Altus. To the Altus Plateau. And the thing is, he's correct. Except he doesn't quite tell you that you're entering, like, prison hell. Oh, Patches, he's such a scamp. Long-tailed cat talisman, a brooch depicting Lacrima, the long-tailed cat. Grants immunity to fall damage, but does not prevent death from a high fall. Lacrima features in the fables of Rhea Lucaria, in which she is described as a fairy cat who is fond of playing in the Great Bell Tower. Which we actually have to go do. We might have to do some running around Liurnia, because like there is a lot of stuff there, including that. How would Patches know about this? Because he serves the Volcano Manor. He knows. It's yet another... Like, it's... He is helping you. Because really, imagine the shortcut. You're all the way down here, you jump down here, you die, you're in Altus. It's really helpful, actually. Except you're also in lava hell. Well, you're probably will die. Right? So it's one of those, like, typical Patches helpers. It really is a phenomenal shortcut, though. I think it might be the most efficient way to get to Altus. If your goal is just to get there. Talisman confuse a lot of people on launch. People, yes. I think people are still confused because I was doing some gravity stuff and I had someone saying you need the cat talisman for this, and I'm like, you don't. It makes it more convenient because you don't take fall damage, but if you take fatal damage, it doesn't matter. You will take fatal damage. You just, if you fall like and take a little chunk of your health bar, that won't happen anymore. Okay, just making sure. So we've seen this. This is the prison town. Also, we are trapped. We can't teleport. I love Patches. The prison town church. We haven't explored prison town yet, but I would just like to point out that the purpose of the Volcano Manor seems to have been to contain a prison, to the point that they called it prison town. Like, that's freaking scary. Some really twisted shit happened here. We hear of recusants killing Hanzo's servants in Liurnia. I assume they recruited Patches there too. I think he was already part of Volcano Manor, actually. And I want to talk about this, so thank you. Now that we're doing Volcano Manor. Patches, he calls himself the Untethered, but we also know that he tells us to go help this girl nearby in Liurnia, and that happens to be Raya. And Raya is scouting. Raya is also pretty funny because she's like, "Oh dear, I have lost my pendant. You'll have to kill the person who took it. Is that okay? Oh golly, I sure am in such deep trouble. I hope someone helps me." Meanwhile, she's definitely able to get it back. Do you know what I mean? Like, she let her talisman get away so she could contrive a test for somebody. It's all very suspicious. Because why would Patches tell you to help someone? Well, because he knows what it leads to Volcano Manor. He's already serving the Volcano Manor. And then he goes later on, he's basically like following you, and he kicks you into a pit because you're too naive to go to the Volcano Manor. You don't belong there, right? He's been a part of the Volcano Manor all along. We just didn't know. Raya slander will not be tolerated. Okay, to be fair, I really like that about her. Like, I like that she seems vulnerable, but is totally able to protect herself. Because that's what she is. Oh, great, these horrifying creatures. Albinaris. Like, keep in mind, when I say she's tricky, that's a compliment. It's high praise. I love tricky characters. I love characters who are more than they appear, who use the fact that they are perceived one way. Like, Blackguard steals her necklace, still thinks that he tricked her. He has no idea that he's been basically made the victim of an assassination. Really? He still has no idea. By not killing him, we saved his life, because someone else with less scruples wouldn't have paid him 1,000 runes, would have just slit his throat and taken it. Really. Blackguard is just a petty thug, and he has no idea that he's been tricked. Raya took one look at him and was like, "You're the guy." She's smart. Like, she's sweet and she's earnest, but she also has a cunning eye. I don't know if she's that conniving. She uses her innocence, and she doesn't know everything because she doesn't even know about the prison town, right? So she's raised by the Volcano Manor, but she doesn't know the truth. You gotta remember who her mom is. Tanith is very smart. She's really good at telling someone exactly what they need to hear. I mean, take a look at Mr. The Tale of House Hazel is Told in Blood. He shows up there being like, I'm gonna kill you guys for killing Vanya, and she goes, oh my goodness, wow, I got a whole eyeful of a champion now. You're definitely, wow, you're just so heroic. Oh my goodness, you have to join us. And he goes, oh, really? Me? Oh, okay. Do you know what I mean? Like, she's good. Make no mistake. Whatever you mean. To be fair, he's really simple. We're getting 2 pieces of information from that, though. Like, really. Oh, Jesus. Don't kill me, please. I have 50,000 runes on the line! Yeah, even Patches in all of the games has never been interested in anybody but his own bald reflection in the mirror, and yet he's captivated by her. Also, she doesn't flatter us, which means she has a different message for everybody. The Inquisitor's Girandole. Instrument of torture used on nobles behind the curtain at Volcano Manor of Mount Gelmir. Its numerous spikes pierce the flesh, then singe the wound with flame. The smell of burnt blood induces despair in the victim. A candlestick conceived by a thorough mind. Who the hell would make that? So anyway, my point is that Tanith raised Raya. And she's not a carbon copy of her. She is still very innocent. But here's the thing. I'm pretty confident that Tanith, she wouldn't just send... She loves Raya. She wouldn't send Raya out into danger. She knows that Raya is very capable of defending herself, number one. First of all, Raya also has like a protective veil, like the unbreakable convenience story shield, so you can't kill her if you wanted to. Roderica has the same thing. So she can't be killed. Okay. But I really think that Tanith is not putting her out into the world hoping that she'll just happen to run into assassins. Like, how the heck... Why would she send Raya unless she knew that Raya was capable of accomplishing the task? Because Raya can accomplish the task. Because she's real smart. She just does it in such a way that most people... Like, she uses her strength, is what I'm trying to say. And hers... Raya's is that she's really innocent. So she uses that, and she uses her apparent vulnerability. And she's like, oh, please, someone stole my necklace. I'm so sad about it. I definitely can't get my necklace back. I'm definitely not devising a test to see if you'd be an assassin or anything. Anyway, can you please get my necklace back? Like, who could say no? The necklace means too much to Raya. So I don't think that she would... I don't think it would be taken from her. It's definitely possible that she's like a complete idiot who has no idea what's going on and is tricked by Blackguard, who is also pretty dinky himself. And then actually needs help, and then turns it into a test. But she's supposed to be a scout, and what's the best way to scout for assassins? Get them to kill someone. So it's either her necklace gets stolen and she's clever enough to turn it into a test, or she allows her necklace to get stolen because that was her plan all along. Both involve some intelligence, though. Also, you gotta remember the whole thing with Volcano Manor is you don't see what's going on behind the curtain. You walk in, it's lush, it's beautiful. Maybe not lush, but like luxurious. It's fabulous, it's clean, it just looks like high class, and then it's hiding like horrific torture behind the scenes, right? Raya herself is like that too. We just don't know everything about her yet. Not the torture part, but the hiding a secret. Like if we walked on in there and we just see like Riker and he's like, "Hey, I'm gonna eat you." Who would stay? It's all a facade. Terrifying cruelty mixed with wonderful luxury. Very Dracula's castle. I don't even know that Tanith is manipulating Raya's innocence. I actually think she does not tell Raya. Raya's still pretty young. That's another thing. There's a dungeon here, but I don't remember where it is. Probably further up. We know this because she's wearing the upper class robe. Donning such a robe is traditionally the child's first show of versioning independence, and Raya wears that, which means she's really quite young. And this is likely her first time scouting. So it's possible also that she's just, you know, a little sheltered and she makes a mistake, for sure. But it's just like, she contrives a way to test you so quickly. I think Riker went to the Volcano Manor because he found the serpent. He found it later during his time there. That's a good question. I'm actually not sure. Also, Raya totally idolizes Tanith, which makes sense. That's her mom, right? She really looks up to her mom in a really innocent way, and it's just so... That was mean. It just so happens that her mom works for an assassin. She's like the human resources manager of a bunch of assassins. So, you know, she's got a little bit of a different perspective on what is normal. Lightning. That's really interesting. That's associated with the dragon cult. Baby Raya pick last week. Man, for some reason I can't place it. Probably because I feel like I've seen a lot of baby Raya art and it's always so cute. Like, I love Raya. I just also think there's more to her than meets the eye. So she is really sweet. Maybe she's like a little silly, but if she's purely just, you know, easily manipulated and like has no idea what's going on, then how did she contrive a way to find an assassin so quickly? She finds us really quickly. And the thing is, she's also really nice. She clearly very much likes us because she gives us like a secret path to the manor. And she's like, I'll be there and I'll take you by the hand. You know what I mean? HR manager for a bunch of assassins is the funniest way I've heard Tanith described. I know, like, first of all, thank you, but like, it's so accurate, right? Like, she's basically just HR. Like, assassins walk in, and she's like, okay, these are our benefits, you know. What would you describe your weaknesses? And how into being consumed for the power of our Lord are you? And the Tarnished goes, what? And she says, never mind. Are you a Dragon Cult guy? Oh, you sure are. I think so. Probably. Let's find out. You don't get to play. Oh, I guess we won't find out if he's dragon culting. Probably, though. It's all lightning here. What made that Crucible Knight serve her? So, the Crucible Knights embody the will of the Crucible, and the goal of the Volcano Manor is to burn the Erd Tree. Now, that might sound counterintuitive, but we also know that Marika herself wants to burn the Erd Tree. So it isn't that unusual that a Crucible Knight would ally with the ones who are trying to fulfill that wish as well. It's definitely a bit odd, but it makes sense in that context. A burn that will renew life, yeah. Lightning Scorpion Charm. Everything here is lightning. It's the same lore as all the other Scorpion Charms, but it's still interesting because it's associated with assassins. Fuck! You know what? You know what? Fair enough. Son of a... Yeah, so we know the Erd Tree, not the Erd Tree avatars, sorry. The Crucible Knights are individuals. But I personally don't think a Crucible Knight would truly be able to side against the Crucible itself, like life itself. If we saw a Crucible Knight serving Frenzy, then I'd be like, this is fucking weird. But honestly, the Recusants are not the weirdest ones to ally with because their goal is they want to burn the Erd Tree. They depict it everywhere. They're very edgy. They're very edgelord about it. They're like, oh, we're gonna burn the Erd Tree, bro. We're gonna, and they have like paintings of it. And they're like, we're gonna do this to you. And to everyone else, that's blasphemy. But we also know that's what Marika wants. It's what we have to do to beat the game, to fulfill her wish. This isn't death, is it? Okay. Crucible Knight at Shifra looking toward Mogun Palace, so they want to serve him, kill him. Some people think he might be trying to get to the Shadowlands. Let's get more of the map, because I was thinking about him too. Hey! I freaking hate crabs. Fortunately, they hurt each other, so if I don't get stuck inside of them like I just did, we might be okay. However, I did, so we might not be okay, in fact. Wait, did you kill the other crab? That's hilarious. Okay, thank you. Ancient Dragon Apostles Cookbook. Hell yeah. Okay. Harness Lightning, the weapon of the Ancient Dragons. We've already read this. But yeah, Lightning Grease, Drawstring Lightning Grease, Lightning Bone Arrow, Bolt, and Arrow Fletched. Neat. This is like a normal dungeon, right? So I have to find a thing to open the... I feel like I've been everywhere. I'm very confused. Never noticed that when you touch a new grace, it forms a tree? Yeah, like... I swear they added that because I don't remember it either. And I'm like, is Elden Ring gaslighting me? Or am I just not remembering? It's really hard to tell sometimes. Where haven't I been? This is the start, right? Okay, that is death. Yeah, we're definitely not done here because I can't teleport out. I think that's modded? What's modded? If you're talking about this place, no way. All I have is Seamless. Oh, you mean the tree. Seamless wouldn't do that. Also, it was happening before I did Seamless. I literally only have Seamless. If Seamless did that, I swear to God, I'm about to spite restart this entire run from scratch, though. I'm so sick of that. No way you would do it? I already created a new file for playing Elden Ring off stream so I could record some stuff. Oh, did I not pull this? Or I did? Yeah, I did. Okay, but where's the door then? Well, now I'm just confused. Not one of those illusory wall things, is it? This profile? 66. Free effect on Graces, I think it's from Seamless. Let's find out. Wait, no, I can't easily find out, can I? Because I have to go get a Grace. Yeah, it should be okay. Back to the beginning? Yeah, but like I didn't see it. Dungeon's just confusing the heck out of me today. I ain't reinstalling this game? Yeah, no, I can probably check without too much difficulty. But I would be really annoyed if they did that. Like, really annoyed. So, let's just pray not. I have to be honest, like, when the internet was saying if you're having stuttering problems on Elden Ring, just install Seamless. Like, I thought it was just gonna be vanilla, but like, it won't stutter anymore. But instead it broke a quest and maybe adding animations? I'm fucking pissed. Honestly. Is it just there? No, there's no door here. Okay, it's not, maybe it's like before the elevator? I could have sworn there's not usually stuff before the elevator. Oh, there's a grave glovewort though. Oh, I would easily handle the stuttering over that. Yeah, 100%. Okay, it is right here. Neat, that's just me forgetting. My bad. I don't like stability problems, but this is still, it's a PC port. Like, what are you gonna do? These things happen sometimes. Also, YouTube chat crashed, so give me a second. Get it back up. It broke Ensha. Scorpion River Catacombs in the DLC is also very broken and seamless. Really? What do you mean? Elden Ring on PS5 has stuttering problems as well. I've never noticed a single stutter in Elden Ring in all my hours on PS5. Personally, I haven't. Usually just depends on what platform something was made for. FromSoft is not great with PC ports. Usually. We just know this. Glovewort Picker's Bell Bearing 1. Nice. Mina the Hollower? Nah, I don't really like that aesthetic. For some people it's nostalgic, but like for me, I literally look at it and I cannot tell what's happening. Like I just cannot. I don't understand what I'm seeing. It just all looks like a blur of pixels. And I understand that that was like a limitation of the era, but it's too before my time for me to feel fondness for it, and I just go, I don't know what I'm seeing. But I'm glad it's happening, and it seems super really cool, and I'm very positive toward it, and I will probably watch it. But like watch someone play it, it's just not me. Oh, right. I have to go back to get my runes. Armor Core 6 was great on PC? Yep. It's pretty much the one exception to the rule. It's like the only good port they've ever done, actually. I haven't played it on PC though, but I've heard. Everyone's like, oh my god, 120 FPS or whatever the heck, and I was like, oh. That's Pog. It was a good moment for like from. Whoa! What the fuck? Damn! We put on the cat ear helmet. We're cat-like immediately. I don't know. I might switch files or something. Because, like, I really don't want to be using Seamless if it's fucking things. Like, I really... I thought it was just going to be vanilla with no stutters, and now I kind of feel like I've been tricked. And it's kind of annoying the shit out of me. Also, excuse me? Something over there. Oh my god. It's definitely not helping my general mod dislike, I have to tell you. I forgot we could just get up here. What is this? Oh, Lost Ashes of War. Okay, so not too important, but still. What a huge water wheel. I don't even know what this would have been for. Like, other than an elevator? Mining, maybe? Why aren't we on PS5 for the lore run? Because everything's easier on PC. Except for, apparently, the game running! Everything else. Like, if I want to get an item, I can just go get it. Like, I can literally just, like, hack it into the game like this. Easy peasy. No problem. I don't need to be like, hey, Lyco, can you drop me 500 billion items, please? I could just click a button and I get them all. Okay, it's time for the prison town church proper. Although, didn't I do another assassination? I think I did, actually. Let's go get our next target. Ow. Like, Seamless is great. Don't misunderstand me. Seamless is great if you want to seamlessly co-op a game with your friend. I am not doing that, and as a result, I'm annoyed. Because I just want to play the game and it's causing me issues. If you want to do that, that's great. But I'm not, so it's just causing frustration for no benefit, really. You really do look so much pointier than the others. Oh my god, you know what it is? It's a lack of shield. It was like, this guy looks different. He doesn't have a shield. Anyway, hi Tanith.
I see you've performed another task for us. Here is your usual reward. Please, take it. Now, perhaps the time has come to tell you of the true ruler of this manor, Lord Rykard. The Erd Tree blessed the Tarnished with grace, but it was all too meager in the face of the enormity of their task. The Tarnished were forced to scavenge, squabbling for crumbs, like the Shard Bearers vying for power in the wake of the Shattering. Our Lord, indignant, has refused to scurry about, fighting over what miserly scraps they allow us. If the Erd Tree, and indeed the very gods, would debase us so, then we are willing to raise the banner of resistance, even if it means heresy. We at the Volcano Manor, under Lord Rykard, have sworn no rest until it is done. If you follow this heroic path, one day the Lord will see you. The Lord's visits with our champions are always a spectacle. It cannot come a day too soon.
She really does make it sound very good.
If you follow this heroic path, one day the Lord will see you. It cannot come a day too soon.
She really sounds so exuberant with that one. So we got this serpent bone blade. Sinister katana, modeled after a serpent bone. The densely packed row of spines that jut away from the cutting edge are coated in a lethal poison. Not an unusual item to get from a bunch of assassins. To put it mildly, like it's a poison thing, and you know, snakes. We've already seen some snakes around here. Okay, I suppose it's just one of those weapons. Where are katanas? I never see them. Just look like everything else. Right here. Here we go. But it is interesting. A bunch of snakes, a bunch of scales. I think this probably predates Rykard being here.
Ah, hello. What impeccable timing. This is for you.
Do my work for me.
You're new here at the manor, but if you complete the request, you can improve your standing. Relax. We're old friends. Time's come to pass the torch, right? Go on, break a leg then.
Such a little asshole. I love him. A written request from Volcano Manor addressed to Patches, disclosing the name of a Tarnished to be hunted. Greathorn Tragoth. He can be found at the ruin-strewn precipice. Find the red mark on your map for the exact location. We fought him before. Or, sorry, we've met him. He helped us with the boss. Well, I actually didn't summon him, but he's another helpful
Hello
Tarnished.
again. Welcome to Patch's Emporium. Cheers for that.
So, the real sort of not-so-secret truth of the Volcano Manor is that they make it harder for Tarnished by destroying Tarnished who help others. Although, that isn't always true, because, for example, Riley the Idol, but Riley the Idol is an assassin for the Two Fingers, so that's probably why he's targeted. So it's not just those who are helpful to Tarnished, but a lot of the targets are really old knights, and those who have survived for a long time, and those who happen to be helpful that we can summon for bosses. So that's sort of the thing, is their technique is to make it harder for Tarnished, thus leading them to be more desperate, thus making them more likely to join the Volcano Manor. But also, if you help, they're basically like the, you know, the if you summon, you're not playing right people personified, because if you summon, then you're not strengthening yourself to the max potential. You should be struggling more, and if you struggle more, you're better and stronger, and therefore more appetizing and acceptable for Rykard to eat you. Isn't it his nature to assassinate? Oh no, he would totally kill someone. The problem is that he can't trick Tragoth into falling off a pit. Tragoth is way too much man for Patches. And Patches knows it. Red letter. Written request from Volcano Manor disclosing the name of a tarnished to be hunted. As the final request, the letter is vivid red. Juno Hoslow, Knight of Blood. He can be found in the mountaintops of the Giants. Find the red mark on your map for the exact location. And that is basically why we are not doing this like Rikard right now. We can't finish this because that's in the mountaintop of the Giants. We can't go there yet. So we have to wait to finish this, but we can do the rest of Volcano Manor, which we're going to do today.
Look at you. A recusant through and through. I knew you had it in you. Take this. A special invitation to hunt some of the first tarnished who sat at the round table hold. If you should accept, I'll next see you on the field of battle.
Wonderful comparison between Patches and Bernal. Bernal is a diehard. He's inviting you to join him because it's a 2v2. Written request from Volcano Manor addressed to Bernal disclosing the names of 2 tarnished to be hunted. Vargrim the Raging Wolf, errant sorcerer Wilhelm. Both men can be found in the royal capital of Lingdell. Find the red mark on your map for the exact location. We've heard of Wilhelm. He was at the Herodes school. Presumably that was his helmet. But we got the errant sorcerer robe. Worn by errant sorcerer Wilhelm, one of the first tarnished to visit Round Table Hold. A silent seeker of sorcery who had gone so far as to make contact with the primeval current, Wilhelm was led by guidance into confrontation with his friend Vargrim, and it is said that he was then taken prisoner in Round Table Hold, and now we're gonna go kill both.
You're still alive, I see. Well, until we meet again.
How's it going over there?
Ah, it's you, is it? I'm terribly sorry, but would you mind giving me some time to myself? I haven't achieved anything at all thus far. Even though I've dirtied my hands time and time again, I'm still yet to achieve anything. Perhaps I am a fool after all. No, it's worse than that. As things stand, I've given up on the path of revenge and sullied the name of my house. What an easy mark I must have been. How did it take me so long to realize, honestly? There's just no end to my foolishness, is there?
You were told what you wanted to hear, and you haven't had many people who... Like, it's sad, because he is a fool, but it's less that and more that he's easily manipulated because no one has ever looked at him for anything, and thus he's of this great family, and he uses their name like it's a weapon, but the family itself hates him and resents him and thinks he's weak. So for the first time he was told, hey, we have a place for you, you're special, you're chosen, you could do something important here, and he fell for it hook, line, and sinker.
Perhaps I am a fool after all.
He's
No,
realizing it though.
It's worse than that. As things stand, I've given up on the path of revenge and sullied the name of my house. What an easy mark I must have been.
No, he's just sort of like holding his head in his hands and like this, like in disappointment in himself. So Bernal wants us to join him in a fight because it'll be epic, basically. Like he's like, join me, this will be great, right? Patches is like, do my work for me. It's so fun to compare everybody. Really though, this is a good moment for Dialos. It's a really important moment. He's realizing the truth. Okay, let's go do some assassinations. Oh, 1 second. I knew I was forgetting something. A snake!
Brave Tarnished, what is your business here? I'm afraid this is not a guest room. What's that peculiar look upon your face? Goodness, am I still a servant? Oh, how dreadful. How dreadful indeed. Oh, forgive my distress. I ought to be thanking you for treating me as usual. Despite this appearance, brave Tarnished, this is my true form. My real name is Zarias. Please forgive the deception. Do understand. This duplicity is my own doing. Lady Tanith speaks no falsehoods. And the Volcano Manor is just as it seems.
So we learned she is capable of duplicity, right? But it's more like, you know, she's probably just scared people will treat her differently, which is why she's so happy that we don't treat her any differently. But yeah, so she can't tell whether she's definitely a bit of a silly, right? Like, that's the thing about her. Like, I know it's like, oh, how does this make sense if she's also tricking people? It's just the fact that this is what she really looks like. I don't think Blackguard stood a chance. Just one little chomp and his head's clean off. You know what I mean? Like, I really don't think that she was in any danger out there, both in terms of, you know, physical, like getting hurt or getting her necklace back. But she took an opportunity. She makes little mistakes. She's just a little silly. She forgot to put her human costume on. Volcano Manor is just as it seems. Yeah. We already know there's something more going on here. So she doesn't know everything. And it kind of makes sense. We gotta remember, like, we don't know her, like, age, but she's very young. She's just starting to be independent. So, as a result, some of this is just her straight up being young and innocent, and some of it's, like, stuff has to be kept from her until she's old enough to understand it.
Lady Tanith is my mother. I am told I was born by the grace of a glorious king, that my mother cherishes this form I inhabit. I am proud of what I am, but people are cruel. If they saw my true form, they wouldn't speak to me. And so I assume a guise when seeking new recruits. But you are not like the rest.
It's so sad. He's a good mama. Seriously, like, Tanith really loves Raya, and it's mutual. They love each other. Their bond is so sweet.
My serpentine form and the name Zarias were secrets, known only to Lady Tanith and I. Now I share the secrets with you as well. Please keep them safe from anyone else. My serpentine were secret. Okay. Now I share. Please keep them.
We don't know how she appears human. Good mom, but bad person? Yeah, I mean... The thing is, she sort of has a point. Right? Like, here's the thing. That's the most powerful thing about the recusants, is they're basically saying this whole thing is bullshit. It's comparing also the wonderful contrast between Rykard, who is one of the great lords of the Shattering, with a great, like, a rune bearer of the Shattering, and the Tarnished. She's just like, you are just like Rykard, right? You're put in this position. You don't choose to be tarnished. You don't choose to come here, and you have to do all this crazy shit. Like, that's not fair. Screw that. And to a point, that's very fair. Half the people in this game are basically like, shit, I never even saw Grace. Like, what am I doing here? Like, why would, like, this has nothing to do with me. I'm just, you know, Blagger calls himself just like some piece of shit or something, right? Like, he doesn't belong here. Why are they here expected to do this crazy mission? And that's effectively the whole thing, is she's using those feelings that you would have, that Rykard likely had too. So the problem is that they sort of have a point. And you can't just dismiss them outright as heretics and liars and killers, because to a point, yeah, they're right. This is bullshit. I form a guise when seeking new recruits. She basically admits right there to have been trying to recruit you when you first see her. Yeah, we know that for sure. So I guess it just depends on your own read on Raya, whether she did, like, maybe she had her necklace and then she dropped it and she's like, oops, oh goodness, I hope no one steals my necklace. And then she walks off, or if she, like, actually got tricked by Blackguard. But either way, she took an opportunity and decided to use it very cleverly. But she is also a bit silly.
If you follow this heroic path,
This
one
heroic
day the
path.
Lord will see you. It cannot come a day too soon.
You do not get tricked, probably. The thing is that Blackguard tells us, oh, that girl, it was her own fault she got duped. So Blackguard either did trick her, or Raya led him to believe that he tricked her. So it kind of depends on who you think is the smarter between the two. And one of them really thinks that she's just a weird girl, and the other one was recruiting assassins. I personally think she's the smarter one between the two of them. Because Raya looks innocent, and she uses that to great advantage. She is also actually really innocent, but she also looks it. She's smart enough to know that people treat her differently, and this is so, I know it's so blatant, but people will treat her differently if she looks like a snake, so she somehow disguises herself as an innocent-looking human. Like I said, it's up to you. It depends on your read. This is the thing. We don't get a true answer. And we don't know who else she recruited. However, she does say that she's only giving us this this secret path, that she's going to take us straight to the Volcano Manor. So it's possible, A, that we're the first person she recruited and thus she's very excited about it. Or that she's recruited others, but we're the only one that she's really, really liked. That's the thing. Like I said, we don't really get the true answer. We don't know what she was planning, but we know all along that it wasn't just a coincidence that she wanted us to kill someone. It's not like she was planning it. It was a test, right? So as a result, that's my personal read. But anyone else is welcome to get a different read. That's the whole fun of this. If you think Raya was just, she took advantage of like, there's still an intelligence in getting tricked, but taking advantage of that in order to fulfill her goal, right? Blackguard, though, describes himself as a petty thug. All he really does is take advantage. He steals when he has an opportunity. He's like, he's not a criminal mastermind. I think she realized that Blackguard would make an excellent target as well. Probably learned a thing or two from Tanith. We have to remember she was raised by Tanith. And Tanith would teach her to use her strengths and also to take a weakness and turn it into a strength, which would be, she accidentally lost her necklace for real. Let's turn this into an opportunity. So either way, she's smart. Yes, it just depends on what level you think she is. I personally think she's quite clever. Like, really, with Tanith as a mother, she probably learned a lot of lessons on how to manipulate people. She's just innocent. She's not as clever as, she's not as mature with manipulation as Tanith is. So rather than using, like, her charisma, she uses her innocence instead. Anyway, let's go tell her, hey, your girl's a snake, huh? Zarias' form.
Did you see her? The girl, Raya, with her true face. Well, if she confided in you the name Zarias, then perhaps it is not my place to speak. But as her adoptive mother, I ask of you, please be kind to her. Look after young Zarias. Her true visage belies the purity of her heart. Honestly, I hardly deserve the sweet child.
They love each other, like, actually, like, really do. And this is the, like, a humanizing moment for Tanith.
Please, be kind to her. Look after young Zarias. Her true visage belies the purity of her heart.
So there's a wolf in sheep's clothing. She's a sheep in wolf's clothing, basically. However, she has a pure heart, but she still guides people to kill others. Like, it's what she was raised in. Like, I'm not trying to, like, demonize her here. It's all she knows, right? Her mom is an assassin, so for her, that's very normal. But that's the thing, is, like, because her world is not so normal. I also think it's very possible for her to be creating situations where she can manipulate someone into killing someone else and still be very pure because she thinks it's the right thing to do. She really was raised with this is the right path. And you're, you know, born of the grace of a king, you know?
Oh, it's you. Forgive me. My mind never ceases to churn of late.
This also explains the
Well,
posture.
I know I can trust you. I saw something slithering in the pitch black of night. It entered the room next to this one and never came out. If I'm not mistaken, it took the form of a serpent, just like me. Does the Volcano Manor hide some secret that Lady Tanith has kept from me? I realize that I shouldn't impose, but if you discover anything, would you please share?
Don't tell her. Let's see if Tanith has something to say about this.
If you follow this, it cannot...
Darius's troubles.
She said that. To you, I should have known something was wrong. The signs were clear enough. Well, Zarias has placed her trust in you. All the more reason I must tell you that some things are better left unknown. Besides, no one should be blamed for their heritage. Think about it. We are resisting the ways of the Erd Tree itself. What matters one's lineage in such a crisis? Zarias has placed her trust in you, that some things are better left.
There is a darkness in Zarias' heritage. She was lied to about how she was born. She says she was born of the grace of a king.
The serpent that lurked in the shadows that night. It entered the room next to this one and never came out. Perhaps the manor yet holds some secrets. If you discover anything, would you please share?
Tell her of the dark side of Volcano Manor.
Really? Oh, so there was a secret after all. Oh my. Lady Tanith, my own mother, has deceived me. Was I not born by the grace of a king? Lady Tanith, my own mother, has was I not born by...
We're telling her the truth.
Zarias has placed her trust in that some things are...
Okay, I don't know if I already... I don't remember if there's more dialogue.
If you follow this, it cannot come.
Okay. So, I already found the hidden path. Basically, if you don't find it, Raya is here to guide you to make sure you find it.
Lady Tan, was I not?
Alright, perfect. We're good for now. It's really sweet because we learn that Tanith is indeed lying to Raya, but we learn why. And that is such a big deal, that it's basically there's something there, it's not her fault. We're gonna do this assassination because we can, the others we're gonna have to wait for. And then we'll go and do the prison town church. There's something that she doesn't want Raya to know because it would simply harm her and there's no benefit to knowing. She's trying to protect her. It's actually really sweet. But yeah, we're gonna tell her the truth because it's part of the quest. Hey, bull goats. Oh shit. I didn't see that with a lion's claw. Sorry, Dragoth. I gotta admit, I like Tragoth a lot. He's a good egg in the lore. All we really know is that he helps people. But when I see that armor, it activates something in me because of all the fucking people who wore it in PvP. This was the poise set. The amount of full bullgoats I encountered, my goodness. Great Horned Tragoth's helm, adorned with a gold bullgoat motif, provides high poise. Tragoth is a famed knight of assistance. Countless Tarnished, facing adversity in the lands between, have survived thanks only to the Great Horned One's aid. And yeah, he's gone anymore. He's not going to be there anymore. He's gone because of us. And that's sort of what the Volcano Manor is doing. So that's the thing. When I see him, I think Ganker. It's really crazy what people have done. Like, when I see Radon set or Bullgoats, I'm like, ugh! Like, it's like a visceral response because so many people just doing that. It's true. The Gankers tarnish his armor. So yeah, that's what we're doing. We are making things harder for Tarnished. That's what the Volcano Manor is doing. But you ganked him? Okay, ganking in the context of From Software is 3 people on 1. So no, I did not. Literally couldn't. You've got to learn your verbiage if you're going to use the words. Words mean things.
Hello again. Welcome to Patch's Emporium.
The request is done.
You hunted down Tragoth? Are you certain? No, it's quite all right. Fine work indeed. I'll give Tanith the news. Have some rest, by all means. Cheers for that.
Excuse me. Don't I get a reward? Patches?
Hello again. Well,
what about my reward?
Sharper than you seem, aren't you? I was just holding on to it for you, you know.
Yeah.
There you go.
I'm sure.
The reward for hunting Tragoth. All yours.
Magma Whip Candlestick.
Stingy little beggar. Try to find it in your heart next time, eh?
I think it's more likely he wanted the credit from Tanith than anything else. This ritual implement is a 3-pronged candlestick with solid flames formed of the magma of Mount Gelmir. When wielded as a weapon, the flames become supple whips of lava. Sea of Magma. Swing a molten whip overhead to temporarily cover the surrounding area in a sea of magma. Hold to continue swinging the lava whip. So it requires 18 dex. We don't have that. So we don't get to see a magma, we just get to dance. Forever, if we so choose. Woo! I love this thing. I used it in PvP. I had a fire build, my Flame Dancer. Olden days and MMOs? Okay, but that's the thing. The word has changed meaning. And specifically in From Software, it means 3 people on 1. It means having an invader join your world with the express intention of jumping them. 3 people on 1. They're not playing the game. They're just waiting for someone to invade so they can all jump them. Ooh, more serpent arrows. Loyal minions of the formless serpents, their fangs are daubed with deadly poison. Now, this is a weird one because the formless serpent... Wait, I forgot an item. Oh, shit. The ruin-strewn precipice. There's somewhere there... I forgot about this. There's a path that leads to a great sword, or like a curved sword somewhere there. And I don't remember exactly where it is, but we need to find it because it has a lore to it. Oh, the Smelter Demon chess piece is cute. Dark Souls 2 is way too much good fashion. Yeah, I meant to look for this when we ran through it. I just forgot. And I kind of forgot exactly where it is, but there's a way. Okay, you know what? It's fine. Also, land octopi are weird. Yep, I think it's just here. They have an item. And it's their head. It's like you can wear it on your head, but I haven't been able to find it, so... Probably wait till I get the item to talk about them. If I ever do. The big land octopi, if you damage them enough, will eat one of their own tentacles to heal themselves. We also know that they eat humans in order to bear young. That is their main lore that we get from the land octopus ovary. They're also covered in the ovaries. There's like a lot of them on their bodies. So I have to get the headpiece to remind myself if there's anything further, but generally I think it's just like another example of like a life cycle represented by consumption. So, for example, Rykard. Rykard eats people. We'll get to his whole thing. But he eats Tarnish specifically to strengthen himself. It's a form of consumption that strengthens him, very not dissimilar from Godric's grafting. And the thing is that, well, it could be that he doesn't have the option to graft Rykard. It's a bit hard to say, because it's said that the golden lineage of Godfrey is important, but like, the problem is that all of the Godfrey children that we know of are also Marika's children, and therefore part Newman, and that might have something to do with it. But anyway, Rykard, rather than like grafting or anything, chooses to consume Tarnished, which sort of fits with what we do. When we kill something, we acquire its runes and can thus strengthen ourselves with it. So it's Rykard's own form of doing that. The thing about strengthening yourself with runes, by the way, is it seems to be something within lore only the Tarnished are capable of doing through the power of a Finger Maiden. So, if only Tarnished can do it, then how would perhaps a rune bearer strengthen themselves? Well, maybe they could eat a bunch of Tarnished. Maybe they could graft Tarnished body parts onto themselves. Things like that. So, either way, it's all just a form of consumption. Also, Rykard, we do know from the opening cutscene that he fed himself to a serpent. So it's like he's still around even though he was consumed. It's kind of interesting to compare it to dragon hearts. You eat a dragon heart, you gain its power, but eventually the dragon heart will reassert itself and you will become a magma worm. It's all just consumption. Same with the land octopi. So, Serpent God's Curved Sword. Curved sword fashioned in the image of an ancient serpent deity and tool of a forgotten religion practiced on Mount Gelmir. Formerly used to offer up sacrifices, this sword restores HP upon slaying an enemy. It's kind of like the Deathbird axe. You get FP for slaying foes. Compare with the Celebrant Skull. Gain runes on landing attacks. Also, it's bronze. So part of it is turned green over time, but the rest has that like red sheen. This is very ancient indeed. Once again, red being associated with ancient things. First time we've heard of a serpent god, but we've heard about the formless serpents as well who use poison. Like, we're starting to put some threads together. Not red gold, just red. Okay, time for my thumbnail. This is my thumbnail today, just like this. We're doing it now for real. I'll be right back though. I'm just gonna use the restroom, and also I hear my cat meowing at the door, so we'll see if maybe he'll make an appearance. 1 minute. Sorry, no Marlo appearance. I tried to catch him, but he's not interested in being on stream. Thank you. Hydration posture check. I always have perfect posture. That's a lie, actually. I sit really unergonomically, but it's fine. Oh yeah, I always forget this is actually the second strength curve sword. I always think of the Beastman's curve swords. Yeah, I always... Jat? I just called you Chat. Chat, I always think that that weapon is a great curve sword. Always. Like a curved great sword. Hey, Jat. Yeah, how's it going? What did I call you the other day? During Night Rain? You guys were memeing it for like a week. Shit, now I don't remember. I have so many nicknames for Chat. It's hard to remember. Never seen that sword? I missed it on my first playthrough. It's just, there's a ladder right there. You just climb it and I just never noticed it. So, easily missed apparently. Chak! It was Chak! Yes, I called you Chak. No! I can't talk good sometimes. Mm-hmm. Chak, now we got Jet. Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, during the HelloFresh sponsor segment the other day, I was like, you get a dwagon walk? Fuck. What's still going on, by the way? Here's my code. Get yourself some food. I love these weird stretchy little snake guys so very passionately. So Raya is way more specialer than these guys, but like, this is clearly what she is. Ew. Huh. So there's still people here, and they're throwing poison at me. Interesting. We will have to make note of this. What's the greatsword? It's a curved sword. So what do we know about Volcano Manor? They torture people, and they're very inventive about it. And the thing is, we don't really know when that started, but it's most likely the people who made it originally. Because Riker did not make this. We know this. He came here, and he lives here now, but he did not make it. Alright, that's not it. Oh, right, they're sorceries, duh. Okay, here we go. After discovering the ancient hexes of Gelmir, Rykard, son of Queen Renala, brought them back into practical use as new forms of sorcery. So, the people here, intelligence and faith too. More intelligence than faith. And that's very interesting because there's also Rancor Call and the ancient death sorceries, which are also called hexes. Once thought lost, this ancient death hex was rediscovered by the necromancer Garrus. The necromancer, by the way, lives in a cave in Altus, not too far away. But yeah, someone lived here. They built a prison town. It's also an incredibly good defensive location. So Volcano Manor is quite beautiful, like the inside. And I don't think that was Rykard either. I think he's really just taken over the aesthetic. He's a lot like Godric, except a little better, because he sort of changed things to fit. He like translated things, like the sorceries he found here. He created those out of hexes that he found. He took them and took them into a form that he could use. So he's not quite on the level of Godric, who's like literally just squatting in a place no one else wants, but he's not dissimilar. And that begs the question, did also he get the idea from someone else too? The whole serpent thing? The whole allowing a serpent to consume him? Would Morgoth have issued the attack on Volcano Manor? Yes, because that was after the shattering, which means what was happening here was so bad that whoever ruled Leyndell during the shattering, known only right now as the Grace-given King, decided to attack Volcano Manor. It's the only time that Leyndell left their defensive positions around the capital in order to attack someone. The only time. What was going on here was bad. Seriously, there is absolutely zero record of Leyndell's soldiers, specifically Leyndell, keep in mind, because I know you're gonna, oh, but what about the war? They killed the giant. Yeah, no. Specifically Leyndell's soldiers, the only time we know of in all history since the founding of the Age of the Erd Tree that they ever attacked anyone was during the Shattering. And that was Volcano Manor, under Morgoth. Or under the Grace-Given King. Sorry, we don't know his name yet. At this part of the playthrough. Whatever his name is! So yeah, it's pretty neat. And that also tells us a lot about Leyndell's founding, the Erd Tree's general, like, culture. I also wish Elden Ring was, like, all legacy dungeons, to be honest. It's, like, its best part. Oh! Oh my god, this is feeling so relevant right now because I just watched Zootopia 2. Banger. It might even be better than the first one. It's about snakes. Snakes are a part of it, so. Anyway, snakes are known for a few things. Number one, shedding their skin. They're big symbols of transformation. They're also generally associated with evil. Obviously, it isn't like all cultures, but a lot of cultures tend to see serpents as evil because they're scary reptiles that could kill people really easily. So humans historically normally saw them as pretty dangerous things and thus linked them to evil. So we also have them as a symbol of manipulation, evil, and betrayal, specifically with Christianity, with like the whole serpent who was the devil in disguise, right? So all of that is in action here for sure. We see this place that's on fire as if it's hell, a place of torture, and it's full of snakes, and they're constantly poisoning us as well. And the people here use poison too. This is an evil place. But before we got here, we also met a snake that was very sweet. So they're not all evil, but still, we're definitely meant to get this impression. I think snakes are really cute too, yeah. Oh, right, also fertility because of the egg. And then we have this depiction of winged serpents. And they're feathered and they have feet like birds. This, I've gone back and forth on this a lot. Volcano Manor is so mysterious. Let's wait to open that actually. Because number one, within the context of the game, we are learning about serpents, assassins, like, you know, there's something about Rykard got eaten by a serpent. Okay, we're moving on to that. And then we also have the idea of the Crucible as a bed of life, where at one point things were conjoined. Okay, so having different animal parts, not unusual. It's as if they're a blend between birds and snakes. Okay, it kind of makes sense. Linked to the Crucible. All right, we're getting a little, like, okay. And then we also have death birds, which are associated with death and assassination. And there's also a different group of assassins that pretend to be birds when they hunt people down. There is also, like, that, I don't know that much about this religion, though. What, Quetzalcoatl? Who's a winged serpent and a god in a different, in a religion that I'm not really familiar with beyond that name. So it could have something to do with that in terms of outside of Elden Ring. But even within Elden Ring, we look at that and we're like, okay, okay. Also directly out of Dark Souls. Dark Souls, all of them. Aztec or Mayan. Yeah, one of those. Like I said, I'm not super familiar with this. But it's still interesting to note that basically the impression here is that's something we haven't really seen before. This is an ancient religion. Like, whoever made this, very ancient. Okay. We also got the Great Omen Killer Cleaver. The blade of this huge, loathsome... Wait, don't I already have one? Or is it a different version? Oh, I do already have one. Oh, damn. I could wield two. I was wondering if that was an RNG drop. And then, once again, this is the prison town. Like, that's so scary. It's an entire town that was meant to be a prison, right? Like, that's what this place was for. The sheer scale of what it would take to have a prison town is fucking insane. Like, just think about what that would mean. That this... Whoever worshipped here, whatever religion founded itself here, wanted to imprison people and torture them, and that was their main shtick, to the point that they built an entire town on the top of a volcano for that express purpose. And then we have an Erdtree seal, because these were their main victims. Of course, now the Volcano Manor, they are against the Erdtree. So I wonder who they were against before. A formless sacred seal decorated with an Erdtree crest, once the focus of religion in the lands between. Even though the Elden Ring is shattered and the Erdtree is dulled from its former radiance, earnest faith continues to hold the answers. Wow, this is so interesting. I totally forgot about the Erdtree seal. Look at this depiction, though. Oh, this is so much more modern. 40 faith, my goodness. Okay, chat, are you agreeing with me that this seems to be like a much more modern depiction? Golden Vow is Erdtree worship. Okay, we know that. And the tree sentinels, even the symbol here is a tree sentinel. We don't know how long. This is in the royal capital. Okay, let's look at this. Ancient Erdtree incantations. This is how the Erdtree is depicted. It looks like a tree, right? You see roots, you see branches, and we still see the Elden Ring in the center, and then we see those sort of like branch parts that loop into a knot on themselves. So we see those for sure. But then all the tree parts were actually taken off, and it was replaced with just a tree. And specifically those knots, they loop into themselves. It's like, it's not quite a figure eight, but I feel like that impression is being created. They don't branch off, they don't grow, they're just the edge of a tree that's no longer growing. Do you see what I mean? Yeah, no, 100%. There's tons of evidence, even already, that this is a much more modern depiction of the Erdtree. And what it focuses on is the tree itself as a symbol of eternity. It will no longer grow. It doesn't have roots. It doesn't have branches. It is just eternal and perfect. Yeah. It's like in order to worship the tree, they forgot it was a tree. And that trees are supposed to grow. Yeah, it is also very cross-like. In fact, it's very much like a Celtic cross. With the thingies on the edge. And we know this because it's specifically, even though the Elden Ring is shattered and the Erdtree is dulled from its former radiance, earnest faith continues to hold the answers. So this is the most modern depiction that we get. Interesting. That's not to say they completely erased the tree, but it's just interesting because, like, if we look at the tree sentinel armor, it shows a tree on the back, right? Langdale Knight armor also has this simplified looking tree. Crucible just looked like a bunch of roots. Neat. Okay. I just definitely think this shows that that with time eventually they stopped focusing on the nature part of the tree and more just it as a symbol within itself. It's not. Physical tree was gradually replaced with a formless representation. A simplification. Excuse me. Excuse me. Statues remind me of the Dark Souls theory that serpents' final form are dragons. To a point, yeah. We just know that in Dark Souls, serpents are considered incomplete dragons. Not unformed, but incomplete. So it's like dragons... Serpents will never become dragons, but they want to be. So yeah, there are depictions just like this of winged serpents in Dark Souls 3 all over the place. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if they look exactly like this. So it could just be a borrowing from somewhere else, like a bank of stuff that people can use in game. But the game has been in depth enough to give us context for all of these things. That's what's so neat about From Software, is they can take something that's just like, you know, winged serpent statue and make it fit into the lore. They can even reuse it in Dark Souls and in Elden Ring and still it fits. I don't think they're exactly the same. I do think, yeah, you're right, they probably look like Frant. It's just been so long since I played Souls now, I don't remember anywhere. Fair enough. Thank you for the blessings. I do be sneezing. Alright, yo, that does way more damage. Oh, the other thing we know about the Volcano Manor and whoever lived here initially is they sacrificed people. Hence what the curved sword is for, it's for sacrifice. And it depicts a serpent. Gotta wonder if they weren't sacrificing to a serpent. Calls for a Dark Souls lore through? Yeah. Maybe time to revamp all of them. This is the really only lore through that needs to be revamped though, because like... new content. Hang on, is that everything? Oh right, the Crimson Amber Medallion +1. So it's an upgraded version of it. There are a few talismans like that, but it's still really cool to see which ones. Yeah, I think I'm getting some allergies because yesterday my throat's been like a little sore and my nose would not stop running yesterday. And we just have like really high pollen right now. And I don't know if I'm allergic to anything, but or felt like it. Oh. Cannot open from this side. Oh no. Guess we'll have to be creative. Nose kept running. Where did it go? Good thing there's a convenient ladder here that we can cross. There's definitely no sinister noises going on there. Wouldn't you agree, chat? Like, for sure, no sinister noises are going on. Definitely can trust this. Let's go. And now we see some of the people that they were torturing. Albinarics. They cannot move. They're just trapped in these cages. And all they can do is scream and hide themselves. Sorry, we are gonna kill you guys though. Now, why would they do this? Oh, and this is really interesting. Albinarics are life forms made by human hands. Thus, many believe them to live impure lives, untouched by the Erd Tree's grace. There's also beast blood. So, though they are believed to be untouched by grace, even Volcano Manor is using them. One of these spiky chairs, a torture device, you would sit on it and just be chained and you just like, yeah, it's not pretty. Yeah. Just really bad things. Getting more into the meat of this place. Also, there's a path that leads somewhere to a torture room that I need to find, but I never remember where it is, so hopefully I'll be able to find it this time. And then there's these guys. Did you see that mouth? Like how big it was when it opened? Yeah. So these are Albinarics, but something else has been done to them. They are incredibly aggressive. They appear, they're almost like they're cocooned. Their heads also seem very bulbous. They remind me of creatures from Bloodborne. I think it's crying. Sure is. Weeping. Let's see. Alluring pot. Albinaric blood clots found by killing Albinarics. The illusion will lure and distract foes of human build outside of combat, while demi-humans will be lured in even during combat. Alluring pot, okay. Trying to see what you can make out of Albinaric blood clots. So far, just those. You use them to make alluring pots. They can trick people. Sorry. Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what they did, but the, it's like they're bandaged. Oh, this one's great to get a view. Of course, if I zoom in. So, its clothes have been, like, patched. Really haphazardly, but it's like it's been wrapped in it, and its head is warped. They remind me of the patients from Bloodborne, who are wrapped in straitjackets and their heads are bulbous, and basically experiments were performed on them in order to try to awaken them and access knowledge through them. This appears to have just been torture for torture's sake. But their bodies have been warped by it, because like their heads are indeed very bulbous. it doesn't really look like skin, but I suppose it could be because that could explain why it's patched so haphazardly. Because they just took patches, they're not very good at it. It could be skin. Ooh, yeah. Why would they be taking skin off something else and sewing it onto another being? That might actually be what they did. Maybe they sewed it onto them. Oh, this is perfect. Elden Arx cannot move like this. This one's like pretty OP for an Elden Arx. Okay. Grafting practice? Don't think so. So the scream alerts them. Basically uses sentries. Right, I wasn't sure if you could actually get their head because I wasn't sure if I was remembering it from Bloodborne, but I think you can indeed get their head. That is an RNG drop. We're not going to farm for it, so we're just going to have to do our best. Is that Bloodborne thing a reference to martyrs? No, they weren't torturing them or killing them. They were treating them in a specific way. They were treating them with water, and they would see secrets within the water. They would, well, they would imbibe brain fluid. So it's actually not dissimilar from what's happening here to a point with like Rykard consuming Tarnished and gaining their power, except in the research hall in Bloodborne, the patients were given brain fluid from other patients, and eventually one of them who asks for more and more and more of it gets a special insight, and that sort of was the whole purpose. There's one success, and it's her. Another A name that I never remember. Not Ariana, not Adela. Adeline, thank you. Yes, another A name. She was really sweet. Kind of sinister though. She's really into that brain fluid. However, the sort of failed patients are really similar looking. Eventually there will be patients with small heads but still bulbous heads that drop down and like crawl. They're trapped in straitjackets and they look exactly like these things. Otherwise, they crawl toward you very quickly. They're very aggressive. They have weird tentacles that come out of their mouths, sort of thing. I want to go back through the door and see if I... Because there's something here. I just can't remember exactly how to get to it. Oh my god, I was going to say they're not very aware. Bloodborne was awesome. Terrifying. These enemies really do scare the shit out of me, though. Okay, I think there's a jump from the rooftop, or like a drop or something like that. There. I think, anyway. Wait, that would have been where I was, wasn't it? No, I think that's it. Yeah, okay. I think that's what I'm looking for. You gonna go watch your other lore throughs? Yeah, by all means. They are all on YouTube in a playlist. Each of the games. There is an Elden Ring one, but it's now out of date, so... Can we really make that? I feel like no. It's so hard to tell. Oh, phew. Didn't even take fall damage, man. Okay. So, more torture. And... the Albinaric staff and the Albinaric mask. Short staff with a blue glintstone embedded, wielded by the Albinarics of old. The Albinarics harbor a secret. They cast sorcery using their innate arcaneness. It scales mainly with arcane. Arcane. It's associated with primordial things. Mainly primordial. Let's take a look though. Because like it's a little bit it's so, or primal, more accurately primal. But also sometimes primordial. But not primordial in the context of like the crucible of life, for example. Yeah. So crucible stuff is still an ancient Erdtree incantation, and it simply uses faith. What uses arcane though? Dragon Communion. A pure and overwhelming power. And then another thing that uses arcane, interestingly, is the bubble sorceries. Oracle bubbles and great oracular bubbles. The claimant who served as priests in the ancient dynasty produces a gigantic magical bubble, drifts towards foes before it naturally ruptures. The claimant search for lost oracles within their bubbles. Those are the only spells I have that scale off arcane right now. So it's pretty interesting that the Albinarics are linked to arcane. Forgot about that. Another great Omen Killer Cleaver, my goodness. And then we got the Albinaric mask. Mask made from the largely unaltered hide of a young Albinaric, which is really messed up. Like it's literally like, you could see the... Raises arcane, but reduces the HP recovery effects of the Flask of Crimson Tears. A far cry from Godskin, this Albinaric hide mask is the product of malicious mockery. Okay, but mocking what? The Albinarics or the Godskins? The Godskins, they also took skin off and sewed it on. And now something linking them here. Albinarics are very much linked to water. Yeah, primordial dew. Oh, that's also very similar to the... Right, the silver tears are also linked to them. That's the thing that's so interesting. Are the Albinaric silver tears, or are the silver tears, like, who created the Albinarics, and was it the same person who created the silver tears? Are they different? Because they seem to be very similar, but different. A similar source, perhaps created by different groups. Because, like, we see Albinarics more associated with Rhea Lucaria and the Carians, and then the Nox, of course, made the silver tears. However, they all really came from the astrologers. Oh, so then we have, where is it? Albinarics kind of look frog-like too, right? Here it is, the Ripple Axe, Ripple Blade. Unique weapon wielded by young Albinarics, this sword is modeled after the ripples that are thought to be the origin of their species. It's sort of like how all life came from water, right? I think that's sort of what they're referencing with that as well. The fact that they're also very liquid-like and close to the water is really interesting as well. And the way that they vanish is their body seems to dissolve. It reminds me of water evaporating. Oh man, YouTube chat crashed again. Sorry, I'll open it 1 second again. Although, it should be noted that there's the different like iterations of Albinarics, and the young Albinarics are the frog-like ones, and the ones that are a little bit more human-like were made later. They're like more advanced. But they can't move. Or am I thinking of it backwards? Oh man, I don't remember which one's the first. I think it's actually the opposite. Because the frog-like ones... But the thing is, the frog-like ones are... They show less signs of intelligence. And they don't seem able to speak, but they're able to move better. Yeah, that's it. So that's sort of like the trade-off being made. Thank you. I also want to talk about Selen calling us a little tadpole. I actually meant to talk about this when we did Selen's quest the other day. Because she says that we have grown little legs. Is one thing she says to us as we start to get better with sorcery. And I think that's really creepy considering like this idea of coming out of the water, and that's part of the life cycle of a frog. Tadpoles, they develop legs and become frogs. It's a really interesting and transformative life cycle. I don't think it's just a nickname. I don't think it's a coincidence. Like Selen's a knower. She knows a lot of things. She knows about the primeval current. She knows what like she talks and compares the amber of the Erd tree to the glintstone shards. She has a lot of knowledge, and she doesn't tell us everything. We know she withholds information from us for certain. Okay. Does the Scholar's Remembrance help with that link? Yeah. Scholar's Remembrance talks about how he is of the Herodes school, and that's like where he came from, and we know that Herodes is here. I totally forgot that Herodes is one of the conspectuses of Rhea Lucaria Academy. So I wonder if the reason that Herodes, the school of Herodes was nomadic, was because a lot of their people were Albinarics, and they wanted to hide that fact because Albinarics are very, very, very mistreated. But if someone doesn't know they're an Albinaric, right? Like, Scholar's Remembrance in Night Rain actually gives us some lore on this. Soft, strange, slightly hostile. Yeah, that's a description of the Albinaric plush. Ooh, also notable that the second-gen Albinarics, it might be that they made them to be more useful for their purposes, whatever those purposes are. Because the second-gen Albinarics, we see them do something that others don't. And that is absorb things around them. Like, they become susceptible to their environment. Like, specifically Mohg's palace, but we'll talk about that when we get there. Still, it's just an interesting thing. We don't know if other Albinarics will do this too, but they seem to be a little bit more solid, less malleable. Which might have something to do, because, you know, the froghead ones seem less developed, but you have to remember that they were created for a purpose. And as a result, their purpose may be why they appear more developed. They were just better at something else. Herodis' glintstone color is black too. I thought that was just that the glintstone is dulled. Yeah, they're just dulled. Because Willem is from that school. And yeah, Albinarics are associated with arcane. Oh, right. It does have a crown. I never looked at it. Let's take a look. Oh, what the heck? What? Ah! Almost fell. I have to look at that. It didn't say that. That's so interesting. I never looked at the top. Intelligence and endurance to the detriment of FP. It looks like obsidian. That's kind of why I'm freaking out. I don't know. Oh, I'm in a menu. That could have been bad. Or also memory stones. Where are memory stones? Right here. It's hard to say because we can't get that close to it. It doesn't look the same to me though. I think it might just be dulled glintstone like it says. It doesn't have that like white look that it has in the picture. I don't know. Yeah, he's kind of got like, he just looks like he's bald a little at the top. You examine clinging bone. Yeah, I forgot that I forgot that Ensha drops that, and since the quest is bugged, I didn't like spawn in that item, so I'll have to get it when I spawn up my secret hacking device. It's not really secret. I just don't want to do it on stream so I don't fuck something up because I don't know. I'm really careful. I don't want to get banned. I've never used such mod tools before, so I have to be really careful with them because I don't really know how. A big cavern with nothing in it. Surely nothing will come out and eat me or anything. Oh my god, something came out and eat me. Holy shit. Okay, hang on. Chat, I just had a realization that I probably should have had, like, literally 4 years ago. But I guess I just never realized how much magma worms just look like the fucking serpent guys. Like the man serpents. So much more annoying when you stand up. Interesting. Didn't occur to you when they spawned in before Night Rain? Nah. Not even a little bit. I never thought they looked the same. Because most of them don't stand up in Night Rain, so I completely forgot. So, we know that if you eat enough dragon hearts, you become a magma worm eventually. The magma worm reasserts itself, and then we have a man who was eaten by a serpent. Sometimes you miss the obvious things, chat. That's the power. I'm realizing now that I'm like, I should have realized this like forever ago. It's the same thing with Melania blooming. I was like, Wait, does she bloom because she's scarlet rotted, or does she bloom because she's related to Marika, who is of the tree people? Do you know what I mean? Like, all the fact, half of Marika's children turn to flowers. And I was like, okay. I never thought, huh, maybe this is something to do with the fact that the Newmen are, like, flower people, you know? I could have sworn there's some snake people here who attack me. Oh, well. Distinctly infant-like when they try to walk on 2 feet. It's true. They're definitely meant to not make it look natural because they have lost their human aspect. Oh, Chad, is that a godskin guy? Oh, one of the godskin priests. They're the fire monks, but they become like godskin worshippers. Hmm. That's very interesting. Gasp indeed. And some sort of snake church. We've been working to get here this entire time, but now we have to watch a very important cutscene, so pay attention. This is when FromSoft does their best work. Hell yeah. Imagine being hanging in a metal cage above a volcano and what that would do to you. Just constantly burned. The metal would like sear your skin. What a horrific torture method this is. There's so much torture happening here. This entire place was built for it. I'm not kidding, by the way. I love FromSoft and their stupid bridge cutscenes. I love it so much. And now we get a big old shortcut. Rolana, she gets a fog wall. But the bridge? That's key. I am a little upsetty spaghetti about that sort of thing, but that's okay. They love bridges, okay? So, this is there's a chapel, and then we see this cathedral. And it is framed by serpents, filled with serpent statues. And it looks exactly like the Volcano Manor. Rykard let himself get eaten by a snake. And then we see what is so many different snake depictions here. A godskin noble? What? Never seen one of these before. Well, first of all, he's got a whole lot of skin on him. Unlike the Apostle, who's really struggling for skin, bro's got some extra. And a whole lot of real nice adipose tissue, if you know what I'm saying. He is made of the thickness. And, pardon me, is that a tail back there? And not just a tail, but a silvery one. Alright, Godskin, stay annoying them. Look at his, like, apron. Look how many faces are on it. Yeah, it's like an oily silver tail. Also, Godskin apostles stretch their body out like snakes, very much like these man-serpents. I'm not very good at Godskin levels, but it's okay. Oh shit, I thought I could kite that. Oh, that was perfect timing. Yo, get it, get it, get it. Come on, what? Huh? Oh, there we go. Justice Miyazaki in that. Shit! There was an incident. Okay, we get it. Yeah, their tail looks like a silver tear. They're some sort of snake boys. The dude can animation cancel? Yeah, I know. It's so hard to know when you're supposed to hit them with literally anything. But at least with strength weapons, you can get a stagger and hopefully riposte, which might have saved me if I got it, but for some reason... It read a second R1 input when I didn't do one. There we go. Yeah, I would literally would have won if I got the riposte. It's so stupid. Unsurprisingly, the second attempt always goes better. It's like I need a little reminder on how to actually deal with these guys properly. Oh, God! I'm definitely not getting dizzy or anything. That was almost perfect, oh my god. Barely fit there. Ugh! Godskin Stitcher. Elegant piercing sword with a celadon-colored blade wielded by Godskin nobles. The nobles possess skill with the sword unmatched by any lowborn. Despite its size, successive attacks from this weapon are swifter than the eye can follow. And noble presence. Ancient power of the Godskin nobles. Thrust out belly with gusto to produce a shockwave that knocks back nearby foes. Once a sign of the god's wrath, this incantation became a trophy of the nobles' god hunt. So, the Godskins hunted gods. And you gotta wonder where the heck they found so many. But we also don't know much about them. They are very, very mysterious. You know what? I've used this analogy before. Sorry. Oh. By analogy, I mean more, it's just this comparison before. Dark Souls 1 has Velka. The Glowmite Queen is a similarly nebulous figure. In fact, they're really, really, really similar. I think they're sort of, in a way, spiritual successors. Now, each is doing their own story. Like, I'm not saying they're exactly the same. And their depiction tends to be really different. With Velka, mainly, what I'm comparing is the fact that they are ancient, but still have influence in the world. And their influence, despite them not being present, is still felt. That kind of concept, right? So, yeah, there's also, good point, there's a connection to the Carians. Radahn's divine tower has Godskins in the basement, and now Rykard is camping in a place where they used to hang out and worship. This was likely the base of their power. Serpent's amnion. And then we have this, which is a real big... I don't know if that part is a snake skin or not, because it's way too, like, intact. I think it's, like, just a depiction of the snake. But this is a skin. I really wonder if this isn't supposed to depict sort of, especially with the winged serpent, some ancient religions sort of really focus on sacrifice and human sacrifice, the gods being hungry and demanding for it. In general, sacrifice is present in a lot of different religions, but specifically sacrificing someone to a god. Even like the Greeks and Romans, a big influence was like they had to worship their gods by sacrificing something to them. Oftentimes it was like cattle and stuff. Like before you'd go on a sea voyage, you'd sacrifice to Poseidon to be like, please give me like nice weather. Okay, yeah, no, this is also a serpent skin. It just looks so intact from the start. This is the object of worship, and you gotta wonder, what kind of serpent shed such a massive skin? Well, one at least that big when it shed it. Creepy. Good thing it isn't around anymore, right, chat? With a face on it too? Wait, there's a face on it? Yo. Okay, is this pareidolia? I don't see a face in that. I just see like lumpies. I just see lumps. Is it this thing? Which is this up or Is that a nose? Okay, hang on. I just see like maybe maybe three noses. That's a nose and mouth, and there are eyes. I just see three noses. Facing the door. Okay. Not a trap. That's a challenge runner's character creator. I don't see a face. Like, if I really squint, like, I can see a face, but I don't know that I see a face personally. The face is facing the door? Okay, well, I just looked there and that is worse. This looks more face-like to me. Like, a little. Like, if you really, like, if you have extreme vision problems and you also squint in the dark. You think these are eyes? Oh, shit, I fell. Pareidolia is the seeing of faces where there are none due to human pattern recognition being hypervigilant for faces. Yes, which is why I think it's pareidolia. Okay, this is probably a better angle. Okay. You really think those are eyes and that is a nose? They look the same. They're both noses. It's Control-C, Control almost. And then this is, at best, three noses. Like, trust me, chat. I want to see a face. I want to be there with you. I'm seeing like a distorted FromSoft character creator creature. It's the snake's vertebrae. Okay, but this is a skin. This is, so it would we have vertebrae in a, this isn't a body. This is a skin. I know it looks kind of chunky, but I think it's supposed to be a shed skin, so I don't think we'd be seeing vertebrae either. Hang on, let me show you what this reminds me of. This is very important. I have to do a bit. Okay, just give me a second. It's important. It looks like this. If this is a face, and like you would argue this is definitely a face, right? Like perhaps this as well. Like this is a face. The game allows us to be a face. Perhaps this, for example, right? Like these, according to Elden Ring, are all faces. As a result, I'm sort of like, I don't think that that was a face. This one is the closest. I have to be honest. When I saw the face, I was like, it reminds me of this. Very sinister. I like this one because, like, if you could just cover, like, her nose and lower face, she looks, like, pretty normal. And then you see the rest and you're like, oh my. She looked like she got in a scrunching accident. Like, someone, like, grabbed her like this and it held. Hang on, chat. Oh, I forgot about this one as well. That's a face. Oh, this is actually really similar to it. Oh, I see it. You make up lore behind these characters? I don't know. I have this one. Me when lore. Wait. Me when lore. Me when no lore. Thank you. I made them by just clicking the make different all the time. Similar face, similar face, similar. It's very easy. I recommend it. It's especially fun to just make someone normal and then just destroy them. You want to see? It's really fun. How do I do this again? Choose base template. Who should we mess with, do you think? I want to see what Night Folk is capable of. No, it wasn't randomly generated. Well, it was, but it wasn't also. Similar face. Okay, but no peeking, okay? Just let the magic happen. Don't look at the thing. It takes a little bit of work, a little bit of effort to create. So grab a snack, grab a drink. But you can't peek, because if I slow down for even a second, you'll get a peek into what she's looking like. Don't look. It ruins the experience for yourself. And this is kind of what I mean. People act like making a crazy character is really hard. It's actually, it just takes a little bit of time, but it's really not. It's making a pretty character that's hard, because the game really does veer off into horrific face-adjacent abominations very quickly. Since DS1. Yeah, absolutely. You think she's had enough, chat? Want to see what we made? I think we're ready. Oh my! She looks exactly like Patches, but with hair. Oh, she's so delightful. She just looks so happy. Like, she's just happy to be there. And she's actually got that like Chad jawline. Absolutely. Look, she's like Giga Chad. Like, look at that angle. Powerful. She looks so friendly. Like, I wanna befriend her. This is what looks maxing can do for you. What is a lore run? Oh boy, it's an awkward time to be coming in. I've gone off on a tangent. I can't. I'm afraid I was. Well, I had to do a bit. So a lore run is where we play the game, hunting for lore as we play, and uncover it as we play. So we sort of go through it like a story. It's very fun. Rather than talking about everything at the end, we sort of uncover things as we go, as if it's a first playthrough, but it's not. I need her hair. What hair fits her? Oh my god. It's perfect. Oh! Now that is a contender. Oh, Chad. What do you think? Dude, I love the idea of this, like, gorgeous fucking, like, tousled hair. Oh my lord. Oh my god. She might be too beautiful. Like, I think we need to tone it down a little bit. Oof. Okay, she actually... Okay, I'm not gonna lie. There was something that about her that I couldn't... I was like, I feel like I've seen this face before. And then you said Matt Smith, and I realized, holy shit, she looks like Matt Smith. She does. She really does. Oh my god. Okay, what kind of hair does Matt Smith have? Oh my god, it's actually eerie. Holy shit. Okay, we have to save this. One to one. Yeah, Damon from House of the Dragon. Handsome Squidward moment. It's true. Okay, we'll do another one. I know I'm not allowed, but yet it's just so fun. Let's do Draconian. Yeah, Draconians are interesting. Kind of scary. Whoop. All right, and then similar face, and then we begin the process. I'm taking a bit of a lore break. This is very important. Smile's kind of scary though. No, that was a very friendly smile. No, I don't mind this. It's the difference between what spam pinging signifies and what this does. This doesn't bother me a little bit. Not even a bit. I have a good feeling about this one. This is also, I'm doing like a public service. It's really this easy to make your own monstrosity. It's also self-inflicted. No, it's not that. The reason this doesn't bother me is that spam pinging in Night Rain, the ping sound translates in my mind to you need to pay attention to... Oh shit, I clicked something. Don't look, 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 don't look. Okay. It means I have to stop what I'm doing and pay attention to the sound. It's trying to tell me something. It's like it overwhelms my my thought processes, so it's like an interruption. This doesn't bother me because I'm not meant to pay attention to the sound. It's just me picking things in the menu. We're teaching people how to make scary faces, and by scary I mean delightful. No peeking, chap. Remember, if you peek, you're ruining it for yourself. My thumb is slowing down a little bit. speed it up, turn into overdrive. I'm so excited to see who we can make. Okay, I'm going till 11:40 p.m. And when the clock changes to 11:40, we'll be done. No, plastic surgery makes everyone look the same because the goal is okay. Here we go. You ready? A little too early. I'm sorry. I was pausing for dramatic effect. Oh Lord. Oh dear. Something has happened here. She does not look happy to be here. This is a complete reversal of the last one. I gotta say though, the character creator today is definitely favoring Nose. I do think that she's angry that someone has taken her chin. Yeah, I really feel like that's what's happened here. Hey, what did you do to my chin? Like, I'm sorry, I didn't do this. My bad. Definitely dissatisfied at what has resulted here. I can't be the only one who thinks this is Tom York. No, I don't see it. One bite man. I don't know. I don't think this one's that great. I feel like we can do better. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's not really capturing any particular essence to me. Yeah, I'm messing with body type B. Oh, yeah, put the clothes back on. That's perfect. So. Maybe we do another one. I do want to do another one. Man, I don't really, this one isn't a saver. I'm not feeling this one. I'm not feeling this one. There we go. Okay, but can you mute the game? Fine. So we've done warrior. I think I've done aristocrat before, but I want to see another. And what we're gonna do is we're gonna change the hair. I want there to be like, oh yeah, no, let's, yeah, fuck it. Just to show off, like we need to really focus on the face, I think. So, I'm taking a little bit, I swear after, this is the last one, we're gonna go back. We're gonna go back to loring, all right? It's just, you gotta admit, this is, sometimes Wraff needs a bit of a lore break, okay? I need to go on vacation for my brain. Oh, right, I'll mute it, fine. Oh my god. Fine. This is important because we're seeing what counts as a face within the lore. You mute your mic too? Yeah, I can. I'm not gonna, but I can. I can just... Oh shit, it's on the top. I forgot. Hang on. It's up here now. You tap it. I tap it and then it's back. Honestly, I feel like something's missing without the ping noise, but that's okay. That's okay. I hear it. Okay, so... No. Fuck! No, don't look, chat. I goofed. Don't look. Gotta make the ping noise? How do I even make that noise with my mouth? Nah, I can't. It's too metallic. At best, I'll make a quack sound. I can't do that type of noise. I'll just kind of quack a little. No, I can quack, but it's not a proper quack. Quack and sync with the screen. Yo, this is my time to rest my throat. Oh shit, I fucked up. Don't look, don't look, don't look. I was trying different faces. Nah, this is faster. Why will you quack? Because I'm supposed to make the noise. All right, now we'll do a perfect balance. Because watch this. Now I'll turn it back on. And then everyone's happy. Except for people who can't stand the sound, I guess. Okay, don't look, don't look, don't look. If I were to make this sound, I'd go like... See, I can't do it. I just quack. But I'm really good at quacking. The other day, I went for a walk, and there was a duck, and it was flying. And while it was flying, it was quacking. And I'm like... That duck really just flew across the streets and went... Quack, quack, quack. And I was like, that's me. I'm good at quacking. I like noises. Unsurprisingly. Okay, I think she's had enough. Oh my lord. Oh my lord. Oh, this one's a favorite. The absolute flatness of the side profile is incredible. Like, she looks like she's perpetually pressed up on some glass. Like, I can't believe it. It's perfectly flat. Everything, except the chin. The chin's got a little point in there. Okay, and now we pick a hair, because I just wanted to wait until the hair was... until we had the face to pick a good hair for this. Oh my... Oh my, I feel like, I don't know, there's something powerful about this one. I forgot they gave us long hair. It's like my favorite, but the problem is it clips into everything. It's like recluse hair. I don't know what is the most pig-like hair, because she does definitely have that like pig-like aspect, right? No question. Man, that is powerful. Okay, let's give her a different hair color, like maybe like a piggy pink. Like a piggy pink. Kind of piggy. A little. Yeah. Yeah. Very nice. This is beautiful. Okay, let's save her for later. I'll need her for things. I gotta admit, though, I don't think we have anything better than Matt Smith. This is amazing. She just looks so cheerful. She looks like a happy cartoon picture of the moon. Like if a crescent moon, you know? Oh. I love it. Yes. A little sinister though, but this is perfect. Although this one's really good too. I use this one to make this one. So, as you can see, they're very similar. Anyway, now that we're done. Just really wanted to look at what faces are. Anyway, I don't think that's a face, chat. If you see a face, I dig it. I personally don't see a face on the snake. Like, although now that we've been looking at twisted faces, like, I think I see why you may see a face, but I personally don't see a face. No. She looks like she wants to borrow my bones, but doesn't want to wait till I'm dead for them. Should I do a Godskin run with Matt Smith as my character? Just use purely Godskin stuff? I feel like he might be the type. Yeah. It's really hard to make something like this. Because look, this one has all these holes in it. So maybe they were like patching it or something? Because this is snakeskin. They basically did a... What do you call it? Not ventriloquy. What do you call it when you fill... When you, like, make a plushie out of a dead thing? I hate it. I really hate it. But that's what they did. Taxidermy, that's it. They taxidermied it. Except it's not dead. It's just a skin. Make a plushie out of a dead thing. Where's the lie? It's a good term. It's what they do. Oh god. That is an ancient meme to Chuck Testa. Oh my god. Why did you bring that back? Okay, anyway, so the people... This was... The Godskins lived here. Most likely. This was the center of their power, and we don't know very much about them at this point in the playthrough. Except for that they... Well, they hunted and they skinned gods. Well, we do also know that... Did I get the sword? Hang on. Their leader was defeated by Malekith. Oh right, I forgot to read the Serpent's Amnion. This is important. Amnion from the mother's womb, which cradled the poor, unwanted offspring of a repellent birthing ritual. It will never dry out, remaining damp indefinitely. That's creepy. Unwanted offspring of a repellent birthing ritual. Okay, I gotta be real with you. How the frick are you gonna say it's unwanted if you did a birthing ritual? Unless birthing ritual just means banging. Because I think that might be what they mean. Not really. Maybe. We know some real nasty shit was getting up to here, and Rykard is a bit of a freak. Yo, I'm too short. Hell yeah. That was frame perfect. We take those. It could be that the birthing ritual is a bit of a gotcha in terms of what offspring you get. Oh god, that is a perfect description. Ah, man, I rolled the stupid serpent baby. I wanted the cat baby. Shit. Aw, man. I got a serpent again. Well, now we know how Raya was made. I also kind of read it that she was the, like, that they didn't know what kind of offspring is possible, but I also read it that the type of, that there was, like, a consequence. So they birthed something, and that was intended, but Raya was an unintended part of it. Which seems to be cracking down on Pogplant. Oh my god, I swear. theory, the subject of the birthing ritual was Datakar. Yeah, it's almost undoubtedly Datakar, but we'll get to that when we see it. We just know that there was a birthing ritual, and we can show this to Raya. No. Raya is not Tanith's child. Tanith describes herself as Raya's adopted mother. The Beeble is driving me crazy. Oh, nice. Okay, now that we got this shortcut, let's go back and talk to Raya. No, this is a regular new game. I just make a new file.
If you follow this, it cannot come at...
Okay, we can't talk to her about the Serpent's Amnion. She already kind of said her piece, which is... Basically, she said that it wasn't Raya's fault how she was born. Her lineage isn't important. Which is actually really sweet and shows a lot of depth to Tanith.
Lady Tanith, my own mother, has deceived me. Was I not born by the grace of a king?
Give Serpent's Amnion.
What is this? I remember this scent distinctly. Funny, isn't it? I am certain of it. I was born inside this. It's a part of my birth, Mother. You have my gratitude. Thanks to you, I am no longer afraid. I want to know how I was born and met Lady Tanith. One day, I hope to call her mother once again. This time from the bottom of my heart.
Oh, it's kind of sad because she's like, you know, trying to find the truth of her birth parents and stuff.
I want to know how I was born and met Lady Tanith. One day, I hope to call her mother once again. This time from the bottom of my heart.
So, this is one of, from right now, 3 characters that focuses a great deal on motherhood. We have Raya, we have Melina, and we have Bach. And I think it's really sweet here, this depiction of this adoptive mother taking in this child who was born in a really awful circumstance and still loving her like her own and wanting to protect her. And yeah, she's the leader of the recusants. They kill people without mercy. They kill their own kind. They are some of the worst people in the game. The Leyndell, the ruler of Leyndell, actually tried to stop these guys. What they were doing was so horrific. And the thing about whoever rules Leyndell is we also know he's probably not a fan of Tarnished. No one's a fan of Tarnished. So it's not even like you are doing bad things to Tarnish. It's just you are a nasty heretic and a blasphemer. You must die. That's how bad it was. Also, if you look at her eyes, they're golden. So she probably has grace, which is really interesting. The color gold is really notable.
If you follow this, it cannot come.
Okay, we can't tell her. Then we have Bach, who misses her mother. Then we have Melina, who talks of what it is to be born of a mother. Like, there's major motherhood themes in this. Not as much as Bloodborne, but still. Okay, she gone. Oh, I forgot. It's called the Temple of Egglay. And it really just sounds like egg lay, like laying an egg. Like snakes lay eggs. And then we had this amnion here, which is an object of worship. So birth, rebirth, the snake skin, that's sort of what is symbolic with snakes and why they are symbols of transformation is they shed their skin and they are new again. And yeah, the end result of this not fertility ritual, birthing ritual. I think we give it to her, right? So we don't have it anymore? That's okay. Was there on the altar. Oh, Ronnie and Renala? Yep. And then Marika? Mm-hmm. Sorry, I more meant like some of the more minor NPCs. Because yes, Renala and Ronnie has this major theme too. Of following in your mother's footsteps, but then also being independent. It's very, very sweet. It's actually time to go back to Celavis. And there's a quest, hang on. There's someone I wanted to visit that I forgot. Oh no, I remember this and I don't remember now who. Not Celavis, but he is important. E.G., no. Baron is dead. There's someone who's progressed, and I don't remember who. Not Bach. Egle is a Lithuanian folklore about a snake king and queen, too. Oh, interesting. Mythical serpent queen in parts of Europe. Ah. It all comes together. Oh man, no, there was someone I wanted to go talk to because they would have something else for me and now I cannot remember. Ugh. Oh, I remember. Okay, we're gonna do this real quick now because I forgot several times. Gowrie. Are you saving Latenna for later? I mean, we're done Latenna for now. We've already done her. If you mean like she's in my pocket right now. We have to take her on her quest, but that's way later in the game. We did Latenna as part of Liurnia. So we've talked to all the characters in the other zones. It's just we have to, like, in Altus, we go kind of back and forth. So, you.
Ah, welcome, welcome. How may I help?
I give Millicent the prosthesis. This was a while ago, but it's still part of Altus, so we can tell him.
So, you gave Millicent a golden arm replacement. This is a wonderful development. Thank you for your kindness. Now, Millicent may fully realize her true warrior's potential, like her beautiful mother. Do you have an interest in rot incantations? Then you might like to learn something of the history of Melania, goddess of scarlet rot.
Is that when we buy it? Oops.
Do you need me for something else?
Yes, about Millicent.
The girl, Millicent, she is a bud. Green and undeveloped, waiting to flower into magnificence. What a wondrous day that will be. In truth, before her, I'd never seen a bud of such superior quality. She might very well outshine her sisters.
So, a lot of information there. Number one, when we buy this, we learn about, we have to show an interest. We have to buy pest threads. And I read this before, but it's an incantation of the servants of rot, a technique of the pale pests who crawl through the lands afflicted by scarlet rot, the abandoned children of the goddess. You have an interest in rot incantations. And when we buy it, he tells us about Melania. We now know he describes Millicent as a bud and one that will bloom. And this is also very disturbing because blooming is the exact word that has been used to describe what Melania did, and she created this land that's rotted by scarlet rot. Like, he wants this to happen, and he wants it to happen to Millicent. But, I mean, it's pretty obvious that he worships the rot by now, but we didn't know that when we first helped him. And then we get this, like, really sinister idea of him because he helped us repair the needle. He helped Millicent go on her journey, but all he wants is for her to bloom. He hides the truth. He doesn't tell us everything right away. He won't give you incantations on Scarlet Rot until you help Millicent a little bit and progress, until you show that you're sort of helping him along. Now let's ask him about Melania.
Queen Marika and her king consort Radagon were blessed with twin demigods, and Melania was one of them. She was born an Empyrean carrying the Scarlet Rot. An Empyrean is no mere demigod. In the age of the Elden Ring and Queen Marika, the precious Empyrean was born, a new god, to forge a new order. Since Melania fought Radahn, and the great scarlet flower blossomed in Aeonia, I have dedicated myself to her, and to the resplendence of the Order of Rot, the cycle of decay and rebirth.
Okay, and then we get a new gesture, the desperate prayer.
Do you need me for something else?
So he was a Celian. He knows of Celia, he knows its secrets. He's a sage. And what's interesting is we have the Street of Sages ruins. This was likely a part of Celia. We get gravity sorcery here as well. So what happened was he was here when Melania bloomed and he became one of her worshippers instead, but specifically he worshipped the rot that she was born with that afflicted her. And he also links the rot with the reason that Melania is an Empyrean. And we've heard the term Empyrean before, but we're starting to get more idea of what it is. It's a demigod, but more than a demigod. Not all the demigods were Empyreans, even though all the Empyreans were demigods. There's something special about each and every one of them. And so far we know about Melania, and we know about Ranni. And Ranni is on the dark path of the Empyrean, choosing a different path. We don't know too much about her age yet, but Melania, if chosen to be the new god of the Order, would have been a goddess of rot, with a cycle of decay and rebirth. And Caelid sort of represents that. It is life coming from rot, because rot is alive, right? So this is like its form of life. It's very twisted and a very strange thing to worship, if you ask me, but they did. And this guy did too.
Do you...
So we're still gonna wait a little bit. But there is a little bit more to Gowrie as well. It's just not the right time yet. Although maybe it is time.
We shall meet again, you and I. There are countless pests to choose from.
He was a pest all along. Except he wasn't. He's controlling them. And appearing as something else. Now, the sages are a little strange. He is a sage, that's what he calls himself. There's also the Street of Sages, so maybe that's where he lived when he witnessed the rot. And the only other one that we know of is Garrus, who was a necromancer who studied the ancient death hexes. So they don't seem to be defined by any one thing, but they're just people with a great deal of knowledge, and he seems to have switched whatever his focus was, because initially it seems to have been Celia, just as normal, just like anyone else, but he swapped because of how impressed he was by Melania and her rot.
Have you taken the lesson now? Killing me is but an exercise in futility. All is well, provided you understand. Let's just pretend it never happened, shall we? Ah, welcome, welcome. How may I help?
So, Gowrie is interesting because he seems to have special insight into the rot. He's also apparently able to control pests. So it's as if he isn't really here. He just appears as this form. in order to get us to help him. Sage robe description? Don't remember it. I don't have it yet anyway. But, Gowry is in an interesting category, and I would compare him to a character like Shabriri. Because he has more ability and insight than just a mere worshipper, basically. So we'll get to what that means, but yeah, I want to revisit Gowry. He has a lot of dialogue as Millicent progresses on her journey. Back to Volcano Manor we go. Perhaps the Outer God of Rot themselves? I don't know. Because here's the thing. There isn't really any reason for him to lie to you. Right? So what he tells you, and that he is a sage and he, you know, saw Melania and began to worship her, I don't really see a reason to disbelieve that, I think. That's sort of why I actually think part of that is true. But he really does seem to have some special insight closer to a character like Shabriri rather than just someone who's like, you know, dicking around. Yeah, I'm missing a ton of stuff in Liurnia. I have to go get Terra Magica, for example. There's a cave, there's those Crystallians, there's a lot of like really interesting stuff in that cave, but I don't remember exactly where that is. Liurnia is so vast, it's probably the only area that I don't have like sort of mentally mapped out because of its vastness. Oh, here we go. Okay, that guy's head just exploded in poison. Yeah, Liurnia we'll have to go back to. I'd like to take some time to do that soon, but for now, let's do the Volcano Manor as much as we can. So, these guys only appear here. I looked elsewhere in the game for them. They're looking out somewhere, just constantly looking out. Remember how we talked about how important eyes are and that things sit in the eyes? Frenzy, grace. These guys have poison in their eyes. And they're the only ones here in the Volcano Manor where they worship this serpent. And it's so odd because this serpent is linked to multiple things. It's linked to poison, and it's also linked to fire. But that's the thing that's so special about them, is it's not like they're more like worshippers who did this by choice. Ow. Ooh, Commoner's Headband. A headband that holds cloth in place, standard wear for commoners of the lands between. Only there are no commoners remaining with their wits about them. Like the eggheads from Dark Souls 1? Mm-hmm. Actually, yeah. Speaking of eggheads, there's an NPC that makes me, or not an NPC, an enemy that makes me think of that. He's one of my favorites. He's literally an egghead. Hello, Raya.
Oh, it's you. I'm afraid there is something I must tell you. I was an unwanted child, born not of grace, but of a hideous ritual, something that can never be accepted. Not by men, nor serpents. Even Lady Tanith shouldn't accept me.
Aw, but she does.
I know that you have done so
Sweet
much
girl.
for me, but I wish to ask one last kindness. Kill me, please. I thought that I feared nothing, but this, free me from this accursed frame. I know that you have done so much for me. But I wish to ask one last kindness. Kill me, please. I thought that I feared. Free me.
Okay. We're not gonna do it, obviously. And now we kind of see why Tanith didn't want to tell her. It tortures her and she really doesn't deserve it. Also, yes, not accepted by men or serpents. She's both. And that's what these enemies are called, by the way. They're man serpents. I don't have their lore because I haven't gotten any item yet, but yeah. Hey, thanks so much for the super chat, Pedro. Sorry, I can't read it. But I see Duskbloods. And I'm excited about Duskbloods. Thanks so much. I really appreciate that. But yeah, Gowry is very interesting. Also, it says something about Gowry. Gowry knows that we might want to kill him, but we can't. We don't have access to him. Where's Radon's? There it is. Oh, it's over. Oh my god, I lived. That's shocking. What the? What? That aggro range, damn. Seemed to be okay with her form because she didn't know. She thought she was like... Okay, let's make it an analogy. Let's compare it to something that can happen in the real world. Let's say, you know, you thought that your parents really loved each other and you were a happy, wanted baby and everyone was so happy that you came into the world, and then you find out that your parents were like super fighting with each other and hated each other, and you were not wanted, and it can really fuck with people's self-esteem. It has nothing to do with their life, and it shouldn't, because like they're here, you know, but it can really affect some people. That is a normal response to finding out that what you were told about your life wasn't quite it, right? She's having the same experience, except imagine if instead of, oh, mommy and daddy didn't really like each other so much, it was like, bro, you were created in a ritual and you weren't wanted. You were an unwanted effect of the ritual. Like, of course that would totally mess you up. Fuck it up, snake guy! That's basically what she's going through. We're not gonna kill her. Like Tana said, it's not her fault. Gosh, I love this place. Melania was born with rot. Yes. Nice room filled with bodies. So here's the thing. There are people who chose to live here as far as we can tell, right? They have poison within their eyes. They could have been afflicted by it. It's really hard to tell because that can also happen with frenzy where they become diseased. So maybe they were simply brought here and tortured, but I mean, they sure seem to be worshipping and in raptures. Most of them anyway. Well, let's do Raya's quest, and then we might get some insight into why she feels this way. Oh my gosh, let's go. Man Serpent Ashes. Spirit of a deformed man serpent that wields a whip of magma. It is said that long ago, the elder serpent that dwelled on Mount Gelmir devoured a demigod, and the birth of the man serpents followed. And considering Raya is one of them. Now, Raya looks a little different than the others, right? Like, she's a little bit more of a vivid orange. Her eyes are brighter. Look at bro. Head's still in the egg. Literal egghead. Some people think it's a stone. It could be, but I think it's supposed to be an egg because look at that texture. It looks like a gigantic snake egg. But either way, it's evoking the stone crowns of Rhea Lucaria. So, like, he's doing his best, basically. He also uses a unique staff. This also shows us that the man serpents have intelligence, which we know. And now, after all this, we are in an incredibly gorgeous, decadent throne room. Eating the eggs? I think that might be his egg. Then again, we know that at least one man serpent was born of an amnion, so we don't really know how they're born. Amnion as an amniotic sac, as in the sac that the baby is in a womb. So it's a bit of a distortion because snakes come from eggs, right? So they don't, as far as I know, I don't really know everything about snakes and their life cycle, but I don't think they have an amnion or an amniotic sac. The egg sort of takes that role for them. So snake born of like a mammal womb is like really like, whoa. Yeah, and spirals. Okay. So, tons of spirals. We've seen spirals before. And where's my Godskin sword? Wish I would have found the stream earlier doing my first run. So lost on the lore. Oh, you're in the right place. Although you're on your first playthrough, so I don't want to ruin it. So be careful, because we might talk about later stuff. So enjoy your first playthrough. The run will be here, though. Absolutely. So happy to hear that. Sorry, I'm so excited. My colossals. Where are my colossals? Here. No, that's not it. I tell you, I have the worst memory for where things are stored. It all gets lost in the blur. Those are colossal weapons. Where is the great sword? Wouldn't it be like near the top with Miyazaki's favorite children? There it is. Oh my god. Okay. The sacred sword of the Glomide Queen, who controlled the Godskin Apostles before her defeat at the hands of Malekith. Okay. So, Spiral, again. We know that that was the ruler of the Godskin Apostles and probably the nobles. Everything to do with the Godskins. But we don't know where she ruled. However, here we see a lot of signs of Godskin worship back in the day, although now it's been co-opted. And then we see a throne. Spirals. 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 But what is this material here? It seems to be a pure, like a black with a gentle sheen. Could this perhaps be obsidian? So we can't actually see this seal, but obsidian has been linked to the Godskin since our first encounter with one of their drops. Like, it's literally obsidian is their stone. Obsidian is a volcanic stone as well. And this is the Volcano Manor. The spiral is also very significant, but we get more into spirals and their importance in DLC. But we're just pointing out that there's tons of that iconography here. And so far, this is one of the first spirals that we've seen. Like, we've seen Shard Spiral. Sorry, my eye is really itchy. But other than that, we haven't really seen too many spirals yet. Melina being the Glowmite Queen? Sort of. I had a theory before. I don't know how I feel about it now. I think we'll have to get more into that with A, one of the endings, and B, DLC when we get a little, like a tiny bit more of Melina lore. Not that much. Maybe. I am of two minds. For Melina, I think she's either the sealed power of the Glowmite Queen, but I don't think that the powers were sealed on purpose, right? Like, I had this theory that Marika took the power of her... this is some of my like super early theories, like early Elden Ring, before DLC, before anything, that Marika used her spirit tuning ability to take the spirit of her enemy, the Glowmite Queen, and turn her into a daughter. So she's not literally a daughter, she's just symbolically one. Like the power of the Glowmite Queen reborn. I don't subscribe to that theory anymore because Melina is indeed her daughter, in a more traditional sense, as is Mesmer. And the fact that those are two enemy forces sealed into two children, I don't know. Some people think that she did that to her kids on purpose. Like she used them to put her enemies away. I don't think that fits with the Marika that we know. Like, I don't think that fits with her lore, because that wouldn't be a fate that she would want for her children. I think it happened because of her nature, if that makes more sense. So as a result, I don't think that Melina was an intentional creation of the Glowmite Queen or anything like that. So basically no, but I do think that she has whatever's left of her in her, the same way that Mesmer does the serpent. We also know that so many of her children are cursed, and some of those curses are conscious. Like, someone cursed Marika because they hated her, and that curse came out in her children, and it's like a really devastating punishment for both the child and for the mother. But I don't think it was something that she did to her kids effectively. So anyway, basically no, but like I said, like, if you don't know what I'm talking about, we're not there yet. This one took 2 keys. This is super sealed in here. Pretty much all of the children are cursed. Only one we don't know that's cursed is Godwyn. Also, sad thing, the children of Marika and Radagon are all cursed because they're children of Marika. All the children of Marika that we know of are also cursed. But as far as we know, none of the children of Radagon are cursed. But as far as we know, Radagon never cared about any of his children with Renala. Oh shit, here we go. A seedbed curse. Here, at the bottom of this pile of filth, sealed away. What would they seal away in the Volcano Manor? A place where they do all this awful shit. This room was sealed away. So let's think. There have been 2 Stone Sword key rooms in Volcano Manor, unless I'm forgetting one. I think it's been 2. One of them sealed an Erd Tree talisman, which makes sense because this is a treasure of the Erd Tree and thus they would want nothing to do with it. The other one sealed this thing with 2 keys at the bottom, just like locked it the hell away. Speaking of curses, good timing. Curse grown on a corpse killed and defiled by the Dung Eater, a tender pox afflicted with omen horns. The Dung Eater cultivates the seedbed curse on corpses. By doing so, he prevents dead souls returning to the Erd Tree, leaving them forever cursed, one of the most loathsome things found in all the lands between. Even the Volcano Manor is like, yikes with that. One of my favorite things is paying attention to what is locked away in various places, because it's like, why would they lock this away? Well, seedbed curse. Even the Volcano Manor is like, ugh. Pox as in sickness. Dung Eater is cultivating curses, and the form the curse takes is omen horns specifically. Omens are cursed. They are not natural. Horns are natural, but omen are not. I for one still think the Melina is a spirit construct child theory is spot on. I think it just doesn't fit with what we know now, because like the idea when I didn't know about Mesmer, the idea of turning an enemy into a child, like a spirit tuned child, made sense. But Melina was just the younger child of another child Melina was the younger sibling of another of Marika's children. They were both just 2 more cursed children to add to the list. So, I don't know. The Marika that we know of cares of her children. Like, I know that's a really, when I say that, I always gonna be like, but how? No, she did. This is like a key part of her lore. The problem is that it didn't matter. Horrible things happened to them anyway, and to her, by no fault of their own. Her fault, yes, but the thing is, it's like her other option was simply die. That's the situation that she's in. It's such a cursed family, and it's just so devastating. So it's like, because she destroyed her enemies, Marika, because she removed threats to the people that she cared about, all of her children were cursed. That to me fits more with the story that we encounter, rather than her turning an enemy into an ally. It sort of fit with one like impression of her. Yeah, exactly. Omen are just horn sent by another name. They only look the way they do because they're inbred sewer people, not by their own choice. They're not inbred sewer people. They're just people who were born with horns. So like the family was not Omen. They had no horns. They were just people of the Erd Tree, and then their child was born with horns all over their body. And even the horn scent don't have that. The horn scent cursed the people of the Erd Tree. The horn scent are also particularly good at curses. I think is a big reason why theirs is more successful than any other, because a lot of groups of people cursed the people of the Erd Tree and despised them and wanted them dead and destroyed, but few people are as vicious as the horn scent are and talented at curses. So anyway, also, well, we'll see. Listen, this is like really deep lore, but basically it no longer makes sense to me that Marika would be like, I have an enemy, I have a child, I'm gonna go stick an enemy in my child and seal them up. That does not fit the Marika we know. It just doesn't make sense with her psychology, her behavior toward her children. And I know every time I talk about this, I get like, what about the Omen twins? Yeah, I know, we'll talk about the Omen twins, but I don't think... Omen twins, or not Omen twins, Omen in general, and the Misbegotten are very often linked together. In the game's descriptions, like they're both said to be impure and stuff, but they have a different origin. And I think that that's interesting that the game links them together, even though they are meant to be distinct, in my opinion. And I think the reason for that is because they get a similar treatment from a similar source. They were reviled for a different reason. Marika was a Glowmide Queen for abandoning the Godskins to form the Golden Order. I don't think so, just because I had a theory that the Glowmide Queen was the previous ruler of the Godskins because of the story cutscene. We'll take a little pause to talk about this stuff. I know this is really deep lore. I know we're gonna get to all this, like we're gonna talk about it as we go through it, but like this is just interesting discussion now that we're here in what I believe is the center of power of the Glowmide Queen. This is most likely where she ruled. This was her territory. It is now abandoned and someone else lives here. Rykard, specifically. That is very similar to Stormvale, where someone else lived here. They were destroyed by Godfrey, and now Godric lives here. There were so many enemies to the Erdtree. They were everywhere. So I had this theory because if we watch the story cutscene for Shadow of the Erdtree, which I think we actually will do before we start Shadow of the Erdtree, it depicts the Gate of Divinity, but it's like fleshy and horrible, and there's like skinned bodies everywhere. And some people read this and they're like, oh, Marika killed all these people. I'm like, no, this is the Gate of Divinity, the previous divinity who Marika defeated. This was what their whole shit looked like. And it looked like a bunch of skinned bodies. Who likes skinning bodies? The Glowmide Queen. So we know that she was an Empyrean. We know that she had to be defeated, and it's very much that defeat marked Marika ascending to godhood properly and sealing the Rune of Death. They're very much like linked. Like she beats the Glowmide Queen, Rune of Death becomes god, Rune of Death sealed. That's like sort of the way it goes, right? However, this made me think, oh, maybe that was like the previous Hornsent ruler, because isn't that an interesting thing? The Hornsent, as far as we know, don't have a ruler. We don't know who ruled them. We don't know who was their, like, lord. We just know that they were always making gods. Oh, this is another part of my theory, that the reason they were constantly trying to make gods is because their ruler liked to skin them. Right? Like, imagine if the Glowmide Queen ruled the Hornsent. Wouldn't that make sense? They're creating divinities specifically for their main goddess to tear off their skin and wear it. Right? So I was like, okay, this some pieces are like coming together here, but no volcano, no obsidian, no hide nor hair of Glowmide Queen in the DLC, and then there's a Volcano Manor, which has every sign of being the place where she ruled. So I think the Hornsent leader, whoever it was, we just don't know about them. They just aren't really important to the story. But either way, the Glowmide Queen was very important. It's just, it was a very long time ago. So, yeah, I think that's something that I'm going to look into in the DLC as well. But it just, to me, it doesn't really make sense. If the Shadowlands were where she was a divinity, why was her home way up here? Did she have two homes? I don't think so. Still, it really does fit the whole Hornsent behavior. But there's a lot of figures that are very nebulous that we don't know much about. The Glowmide Queen just happens to be one where we still see signs of her influence. We still have godskins around, right? There's still skinning rituals. The Volcano Manor still has a godskin noble in it, right? Things like that. Wonder who her lord was. Yeah, there's also like the god needs a lord, but that isn't always true. So we can't follow that because the Placidusax is a god who is also a lord, as far as we can tell. But yeah, anyway, so that's something we can look at with the DLC. Yeah. Melon is the Glowmide Queen? Well, but she's also Marika's child. So how does that make sense, right? Like, it's so easy to be like, oh, she's got the purple eyes, so she's like, I get it. Like, I had a whole theory about that. I'm not even saying I dismiss my own theory. I just think other things need more weight than that. Whatever is left of the Glowmide Queen, because you have to remember, this is very, oh, this is something good to talk about. Yo, Butters, first of all, Thanks so much for the gifted subs. I appreciate that so much. Thank you so much for supporting the stream. My goodness. Welcome, new butterflies. Goodness. Welcome, everybody. Enjoy your ad-free viewing and emotes. Next time I go BRB, you won't have any ads, thanks to Butters. Okay. Sorry, what was I going to talk about? In Dark Souls, one of the major themes is that nothing is destroyed. It is simply reborn. So in Dark Souls 1, we fight these bosses, and then in Dark Souls 2, their souls, weakened, still reassert themselves in spiritual successors. And it's actually a really cool part of the game is that it's been so long, but those parts of them still exist, right? It's very much about how, like, cells are not destroyed, they are just, they change form sort of thing. Now, in this game, we have something similar, except what we do with the power is that we consume it, and it can also consume us back. That is a major theme. Dragon hearts, this whole thing with Godric grafting Tarnished onto himself. There's a major theme of consumption, consuming others, gaining their power in various forms, and also there's costs to it. If you eat dragon hearts, you gain immense power, but you will become one, right? It's like what you eat doesn't just become a passive part of you. Like, imagine if you ate a banana and you turned into a banana. Do you know, like, that's what's happening in this place. It's very weird and twisted. But even as a tarnished, ooh, that's important. I'm waiting for bro to show up.
Please kill him. That horrendous serpent. Praetor Rykard.
So if we're talking about these super powered beings, these beings that are like akin to gods, influenced by weird space beings that that can cause rot and all this crazy stuff and spread like illness, who's to say that just because you defeat someone doesn't mean that they're not gone, right? And that's a big issue, is that in Elden Ring, we know that people who seek power, there's often a cost to it, right? The primeval sorcerers, they become like, they turn to stone. They are both fearful and beguiled by the abyss. The moon bewitches people. Like, there's always some sort of like dark side to everything happening here. So if the Glowmite Queen was defeated, what happened to what is her essence? And could it reassert itself? Presumably yes, especially with people who are as malleable as the Newman. And I think that's a huge part of the reason why all of Marika's children are cursed with various things, is because shaman flesh blends well with others. But anyway, that's major DLC stuff, so we'll talk about that. But I don't think it's, like, just to say she is the Glowmite Queen, like, okay, but I feel like people say that too easily without backing it up. Like, oh, she's got the eye, she's the same. And I'm like, okay, but like, so what happened to the Glowmite Queen? Was she intentionally sealed into Melina? Was she spirit tuned into a new form? Was she a curse placed on Marika by the Glowmite Queen and came out in the form of Melina? Like, yes, she might be the Glowmite Queen, but what does that mean? You know what I mean? We have concrete evidence of this with the Fell God, for instance. There's no way to get rid of it. It'll manifest elsewhere according to item descriptions. Oh, dang. I don't remember the manifesting elsewhere. Do you remember what item description that is? Mesmer is one-eyed too? Yeah, because something is sealed within his eye, and it is another enemy. It is a serpent. So... you tell us. Well, I'm not saying the Melon is the Glowmite Queen. People in chat are, so I'm like, if you want to, like, by all means, like, I kind of agree with that, but I just think we can't talk about it yet. And it's just very easy. People will say just like, well, obviously this, but they won't go deeper into it. There's so many ways that could have happened. And that's the problem that I have with lore discussion, is a lot of the time people just be like, who is the Glowmite Queen? People go, Melina! And it's like, you really got to quantify a statement like that. Really, there's so much more to it. We never find a Black Knife assassin in any of the Night Cities. If they stayed away or if they were forced to keep them out of the plot. Oh, that's a good point. Yeah, they're said to be scions. I really wonder if they're not just still fleeing. You know? Yeah, I definitely think that the children are all cursed with various enemies that have been defeated by Marika in order to, ironically, protect her people. And that's sort of the really sad thing, is she defeated all... She didn't do it personally, though. We know this. And that's what's so interesting, that all of them managed to curse her line, though. So maybe that was a sacrifice that she needed to make. Like, defeat enemies... Then again, think about this. We kill a boss and we take their runes and we get their remembrance. It could also have something to do with the remembrances, because everyone is remembered by the Erd Tree. Even Rykard. The Erd Tree remembers all, because it is the crucible, the bed of life that everything returns to. Oh, actually, that really does answer that. Yeah. If you defeat someone, you get their remembrance. It is hewn into the Erd Tree. The Erd Tree accepts all. But I do think there's a caveat to that, though, because I feel like the Elden Ring is like a series of rules that were written on who is accepted under the Order and who isn't. What about Mikola? Is he cursed by an enemy? Well, we just don't know where the nascence comes from. For all we know, there's like a baby, you know, greater will out there who's like, I'm gonna make you baby. Right? Besides, we also know that most of the children of Marika are also children of Marika and Radagon, and thus they're the children of one being, thus making them cursed. Yeah. Flame of the Fell God and topically the remembrance of the fire giant itself. I guess I just don't remember that detail. That is interesting. Sort of like birth defects, but like... like supercharged magical versions of ones, I guess. Yeah. Something like that, though. But yeah, absolutely. Okay. Anyway, this guy showed up. He wants us to kill Rykard.
You're tarnished.
Which means you weren't.
Here to put the demigods to the sword. Then please, kill the great serpent. The one that devoured Praetor Rykard. I left the serpent-slaying spear in the Lord's chamber. Worthy tarnished. Brandish the spear and run him through. The great serpent. That unspeakable monstrosity.
This is one of Rykard's soldiers. He's wearing his armor. He doesn't have the helmet, but he has the armor on. And this is, if I remember correctly, I'm trying to think, we haven't seen any of his soldiers because all of his soldiers abandoned him because he became such a heretic. And he also says that we are tarnished. He recognizes who we are and what we are, and he says that we are here to put the demigods to the sword. Everyone knows what the tarnished represent. Everyone... Well, that makes sense that everyone hates us.
Praetor Rykard's ambitions, though blasphemous, marked him a worthy sovereign, but they were reduced to gluttonous depravity once he gave himself to the serpent. Whatever that thing is, it is no longer Praetor Rykard. Someone must kill him to spare him and his ambitions from further dishonor. Worthy tarnished.
Okay, heard that.
I left the serpent-slaying spear in the Lord's chamber. It is the only thing that can kill that horror. Run it through. The great serpent, that unspeakable unspeakable monstrosity.
Rykard is a little bit of a gimmick fight with the weapon, so he's introducing you to the mechanic, like use the special weapon there. And it's also preparing you for it because you're probably going to go fight him soon. Whether you approach or whether you do the quest, you get this dialogue the same way. It's also so interesting because he says we have to kill the serpent, but we also have to destroy Praetor Rykard. They are one and the same. That whatever Rykard is now, it's not who he was. And I think that that's really interesting to compare to Godwyn when we get to Godwyn. So we'll talk about that when we see it, but just keep it in mind like how similar that is. That Godwyn is no longer Godwyn and has been reborn into something else. And all the people that used to follow Godwyn, well, at least most of them, don't follow Godwyn anymore or want him to return to what he was, but he also has a lot of followers in his new form, just like Rykard.
Worthy it is the ran it through.
It's just as my noble brother says. I'm a complete fool. I can't believe I thought I could become a champion.
Your brother, Juno Hoslow, the one who's my next target?
Perhaps I am a fool after all. No, it's worse than that.
Okay, yeah.
What an easy mark
I know, okay. I know, VA kills it. FromSoft, I love FromSoft VA because they just hire the right person. Do you know what I mean? Like, they never do the whole, let's just hire a celebrity to do it. You know, I love that. They just hire the person that can do a good job. They don't pick a name. Like, half these people who work in From Software games are just, we don't even know if they had any other roles because they're very, very, very minor. And I love that. They just pick good people. Isn't it hilarious that Ronnie's the one who explains the Night of the Black Knives? Oh yeah, I remember. And then someone killed Godwyn the Golden, says Ronnie. Ronnie. Anyway, he is a ghost. He's a lot like the Wandering Mausoleums. He's got this like defeated pose. He left the serpent-slaying greatsword or like weapon in the Lord's chamber. So I think he was trying to kill the serpent and he died. I don't know. And that's why he's like still here, because it's like his last will is to... It's sort of like your typical, the ghost is still here because his will has yet to be done and he died trying to kill the serpent. And it's interesting, he saw it as a way to avenge his lord. Probably, anyway. Like, kill the horror, but also, like, restore what Rykard was. Okay, so, for better or worse, that is the end of the Volcano Manor, because if we go any further, we will skip the rest of the Volcano Manor quest, which is really cool, so we have to keep doing that. So, I think it's time to do some Liurnia exploration. This place has a lot, and a lot of it also is, well, weird. There is a cavern under Rea Lucaria that is important. It leads to the bell tower. That could be fun to do. I think it's around like here or something. And then, wasn't there something else that someone was saying was in Liurnia? And I was like, oh, I need to get that, and then I forgot what it was now. What could you find there? Where? Hey, I'm glad you're enjoying it, Coma. I like doing these runs. Oh, wait. I found this. Oh my god. Oh, I totally forgot about this, Grace. This is the one that makes it so easy to get to the rose. I knew I was missing one. Cat talisman we got. Ronnie's questline? I'm actually going to go visit Celavis now you mention it. Because I'm waiting until we do a little bit of Celavis' stuff. Now there's something else in the area. Ooh, Miranda flowers. Miranda flowers absorb their surroundings really, really well. The ones in Liurnia are blue and use sorcery on us. They blend very well with their environment. And they're also flowers. There's lore in that. Sword like Albinarix? I'm thinking more like Shaman and Newman. Okay, I remember it might be here. I'm not 100% sure. This is just from memory. And this is like first playthrough memory, and I missed a lot in Liurnia, so... Okay. Oh. Yeah, this one's hard to miss. That's good. I'm out of keys? Really? Oh my god, I had so many. Oh no. Man, they go fast. Shit. I've been buying like all the ones I can think of. Well, that's unfortunate. Is it about Shaman Newman? So after playing Night Rain, I had this moment where I was like, oh, the Balancers bloom like flowers. That's weird. Haha. Wow, their story sure does evoke Marika's. Haha. And then I had this moment of like, am I stupid? And I realized something that I should have realized while playing Elden Ring. The fucking Newman are, especially Marika's line, they're fucking tree people. Marika is a tree. Her grandma is a tree. Melania blooms like a flower. Trina is a flower. Godwyn becomes like a tree. Godric grafts himself like a tree. And I'm like, all along, they've been plant people. And then we have Mirandas, which are man-eating flowers that also bleed. And I'm like, what if they're... It's just another aspect of the Crucible. Plants. So anyway, I'm gonna do, like, that's part of the reason I'm doing this run. That's one of the things we're gonna outline is all the flower children. And it's something I really want to do a video on because I'm like, I can't believe I never realized this. Like, I thought Melania bloomed because she was rotted. She bloomed because she's a child of Marika. One of the aspects of the Crucible is straight up a flower. That's why there are cracks on Marika Radigan in the final boss fight and in the trailer. Yeah, they're like petrified wood because they're wood. They're tree. Okay, the problem is now I don't remember what I was looking for other than that cave I just found, and I can't go into it. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna do a quick visit of each of the merchants to see if maybe they're selling stone sword keys that I couldn't buy because I didn't have the money. Oh, I forgot about a merchant. Oh yes, perfect.
Greetings, my fellow. How can I help?
You cannot help me. Except for actually you can. Do I want to commit to the Great Stars though? I don't know. I want to use other weapons. For now, these are fine. They're doing fine for me. Was it the Sage's set? Hey, that could be it. Where is the Sage's set? Yes. I can look it up, but if someone happens to know off the top of their head. Radigan Talisman is flower parts? Although the Newman also, keep in mind, they came from another world. So they're rather unique even in the lands between. Then again, there's not even... That's not even weird. There's fucking people who came from space. So actually, that's not even weird. That lady from Greek myth that turns into a tree? I don't know. But yeah, isn't that neat? It's one of my favorite new theories. I was talking about it during Night Rain, and we will be talking about what exactly that means. It's freaking mind-blowing. Okay, first we're gonna go try to buy stone sword keys, though. So this merchant, I haven't been to in a while, so maybe, hopefully they're selling a key. I didn't have many runes when I was here, so I couldn't just buy everything. Man, they gotta get someone to mow this fucking lawn.
But unusual to this age.
Oh, a key! Oh my god, huge. Okay. And the Fanged in Ashes, which I read. Wait, Fevor's cookbook. Okay, chat, I think I just forgot to visit this guy. I actually shouldn't have skipped that dialogue. So, my bad. I thought I'd been here. It turns out I don't think I was, actually. I think I missed this guy. Yeah, I remember I did Yura's quest and then I just left. So, he's just one of the other merchants, but he has some interesting items. Alright, I just wanted to, like, kill you quickly. Did that dog just get attacked? That's crazy. I think I know where that is. Thank you. Yeah, I just haven't been here. Okay. Fanged Imp Ashes. Ashen remains in which spirits yet dwell, used to summon 2 Fanged Imp Ashes. These spirits are well suited to causing a disturbance, moving nimbly like pests and hurling magic pots. The 2 imps seem fond of each other's company. Trina's Lily, St. Trina's Arrow, which we've read, the Meteor Bolt for the Full Moon Crossbow, and then Fevor's Cookbook 2. A record of crafting techniques left by a man who is utterly captivated by St. Trina. He continued the search for her in his slumber. Soporific Grease, Drawstring Soporific Grease, Sleepbone Arrow Fletched, and Sleepbone Bolt. Sleep stuff. And then we get the blue cloth outfit, which is the warrior starting class. Yeah, I think it's warrior. Yes, warrior starting class. Cowl of a nomadic warrior. The blue color of its fabric symbolizes brisk waters as fluid and flowing as the sword in the hand of its wearer. Just as still waters turn foul, stagnation leads to decay. Warriors must remain ever drifting. So, this is garb worn by the same tribe, I would say, that managed to...
Have a safe journey.
What is his name? The blind swordsman who trained Melania and received a sword. Hang on, where is it? Blind swordsman was the originator of this technique. It's wearing the set. Yeah, it's a gorgeous set. It's one of the prettiest sets for sure. The blue dancer charm also depicts this set. The dancer in blue represents a fairy who in legend bestowed a flowing sword upon a blind swordsman. Blade in hand, the swordsman sealed away an ancient god, a god that was rot itself. And as if that wasn't enough, though born into the accursed rot, when the young girl encountered her mentor and his flowing blade, she gained wings of unparalleled strength. This man taught Melania. He also sealed away the god of rot. Like, it's the same guy. And this is the tribe, this is the garb that his tribe wears, the blue dancer cowl. Blue bee, there it is. Still water runs foul, stagnation leads to decay, and hence they are nomadic. It also always reminded me a lot of Wilder's set, the blue, in Night Rain. And they're also nomadic warriors, so it's pretty interesting. Okay, I got a stone sword key. That's awesome. But I had like literally 10, and now I have, you know, 2. And I'm about to use them, so let's go see if we can get some. The Dancer of Rana? Probably. But we'll get to it. DLC. One of Melina's incantations is a Tree of Light. Yes. And that incantation is similar to Marika's signature, which is
Trade again.
the kindness of gold without order. Yeah, it conjures a spirit tree, basically. Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, oh, I already bought this one. Okay. We'll just have to get more. Let's go do this dungeon then. This is really neat. The quickest way is probably here. Wilder and Duchess also both cover their eyes. Wilder is just wearing armor, but yes. Duchess, though, it's less as her role of Duchess and more that's because she is the priestess. Covered eyes represent faith, effectively. And also hidden knowledge, right? She has access to the divine as the priestess, which is why she has that. Which is also actually something I really want to talk about in Night Rain, but like I said, that's going to be part of the lore run, but it's going to be in a different form. Another double seal. Expensive. Academy Crystal Cave. So I think this is locked up for a similar reason than Ray Lucaria is. They just like sealed all their doors, this one included, but let's find out. Maybe there's something else secret in here. God, their silhouettes look so cool. Like, in a silly, goofy way, but still cool. Like, they're so recognizable, you know? Sup, nerds? The lighting and everything. Oh, love it. Got my cat ear helmet, yeah. How do I get to Noxtella? Man, I'm having a moment. I don't remember how we access Noxtella. What is this, a house for nerds? Oh damn, he's real tall. Yeah, Ronnie's, gotcha. I was like, I feel like I could do it by now, and I could. I'm just holding off on Ronnie's quest for the time being. I remember this is tricky. Is it here? There it is. Okay, not that tricky. But I remember it, so... Yeah, that was one of the School of... Do I have that garb? Oh, right. I don't think I have that garb yet. Chat, where do we get the Battle Mage garb? I know about the Conspectus, though. That is the, those are the judges. Ooh, a crystal staff. Staff fashioned from pure crystal, a deed impossible for a human, enhances Crystallian sorceries. The Crystallian's faint cogitation is known as the Wisdom of Stone. This staff can only be wielded by those of intellect high enough to grasp such wisdom. An Altus near Goldmass. Okay, then I'm missing it. Wait a second. Yep. I don't remember. Look at this. It's actually such a cool cave. Of course, it's Liurnia, so like we're a little overpowered for it, to put it mildly. I know, this might be one of the most aesthetic rooms. Like, I love this place. And it's just a random cave. Again. Over-leveled plus, you know, strike damage. Precisely. It's nice. Altus near Goldmask. I don't remember. Like, I have no memory of a battle mage near there. And the elevator keeps on going. Too bad it's not a nice view today. As usual, it's raining. We're back in Raya Lucaria. At the top of the bell tower. Terra Magica. Oh, also crystal release from the Crystallians. Sorcery of the mysterious Crystallians creates a massive crystal, then shatters it to scour a wide area with a violent rain of crystal shards. This sorcery is used by high-ranking adepts among the Crystallians. Some also call this sorcery the Crystal Sun. Ah. Interesting. Sun is in a star? Okay, okay. I mean, that's what it is. And then, Terra Magica. One of the glintstone sorceries of the Academy of Raya Lucaria draws an Academy sigil upon the ground, raising the magic strength of those within. Once, the sigil would be cast from the highest belfry of the Academy, covering the entire institution's grounds. This spell allows such vivid experience of spellcasting success, it turns many a fledgling into a true sorcerer in a flash of newfound understanding. Dude, imagine if your school had a fucking int buff cast on the ground. I would pay extra for a school like that. And I didn't pay for school. Well, I paid for uni, but you know what I mean. Imagine. Ground-based int buff. That's why they cast it. That's why it's here at the top of the bell tower, because they cast it around the entire school, so everyone will get a huge int buff. It's amazing. Have to go through that cave just to get up here? Who knows? Maybe it has something to do with the fact that the Crystallians are down here, though. Because remember, the whole purpose of the school was built so they could understand... it's sort of like Bergenworth in that it was founded to... Well, actually, we don't really know why Bergenworth was founded. This school, we know why it was founded. They were studying the primeval current. They wanted to understand space, basically. And effectively, turn into stars, because that's what the founders did. Oh, I missed a room. Well, that's helpful. That's hugely helpful. Oh, we do it. It's a 2-foot circle. Yeah. It'd be too OP otherwise. It could also have something to do with the fact that it was cast on the highest belfry, though. You have to remember, Raya Lucaria was built to be a sorcery school, so maybe that's why. Like, there's something special about its creation. I mean, look at it. When you look at Raya Lucaria, when you first walk in, there's like blue glints. There's like magic in the air. It's visible. So, special place. It could also have something to do with the height that it was cast at, that it's like different, you know? Okay, glad I got a Stone Sword key back. Let's go visit Celavis, everyone's favorite piece of garbage. It was built on a lake of rot. I'm wondering if they would have known that. They might not have. Really? Because you gotta remember, the astrologers lived on the mountaintops. Pretty outside their purview. Oh, whoops. That's not where I meant to go. But actually, we can go... Wait. No, we can't. We have this... We have the Finger Slayer blade. We can't tell her yet. Raya Lucaria is just Royal Caria with a bit of linguistic drift. Raya Lucaria. A lot of linguistic drift, but I can hear it. What is this place? It's the Royal Carians. Raya Lucaria? Sick. More obvious in the Japanese.
Begging for another lesson so soon? There remains much to be done. Make it quick.
I so want to kill him. About the scheme.
Perhaps you'd be interested in a little scheme of mine. It will produce the finest of puppets.
Rose whispering in my ear.
Which I aspire to cherish with these very hands. A ploy to fool even Lady Rani. How does that sound?
I'm not interested.
Very good. A wise choice indeed. You passed my little test with flying colors. I was merely gauging your loyalty to Lady Rani.
It's a test.
Well done. I'm very proud of you. Let's both do our utmost in service of Our Lady.
He is the worst. Oh, it was a test. Freaking liar.
Ah, might you be interested after all in a fine scheme to sport with Lady Rani?
Oh, it's just some sport. I'm not interested.
All right, enough of these games. Your test is well and truly over. Wag your tail for master all you like, but your loyalty is merely blind. I fear your wretched provinciality is apt to burst. You're oozing at the seams.
Yeah. How many people just never hear this dialogue because they never say no to bro? You're oozing at the seams.
Ah, might you be interested after all in a fine scheme to sport with Lady Rani?
Okay, once more. Just I need to hear it.
All right, enough of these games. Your test is well and truly over. Wag your tail for master all you like, but your loyalty is merely blind. I fear your wretched provinciality is apt to burst. You're oozing at the seams.
Oh, God. All right, all right, all right.
Ah, Might you be interested after
He's so
all
thirsty.
in a fine scheme to sport with Lady Rani?
I just don't want you to be locked out of anything. I'm interested.
I knew I had you pegged.
You had me what?
You're just like me. Then I'd like you to procure something. A rather unique starlight shard that glistens with amber. With that, my special draft will gleam with nectar sweetness. And even a demigod would be slave to its charms.
About Amber Starlight.
Procure it for me. The rather unique starlight shard that glistens with amber. With that, my special draft will gleam with nectar sweetness. And even a demigod would be slave to its charms.
We're gonna need this in a minute. Yes, you can undo all of your crimes with Celestial do. We're gonna get some real fun dialogue.
A fine day to your worship. Please, choose whatever you like.
I'm gonna say I like sports. He said it's just some fine sport. So we get this map. I think he might mention Pydia if we don't already buy it. Honestly, I don't remember, unfortunately. And now where is the map? Damn it, I don't remember where it is. Is it a usable item?
Please.
I did buy it, right? Yeah. Is it? I just want to show it. Very last tab. Oh, there it is. It's opened. It's a different symbol. Yeah, right here. It was right here. I just passed it. The weathered map depicts streaks of amber light. I genuinely don't know how the frick we're supposed to... Like, I'm normally pretty good about vague maps, but this one, absolutely, I did not see this. But that's what I'm supposed to see. So let's go. I've done this quest a couple times because it's funny. Yeah, it's real creepy. Yeah. However, it leads to a very fine result, and we will do it because of this. I don't know why that one just didn't click in my brain. Normally I can figure them out. This one I couldn't. So be it. It'd be like that sometimes. The amber starlight here on a statue of a girl with one arm hugging a child protectively. We know that's Melania, but we don't know enough about Mikola yet. But yeah, this is a statue of them that we only see in one other place in the game. Amber starlight, an ephemeral sliver that gives off a pale amber glow, what remains of a passing flash of starlight. If the stars command our fates, then amber-hued stars must command the fates of the gods. Such is the belief that inspired the use of these shards to prepare a most special draft. Cannot be consumed by mere humans. That she's supposed to have 2 arms? No. It's very notable that the arm is simply missing. It's not rotted. Like, no other part of the statue is damaged. Also, if you see, you can see what look like veins on one half of the statue, like growing up it, as if depicting, like, rot. Melania is famously one-armed. We also know that she had a twin, but we just don't know very much. Also, a ton of sacramental buds, believed to originate long ago from a strain of buds cultivated with youthful sacramental blood. And Melania's children, such as Millicent, are said to be buds. Children that were created when she bloomed. Okay, I have to find where this battle mage is. There we go. Okay. It's hard to find sometimes when you don't use Fextrix. Fextrix sucks. Road of Iniquity, Side Path, Grace. Road of Iniquity is this one. Up on a hill behind the bridge? It was just straight up here and I just missed them somehow? Okay. What do the buds bloom into? I mean, they're just buds, but they're probably the same strain that grew into the Halig tree. A Stillwater Kid. Okay. And then we go up here. I probably was pretty close to him. I don't remember this. Like, I really don't remember this guy. I don't know why. I normally remember little things. Yo, Master MPS, thanks for the 10 gifted memberships. I appreciate it so much. Welcome, YouTube folks. I mean, I don't think I was down here. Maybe not. There he is. Yeah, I have no memory of this guy. Goodness. I must have done this, but... YouTube has behaved today? Yeah, YouTube has behaved today. And as a result, y'all get memberships. Enjoy your emos. Thanks so much for supporting the stream, Master MPS. Alrighty. The Gavel of Haima. Haima Glintstone Crown. One of the Glintstone Crowns bestowed upon Area Lucaria scholars whose pursuits were deemed worthy. Increases intelligence and strength to the detriment of FP. Scholars of the Haima Conspectus sought the power to quell conflict and to this end study the sorceries of cannon fire and the gavel. Battle mage robe, tattered from being worn on the battlefield. Whenever war broke out and the academy sealed its gates, only Haima scholars dared venture outside. Seclusion is no way to foster discovery. It is only a convenient form of escape. I mean, it makes sense. Raya Lucaria, as far as we can tell, accomplished nothing in that entire time. They just locked away Renala, and then they just stood there and studied and did nothing. Nothing at all. While the whole shattering was happening. There's no discoveries that we can find. Like, apparently just Lusat and Azur grew a little bit more stony. That's it. They didn't do a very good job at anything. So it makes sense that the battle mages kind of had a point. Okay. Just sort of cements the Haima Conspectus. We've seen them before. We've talked about them. They quell conflict with hammers made of magic. And then there's Stillwater Cave. Okay. The problem is... just want to make sure so we're not running around too much, because this is sort of like some cleanup stuff, but it's very important. I see. Okay. It's where I thought. You have a favorite NPC? I like so many of the characters in this game. Probably Blythe or Alexander or Millicent or... I know, it's like already 3. But they're all so neat. Or Roderica or Nefel. It's really hard. I don't think I can pick one favorite. Oh, and of course, Patches. I love Patches. Hammer magic seems to be an evolution of the Karian sword spells. Maybe, like, they're similar. But Haima was apparently, like, we don't see them out. Holy shit, that scared the beast out of me. Aw, ye. There's so many freaking caves in this game, oh gosh. Gavel seems mechanically similar to Dark Edge. I don't remember. I'm not very good at remembering spells in Souls at all, so I will take your word for it though. But in terms of Karian sword sorcery and its link, it's hard to say because they like to quell conflict. But they're not allied with the Karians. It's possible they learn them. They seem to be doing their own thing, though. They're a weird part of the school for sure. We know there was a conspectus that studied Karian sword sorcery. They specifically allied with Caria, even in Raya Lucaria, and the Raya Lucarians were not happy about that. They wield gavels because they're like judges, effectively. They decide, they quell conflict by deciding the resolution, like a judge. Wait, you're alive? I thought you were deceased. Oh. Oh. like the big pink flowers that eat you. Can I craft poison fixie thingies? I hope so. Toxic mushroom. Okay. Oh yeah, another reason the Miranda flowers are so interesting is that they cast that weird light spell. They just like pull pillars of divine light down, and it's like, how the frick can they do that? Well, it's not dissimilar from like the Newman who can create trees, but almost in reverse. It's a flower doing it, so basically it just seems to be their form of a crucible spell. Crucible spell? Oh dang, I forgot we get it in the DLC, right? Yeah, I just totally forgot. I really don't remember the DLC. No memory of it. I have to really do a nice deep dive this run. A clean rot knight. The winged sword insignia? That's where we get it? Oh, I totally forgot. A talisman depicting a raised prosthetic blade, an honor bestowed upon the knights who fought alongside Melania the Severed. Raises attack power with successive attacks. The wings symbolize Melania and her undefeated prowess. Though she never knew relief from the accursed rot she was born into, her blade was forever beautiful and relentless. Oh boy, do we ever know it or what, chat? My god. So I didn't find the Sage's set. It's in here somewhere. I just don't know where. So we'll explore a little bit more before I go back. Is this another path? Nope. Yeah, Melania the Severed. We hear many names for her. The One-Winged Valkyrie, Melania the Severed. There is also in Shaded Castle, we hear her called the Severed Harpy, which is sort of like a bastardization of her name as the Valkyrie. Harpies being, you know, angry winged women. They're like bird women or something. I forget the exact origin of the harpies. Although I think actually aren't the Furies harpies? Like super ones? Okay, so I jumped down, but I actually shouldn't have. Everdark Balancers are harpies? I mean, they're depicted as angels. I know they become, like, their sort of potential true form is very vicious, but I don't think that that's necessarily, like... Because remember their origin. It just meant to insult her. The Shaded Castle just calls her that because the guy's salty. Alright, found it! The Sage set. A burgundy pointed hood, attire of the wise sages who were deemed heretical, evidence that the wearer was driven from town. Wear this to show that you can't come back to town. Alright. So, it makes sense that they live where no one else really is anymore. Think of the Balancers more as Valkyries? Yeah, they're depicted as sort of both, though. Like, they're very angelic, but they fight. Valkyries were winged women who... So, they... Okay, the depiction of angels as winged ladies, of course, as we say, not biblically accurate, right? Angels are like unknowable, crazy, like whoa, right? So it likely comes from, actually, I don't know if that's what the origin is Valkyries. Valkyries were women who basically, they took the spirits of the dead in Norse myth where they were meant to go. They mainly came for the warriors. Everyone had to be a warrior, though. And they took them to Valhalla. But I think they also took some to Freya. Not Freya. What's her name? Maybe it was Freya's realm. Man, I'm forgetting my Norse myth. Either way, there's different realms, and all of them are like 4 different things. Like Valhalla was like for partying, but there was also Freya's realm, and they were like her, not really soldiers, but though they are like women and they are warriors, they're also depicted as like merciful, but they also, there's like depictions of them being almost like the fates, but rather than spinning with thread, they spin with like the innards of humans and stuff. Like they're really metal. They're pretty cool. That's it. Vanaheim. It was like a split. They had like a deal. Someone to Valhalla, someone to Vanaheim. There's also the Furies in Greek myth, who are also depicted as winged women, but they're like vengeful creatures that are very, like, they're beings of revenge. Like if you betray your family or break an oath or something, like the Furies will come after you for it. So be careful. You can't stop them, sort of thing, right? Okay, I feel like that's really everything. We're getting really close to done a lot of these zones. I'm kind of bummed to be done Altus, though. I love Altus. Happened quicker than I thought. Although I say that it's been like 3 streams in this area. I think we're ready nearly to enter Leyndell. Okay, let's do Celavis's quest then. We're gonna ask for forgiveness for this one. Hehe. Ronnie is gonna kill me. Literally. Leyndell is awesome. I also want to do the Deep-Root Depths. I'm very excited for that.
Begging for another lesson so soon? There remains much to be done. Make it quick.
Give Amber Starlight.
Well. You managed to lay your hands on it. The blessed day is finally upon us. Goodness gracious, the way it glistens. Utterly enchanting. To think this was once a demigod's very fate. My, oh my, oh my.
So a demigod's fate, a fallen star, a lot like Ronnie, but not one of the Karians as far as we know. The fact that it's amber, the fact that it's in front of the statue, it could have something to do with Miquella's fate. This is an important item, it's unique. The reason it's most likely Miquella is because of the surrounding items that we see, and also it's a fate that doesn't come to fruition. So though it is this powerful, it's basically a super starlight shard. Was it placed there or did it fall there? We don't really know. Either way, Celavis asks us for it for this purpose. It's likely Miquella. Okay, we don't know that much about him yet. We know he's often called a young boy, but we don't really understand his curse of nascence yet. So I'm not going to get too far into it, but the main reason is, and we will prove this, his fate is cut off because he is fated sort of not to have one. He's permanently immature, he's nascent, he can't complete anything, he will never fulfill his fate because he can't grow up, right? That's his whole curse. It's a really, really, really bad curse. So while Ronnie's falling star leaves like a crater that crashes into the ground, his is just a little shard of amber.
Ah. Are you still here? Ah, yes, I should give you your reward. Yeah, please. It's all yours. It's splendid work. It's just marvelous.
Magic scorpion charm.
Now just you wait. The merriment is soon to begin. The scheme I promised is to be revealed very shortly.
Yeah. Okay, well, we can comfort ourselves that he isn't long for this world. Neither am I, for that matter.
You'll be flabbergasted, I can assure you. The secret I promised is to be revealed very shortly.
Subtitles are different. He said secret, but the text said scheme. Ooh. Is that the only way to get that talisman? Yeah. What even was his endgame here? Simply explode. Really, he thought he could do this. He thought he can get one over on Ronnie. Him. On Ronnie. She's got schemes on schemes on schemes. That's the thing about Ronnie. She's exceptionally clever in the lore, even though most of the time in the game she just naps. Does it cheat a character? Nope. You can get 2 great stars in the game. Yeah, I feel like a lot of people don't know this because like it was added in a patch, but one of the great stars comes here. You get it from this camp over here. I thought you get it for the ulcerated, but I just associated the ulcerated with it. You pick it up from the camp, and then there's an invasion that you can do by the Writhe-Blood Ruins, and this was added in a patch like a year later after Elden Ring, so that's probably why less people know about it. But the invader uses a star, great star, so if you kill him, you get one from him, and it's already at like plus 14 or something. So yeah, it's really easy to get 2 in one playthrough. Where you get Giant Crusher? Shit. Where did I get the first one? Resource from the carriage right next to the ruins? Oh, is it from the body? Like the carriage thing? Oh, my bad. I thought that was great stars. Same thing. You have to remember how my brain works. I'm using them now, but I'm a new strength gamer, right? So like my brain goes, it's a big bonk, file it under ignore. So yeah, my bad. Close enough. Anyway, Celibus, what's up?
Good. I've been waiting for you. It's finally complete. The perfection of my draft, gleaming nectar sweet. Give it to Rani and ensure she drinks it.
I mean, I literally did it this playthrough, so... There's something really wrong with, like, spawning weapons into the game, because, like, I did it on my... Well, I didn't do it on my first playthrough. Lyco dropped me a second weapon on my first playthrough, and it really doesn't make a difference, because I just wanted it because I thought it was pretty. I wanted 2 blue fairy wings. So many people commented on that. It was really annoying, because, like, not that they commented, but that they were like, you're lying! This isn't your first playthrough! You have 2 wings of Estelle! And I'm like, yeah... Lyco dropped one for me, but it wasn't... I get why they were confused. I had people who asked. They were like, hey, why do you have 2 wings of Estelle? I'm like, oh, someone dropped one for me because I just wanted 2 because I thought they were pretty, right? But a lot of people were very accusatory, and they were like, this isn't your first reaction. You're lying! And I'm like, why do people always assume this? Because it's so much easier to just, like, play a game, record your reaction to it, and then just put up a video rather than, like, be like, oh, I'm gonna hide my first playthrough so that I could secretly, like, ugh. Anyway, it was very fatiguing. It happened so much that I wish I just used a random, like, curve sword. I just wanted it to be pretty. But yeah, what most people do, it's called muling. We just drop weapons for each other. So if you want to maybe start your playthrough with a weapon that you get later in the game, someone can just drop it for you. Or on PC, you can have a mod that just like spawns it in. But no, you don't have to do that for Great Stars. You get 2 per playthrough. It's like I said, patch. Yeah, I love muling because literally everyone can do it. It's very equal opportunity. There's also tons of people online who help with it. I got tons of stuff on PlayStation for my PvP runs to make it a lot easier for me to make new characters. Yeah, it was really funny how many people were like, "You're lying!" Oh my god.
The dead-eyed doll lets down her guard in your presence, rather remarkably. Though she might dip her hands in the dirt and feign that icy persona, she's a frail, gentle girl at heart.
She has a soft spot, I will tell you that. But nah, dude. About the draft.
You understand, don't you? That once you have Rani drink my draft, my scheme will come to fruition. And well, we'll be in a position to claim the very finest puppet ever crafted. Just imagine the pure elation.
Creepy. Magic Scorpion Charm is another, the lore is always the same on the Scorpion Charms. I will say, it's kind of interesting that it looks like an Ouroboros, right? Like the serpent eating its own tail, although it's actually depicting the scorpion leaving its exoskeleton, shedding its skin, a great deal like a snake. But it looks so much like an Ouroboros. A very famous alchemical symbol that we don't actually see in this game. Oh, shit, I forgot to talk about something very important about the winged serpent statues that we saw in the Volcano Manor. The Ouroboros is a winged serpent that is said to eat its own tail, thus representing renewal. And it's like a symbol of eternity and rebirth in alchemy. Is a very key symbol. Often linked to the, well, okay, this is from The Alchemist, I know, but it's linked to the homunculi in From the Alchemist, and, well, it's always depicted as a winged serpent, which I think is really interesting. I forgot to mention that part. So that's another, like, serpent, wings, like, you know what I mean? Alchemy, silver tears, albinarix, etc. Anyway, amber draft. Small flask received from Preceptor Salavis containing a gleaming amber draft for use in a scheme. Give it to Rani and ensure she drinks it, and we'll be in a position to claim the very finest puppet ever crafted. The caduceus, the twisted winged serpent symbol for healing. Yeah, I think it's different. Like the caduceus has a whole story. It's linked to Hermes, but it was actually gifted to him by Apollo, if I remember correctly. There's like a whole bunch of stuff to it. I just don't think that particular imagery, well, I guess it could be, but it's just nothing to do with the godskins. Is about healing or prophecy or travel, which is more like Hermes's thing. But it's possible. It's just like what the godskins do is like the opposite of healing. Do you know what I mean? So I'm definitely thinking more Ouroboros. Yeah, I have no shame in muling, but I didn't mule this run, except for the hat. I wanted the hat, so I dropped myself the hat. Great Stars, though, is legit. You don't need to do anything special for them now. Hey, Ronnie.
Ah, it was
shit, no. Chat, I may have fucked it. I wanted to see if she was still napping. Uh-oh.
Ah, it was thee.
Damn it.
Not blithe it seemeth. Even in my slumber I sensed it. It is in thy possession, is it not? The hidden treasure of Nokron.
No.
My thanks. Finally all the pieces are in place. Soon must I begin my journey. Upon the dark path only I may tread.
Ronnie, can I give you the poison? No, this is me.
But before I leave, I must entrust thee with this. Take it.
It just this. Okay, with respect, this bitch has been sleeping for like fucking 50 hours. Okay, like I thought that she would just be like shmee, honk shmee. No, now she wakes up. You know what I mean? Like, can you just like sleep for like 5 milliseconds more? Do you know what I mean? I guess we're not gonna give her a poison, and then she insta-kills us, and then she goes, you smell bad, bye. And that's okay, it's not really a big deal. The lore run really isn't ruined because... I don't know, it's just really not that big a deal, I guess. She pretty much says that. She says you smell bad, bye. She snaps her fingers, you insta-die. It's fine. I have a clip of it somewhere on my channel. Scuff lore run? Okay, listen, chat. Do you want to fucking end up like Ronnie was about to? Keep talking like that. Give you a draft in a minute. Karian inverted statue.
My discarded flesh lieth beyond the seal unlocked by it, upon which is carved the curse mark of thy desire. I can fathom what thy purpose might be. Neither of us is welcomed by the brighter path. I see. You may leave now. It was but brief, but thou gavest me fine service.
Nope.
What is it? Thy purpose in approaching me was to obtain the curse mark, was it not? You may leave now. I too am to depart on a journey. Upon the dark path only I may tread.
Mm-hmm. Dark path only she may tread. No, chat, like, you gotta remember, I just wanted to talk with her to see what would happen, but I accidentally locked myself out of it. The reason it doesn't bother me is because you can't do everything in one playthrough. Like, you literally cannot. There's certain options that are locked out anyway, so no lore run is going to be 100%. And I've shown this off before, so it's really not the end of the world. I literally have a clip of the first time I did this on my channel. It's a short and a video. I do believe I can even link it right now, and then we can showcase it. In fact, let me do that. Because this is one I know I have somewhere on there. I think it's the first time I did it too, so there's also the reaction to it. Yep. This is literally all we're missing. Oh, vintage Wraff. 3 years ago. I literally titled it, Ronnie Calls You Stinky Lore.
Wow.
No, don't play it. Oh my god. Oh, it's not like properly tabbed. Hang on. Here we go. And watch this, look. You get 2 Wraff reactions. Look how my background's changed. Oh, look at that. It's so different, but it's really the same. I just have more plushies. I moved my sign. Anyway, the title is Ronnie Calls You Stinky Lore. This is what you missed. You might also notice the outfit is near the same. Precisely. This was not my first playthrough. This was the first time I did this, though. Okay, I'm about to become a React Andy. Here we go.
Wow. This is a most unpleasant awakening. The depths of wickedness never fail to surprise me. I am saddened that thou wouldst succumb to such depravity.
But I'm just
led
a little
astray
guy.
by Celavis with devious tonic in hand. Didst thou think to have thy way with me? Begone, hapless scum. I won't have another whiff of thy rotten breath.
We're stinky.
I have spoken. Away from my sight. This is the third time.
It's real scary.
Enough of thy unbearable breath.
Oh my god, that scared me. And that's it.
Oh my god.
See?
Kind of hot, actually.
That's true. Shit. Fuck. I haven't changed it all as it turns out. Ooh. Anyway. You can change the hair color, but you can't change the heart. You just had to make it weird. What do you mean? It's really hot when a woman can blow you up with her mind. See, best of both worlds, baby. You have to admit, though, realistically, it's the only time she really does anything cool. Like, I love Ronnie, but what does she do? She sits, she does this with 4 hands, she says, go away, I'm done with you now, I'm gonna go walk my path of the Dark Empyrean. And then what does she fucking do? Nothing. We have to do it for her again. We have to carry her in our pocket like a fucking Pikachu keychain so we can take her on a journey. Like, I love her, but it's like the coolest thing she does. With the finger blade. Okay, and how does she do that? And how does she get there? And how does she get the dagger? Chat, she is basically an infant child. We pick her up, carry her to the place. We put the tool in her hand, and we go, go on, sweetie. Go on. Go kill the blade. Go use the blade. Go on. And then she goes and does it, okay? Like, I'm so sorry. I can't see that as that cool. It's a Ronnie Labubu. It's true. But she did it? Okay, and let's say I go, I don't really feel like doing any of that. What happens? Nothing. Anyway, so Ronnie is gone on her mission. Oh! He dead. Hell yeah. Oh, we can still buy puppets from... So now we can talk about the nature of Celavis. We got our reward, the Karian inverted statue. And he got puppeted. Or was he always a puppet? Now we will talk about this. Karian inverted statue. This apparently will allow us to access Ronnie's body. Statuette of a scholar with ground and sky inverted reveals the hidden form of the Karian study hall, which connects to the divine tower. To unveil the secret, affix it to the pedestal of the celestial globe. Cool. Celavis's bell bearing. Found upon his perished flesh. Usual. Preceptor's big hat. Large hat with the movements of the stars drawn on the inside of the brim. Worn by the magic preceptors who serve the Karian royals. Increases mind to the detriment of stamina. Glintstone sorcerers are the descendants of astrologers, a fact that the Karians remain aware of, even if their fate has been long severed from the stars. They picked a different fate, but they're still linked to the stars. That's the thing. All people are linked to stars, specifically the Karian royals and the Karians that we know of, but the Karians remain aware of that fact, which implies the Raya Lucarians have forgotten it. Which is interesting. Also, they say their fate is severed from the stars, but it's still linked to it. But it's probably because of the moon, but we'll talk about that. Blank and perfectly discreet. Okay. So, Celavis is dead. The reason for this, so keep in mind, with this one, we didn't, this happens no matter what. We didn't give her the draft on this playthrough. Oh.
Please stop. You're my puppet. I loved you with all I have. How could...
How could you forget such bliss? And then... eek. Dolores, the Sleeping Arrow puppet. One of Celavis's favorite puppets. Used to summon the spirit of Dolores, the Sleeping Arrow. Spirit of a handsome archer who dressed in the style of a man. Called the Silent Hunter by some, she fires St. Trina's arrows from her shortbow. Dolores once belonged to the Round Table Hold, where she was both a critic and a friend of Gideon the All-Knowing. It was because of her that he and Celavis went their separate ways. Love triangle? Very much in the spirit of Faris, yeah, from Dark Souls 1. Okay, so... we got this. Okay, now there's some interesting theories related to this, and before I talk about them, I just want to point out that there are sun depictions behind the grave of the puppets specifically. Hang on. Or is it all the legendary ashes? Nope. So the regular ashes depict a grave, but no sun. But the puppets depict suns. All of them. We haven't seen many depictions of the sun. The only one that we've seen so far is on Dung Eater's armor, and that's another character we can go talk to actually after this. Dung Eater's armor has a big sun depicted on it, but that one has a face. This one doesn't look like it has a face, but we can't really see it. 2 suns on either side. It's very interesting, and there's some lore for the sun, but we don't know very much. Still, just notable. Either way, Dolores. So, now, Pydia has one of Celavis's puppets. Pydia also, if I'm not mistaken, has the same voice actor as Celavis. There is a major theory that I think is actually probably right, but I have a different one because of reasons I will get to. That Celavis was a puppet all along. So that's why he's in the dead puppet pose, is because Pydia was the real Celavis, and Celavis was just another puppet, that he was controlling a preceptor. Ronnie probably knew about all of this. It was maybe protective, you know, like a cover, so no one would ever go after the real one, because he's just like a quiet little servant hidden away over here. And that's why he sells some really important items to do with the Albinarics. And that's also probably why he's such a spiteful piece of shit, because the Albinarics are mistreated by literally everybody. So he's got a lot of reasons to have a major chip on his shoulder. He also sells a lot of interesting items relating to the origin of the Albinarics. And he also guides you to the Amber Starlight with the map, right? So it makes a lot of sense as to why this is. And I kind of wonder how many people would have known this. So for example, Gideon and Celavis used to agree, and then they went their separate ways because of Dolores. Presumably, we don't know what this means. It makes it seem like a love triangle, but I think it could have something to do with the fact that perhaps Celavis turned her into a puppet. But it sounds like they were both, all 3 of them were close, and then something went awry. So the fact that Celavis also wants Nepheli as a puppet, it's another way of fucking with Gideon. That's why he targets Gideon specifically, and that's also why Gideon knows who Celavis is and calls him that dolly botherer, probably because he turned Dolores into a puppet once before. Actually, Pydia and Celavis do not have the same VA. Oh, really? They really do sound quite similar. Ah, YouTube chat crashed again. One moment. Anyway, so a lot of people subscribe to this theory. It makes a lot of sense, and it's very valid. Like a lot of different theories, even ones that I don't subscribe to. The reason I don't subscribe to this one, and honestly, it's very simple. I think that Celavis deserves more pain. That's really it. So, Pydia here, what the lore tells us that Pydia is just sort of... Oh, I just tried to adjust my glasses. Holy shit. I was going real nerd. Pydia works on the puppets. He's sort of the one who maintains them on a day-to-day. Right? Some blog. Okay, what about the credits of the game? That I would trust more than a random blog. I just don't have access to the credits, but they would have all the VAs listed. Probably with their character, no? Just glasses emo IRL, yeah. Don't have access to the full credits either? Yeah. So let's wait on that then, because I like don't trust a random blog. We can look at the credits, but it's just we're gonna have to wait for that. Anyway, okay, let me get through this. So Gideon, Celavis, they knew each other. In that nature, it's sort of, and also since Albinarics seem to be very short-lived, like their legs fade away. How long ago was this? I don't know. So a lot of people think that Celavis was just a puppet created by Pydia and piloted by him and sort of like became his identity. In fact, like that part really does make sense because it's the greatest camouflage to have this preceptor who's always talking shit and being like, oh, like I'm this big preceptor guy. But really, no one's going to pay attention to the guy in the back, right? Who would pay attention to them otherwise? Right. Now, that theory sort of speaks for itself. Celavis is a puppet now. Oh my god, what a twist. However, I sort of disagree. Now, here's my main reasons. People are like, why would he have Dolores the Sleeping Arrow? Well, it's one of Celavis's favorite puppets. And we also know that Pydia does all the grunt work for maintaining the puppets. However, we also do know that Pydia, his dialogue as you approach here is like, I loved you with all I have. You could apply that to Celavis or Pydia. Pydia also has awful proclivities. There we go, proclivities. He's also messing with the puppets. Now, whether that means Celavis is Pydia, how would Pydia get to the place, like the secret place where Celavis keeps them? Really? Like, think of it practically. He'd have to jump on down there, crawl all the way there, take the elevator, crawl. Like, I don't know if he could functionally do that. So that's sort of my argument against. And to be fair, it's sort of like map-based. I don't know that that's a great argument. So really, like I said, I like the theory of Pydia secretly as Celavis, but here's the main reason why I don't love it. Pydia deserves to be punished by the dolls that he has been mistreating. Their strings are cut and they are able to punish him because Ronnie allows it to happen, right? Or is it not possible that Celavis is indeed the one who's controlling everything? And thus, when he's turned into a puppet and all the puppet strings are cut, they're able to actually behave as they would have. Right? Have a puppet carry him? Hey, that works. So this to me is a great fate for someone who took advantage of the one position of power he had. The puppets that he used and took care of, but was abusive toward, also rise up and kill him. However, let's go back to Celavis, because what is his fate? He's a puppet. That, to me, that is the main reason why I don't think that Pydia is Celavis, is because this is the perfect fate for a motherfucker who took people as puppets to become one for eternity. And it also shows Ronnie's sense of justice. Pydia, he deserves to be punished, so he is killed by the puppets. The puppets are able to choose what they do, and thus they kill him. Celavis, though... Celavis is a puppet with no one to play with his strings, and this is just going to be him for all time now, locked in his body, knowing the pain of what he's done to other people, unable to do it to anyone else ever again. This is the fate he deserves, not getting one-tapped by a couple puppets and then being done. That's why I don't subscribe to the theory. He deserves worse, and this is worse. That's why. That's really it. That's the difference. That's the only reason that I can't think that it's Pydia, because Pydia just gets knocked on the dome one time and he's done. That's not enough. However, the other puppets aren't freed. Yeah, it's a bit weird. Elvis being a puppet of Pydia doesn't quite explain how the puppets rise up and kill him. Ronnie. Keep in mind, Ronnie would know all of this. She knows what's going on. She doesn't care to stop it, though. That's sort of the thing about Ronnie. But when she leaves, she makes sure it's done. She doesn't need Celavis anymore, and she takes him out with a vengeance. And Pydia gets punished, too. Like I said, whether you subscribe to the theory or not, whichever one you agree with, like, it both make sense to me. And there's an argument to be made for both. Man, I never remember where this is when I'm looking for it. Celavis' scheme sucked, though. He's hubristic. He can't help it. According to IMDb and Google... Google what? Like, not Google AI, right? Because, like, apparently someone else is saying IMDb doesn't list Pydia. Also, you hear him screaming after Celavis is already dead. Yeah, but that would happen if perhaps... So, okay. Pydia, if Pydia is Celavis all along, and Ronnie cut access to his puppets, then that's why the puppets are able to rise up against him to kill him, but that's why Celavis is a puppet. He's not able to control him anymore. She, like, cut all the strings, right? I was gonna go visit his, like, creepy bedchamber again, but honestly, we don't need to. It's just... It's the same. The puppets there are the same, unfortunately. But yeah, both Celavis and Pydia claim they love their puppets, so there is an argument to be said that they're the same person, yeah. Like I said, a lot of lore just kind of comes down to what's your favorite. For me, Celavis deserves more punishment. I love the idea of looking him in the eye and knowing he's still in there, but he can't do anything because that's what he did to others. Let him sit there. What's up? Just doing some lore. You know, the usual. So there's a grace here now, and the grace points. Grace is given to us by Marika and the Erd Tree. And we are being guided along by it now for the first time. From a gameplay perspective, yeah, see, these puppets are all still like this. From a gameplay perspective, it's just the pure functionality of like, hey, this is where you're supposed to go, hint, hint. Don't miss this, it's important. But it also works from a lore perspective. Marika and the Erd Tree are guiding us. Does this have power stance? Yep. If Celavis dying releases his control over the puppets, they just give Revenge Pity of what happened to them. The puppets? That's the thing. Like, half the puppets are just still puppets, right? So... Wait, is this Rena's Rise? Nope, not even close. Oh, there it is. So we've had Celavis's Rise, Ronnie's Rise, and then there's Rena's Rise, which has been locked this whole time. But now it's open. Rena is also the fake name that Ronnie gave us when we first met her. She called herself Rena the Witch. Now, what's interesting about that is you might think, oh, that's just a fake name, like Morgott calls himself Margit, as we'll see soon. It has nothing to do, it's not a real name, it's just, you know, what? I actually think it's probably the Snow Witch's name. Rena. Wait a second, I'm missing something. Yes. We get her fit. Witch's pointed hat, frigid and frozen through, of a style associated with practitioners of heretical sorcery, strengthens cold sorcery. Once worn by the snowy crone who the young Ronnie encountered deep in the woods, she was a witch and well versed in cold sorceries. It is said that the doll that houses Ronnie's soul was modeled after her. That old witch was Ronnie's secret mentor. Witch's robe in the color of snow. Modeled after her, but not fully because... I'm sorry, you can't be a crone and be young. It's just not allowed. She's like, make that doll, but younger. Also, Rena. Ainsel Rivermain. Here we go. We're back underground again. So, Rena. Is it one of the spells? So, it makes it sound as if the Snow Witch, she encountered her on her own. I remember reading it, but maybe I'm just not remembering. There's an item description that talks about how Renala led Ronnie on her journey, like took her by the hand and led her. And that's how she met the crone, but I don't remember where it is. Maiden, mother, now crone? Yep. Miniature Ronnie. In a casket. Ronnie is the current Snow Witch, like it's a hereditary title. Yeah, but she also like literally models her body on it. And then remember, we have Rena, then we have Renala, we have Rolana, and we have Ronnie. I think Rena may have been the grandmother, and she was the Snow Witch. Now, when it comes to the maiden mother crone, it doesn't need to be one literal family, but it sort of fits that it could very well be one. So the crone represents the wise teacher imparting knowledge. The mother, of course, pretty standard, can be literal, can be, you know, figurative. And then the maiden is starting her journey. Young, full of potential, full of life and joy, you know, that sort of stuff. So Ronnie learns from the crone and it guides her on her path, which she then chooses herself. I will also mention that the Deep Woods and the Heretical Practitioner links this very much to the Deep Woods mentioned in Elden Ring Night Rain, the ones that Recluse comes from. So we don't really get to go to that place, wherever she's from, because we don't really find the Deep Woods. Like, not really. There's Mistwood, there's no four-armed people there. Liurnia has four-armed people there, but they seem more like warped worshippers of the dead, not really, like... we don't really get to know where she came from. So the cold sorcery, we're kind of like still learning about the culmination of cold sorcery, but it's very interesting that they're related to, that they were taught to Ronnie, and like by secret, you know, mentor, it makes it seem as if maybe Renala didn't know, but there is a line of dialogue that tells us that Renala led Ronnie, like took her by the hand and led her. And presumably that was to her mentor. So Renala is still involved in this guidance as well. Why did she turn herself into a Funko Pop? It's the goddamn Labubu. Yeah, Ronnie is a Labubu now. A doll resembling Ronnie the Witch. From head to toe, every detail is perfect. This unresponsive doll seems pleasantly cool. Guess we taken the doll with us. That's also probably why Ronnie gives us that name of Rena, is because she appears as a witch once named Rena. Talk to miniature Ronnie. Talk to miniature Ronnie. Did Ronnie learn the Labubu power from Celavis? No, because... okay, we know Celavis didn't make the Ronnie puppet. But he was charged with its... like, sort of maybe perhaps with some of its maintenance, or he just happened to be a decent preceptor that Ronnie kept around because he couldn't get close enough to her. He couldn't get near her, and he wants the doll for his own, which means he didn't make it. Because if he wanted it for his own and he made it, he would have just kept it. We don't really know who made it. Talk to miniature Ronnie. Third time.
Oh. A dogged fellow, aren't we? Or is it merely thy habit to talk to dolls? Fine. Fine. I hadn't expected any soul to recognize me in this guise. But now the cat is out the bag. I cannot allow thee thy freedoms. Perform for me a service as recompense. Eliminate the baleful shadows which prowl these lands. The name of Rani the Witch is already sullied by thee. I will not brook disobedience in this matter.
Okay, so this is a really, really weird line of dialogue, and I have my theory on this, but it's more like a tinfoil hat theory, so just like follow me with it. But I'm sorry, nothing can convince me otherwise. So, just starting with that, just saying that this is 100%, like I have no evidence for this. This is just the way this dialogue works. Doesn't fit. And I will explain. Slayer Freerin, also thank you so much for the Prime. Welcome. Thank you so much for supporting the stream. And choosing to use your Prime here. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. So, FromSoft loves rule of threes. It's always 3 times. Talk to the doll 3 times. Do the thing 3 times. Whatever. So, Ronnie is immediately annoyed with us. Now, a lot of people read this as her simply being annoyed. And frankly, she's still Ronnie, even as a baby doll. So, it totally fits that she's rude as hell to us, right? We got her the Finger Slayer blade. She gave us the body, and we're still here, right? So maybe she's like, ugh, like, get away from me. Like, what are you doing? Like, ugh, like, I didn't ask you to do this. And she's just kind of behaving like Ronnie, superior, bratty, hilarious, you know. However, and this is where the theory comes in, my conspiracy theory. I think that Ronnie's quest once had a super different form. Like one where perhaps she is literally just pretending to be a doll. Like imagine as her usual doll form. And you can interact with the doll. And if you continue to, then this is like how you first encountered her. That she wakes up and goes, fine. You're really some kind of freak who talks to dolls, huh? Yeah, I'm Ronnie. I didn't think you'd recognize me. And then it sort of progresses into this is how you first meet her. And she says, you know, I can allow you your freedoms. Like you are, she traps you somewhere. She does something in some way, shape, or form. But this makes more sense to me as the start of a Rani quest. She's like, you have sullied my name. Go do for me a service. She also specifically says baleful shadows. I wouldn't be surprised if there was a previous form of the quest where you have to go like kill 3 fucking Blythe shadows somewhere in the world, and then the quest progresses. Because yeah, she already was a doll. Now she's a tiny little baby mini doll, and it's weirder that we're talking to it. Sure, but we really helped her on her journey and showed her quite a bit of loyalty. Also, even if she doesn't give a shit about that, 5 minutes after this, she'll start being like, oh yeah, I'm like really like I miss Blythe, and like I'm an Empyrean and I had to do all this Empyrean stuff, and I love Blythe and tell them I love them, and oh, this form has loosened my tongue. So like she puts up like a big fuss and acts so crazy weird, like she's never met us before, and then 5 minutes later she's like spilling all her secrets. I genuinely think that they changed the form of this quest a lot, and this is a remnant from it. They just didn't want to re-record the dialogue because there's just some of the like baleful shadows. We know there's technically more than one, but we only encounter one, and we don't really defeat one. We do, but it's later part of the quest. I don't know, man. I'm telling you, this doesn't smack of Rani now. This smacks of Rani on a first meeting. So, yeah, that's my theory, and I talk about it every time we get here. With Trina and the DLC? Oh yeah, they do this. She actually needs your help. Yeah, that's the thing too. This is weird because she acts so like hostile, but she does need our help, yeah.
Perform for me a service as recompense. Eliminate the baleful shadows which prowl these lands. The name of Rani the Witch is already sullied by thee. I will not brook disobedience in this matter.
Remember, she already released us from service. And now she's like, you have to serve me. So it just feels weird right after the previous dialogue. I'm telling you, the only way that this particular dialogue makes sense is in the context of it being from a different form of the quest before they changed it. She's acting like she's never talked to us before. I wondered if she had been rewritten. I'm near guaranteeing it. Ooh, palace ruins. Yeah, I don't need your help anymore. Leave 3 minutes later. Exactly. It is a bit silly. Ooh. It's a black Miranda Blossom. Interesting. Oh shit, it's a madness one! I was gonna say, I think I remember there being a madness one, but I wasn't sure. So, you remember Roger's quest, how he guides you to her and whatnot? I was wondering if there's like a way that that works, and then she... Like, imagine Roger's like, hey, there's Rani the Witch, and it turns out she's actually like a doll. So have you seen a doll anywhere? And then you go talk to her, and you just go, Rani the Witch, Rani the Witch, Rani the Witch, like 3 times to her, like she's fucking Beetlejuice. And she wakes up, and she's like, bitch! You weren't supposed to recognize me. How the fuck you know I'm Rani the Witch? And then she gives you all this attitude. And then eventually, the rest of the quest unfolds similarly to how it does here. I think that makes more sense than what we get here. Either way, this is how they did it, and that's how they did it. I can't open the map right now because everything is mad at me, so give me a second. Affront out of embarrassment? Yeah, to a point, but I just feel like the Rani that we knew would probably just be like, Ah, so you've caught me again. It seems I can't get away from you. And why are you here this time? Very well. If you insist on disobeying me, then you can do me a service again. Find for me the baleful shadow that prevents my progress in this domain. That's how I would imagine. That's how I would write a Ronnie at this point in a quest. Just like off the top of my head, I could obviously clean it up a little bit, but like that's what I would do. She acts like we're strangers, like completely. This is the first time she's ever fucking seen us before, and we're being a huge prick to her. Like we didn't just give her the goddamn Finger Slayer blade. It's the lack of familiarity. It's the lack of referencing a previous relationship. Yeah, I'd be a great DM. I have a writing background. Easy. She's also cold in nature. So that's kind of what I'm talking about. People are saying, oh, she's just embarrassed. If she's cold and embarrassed by nature, then like lashing out aggressively, because that's what it is. She's angry. It doesn't really speak to me of cold. So we've seen a couple of these creatures before. Hell yeah. Can't really stab it or anything. They are weird. They hang from the ceiling, sort of like cocoons. And they do nothing but fire sort of colorless gravity stones at you, but they definitely give the vibe of an insect's cocoon. And then we got these statues. We've seen these statues near Nokron, like below it, but they were more destroyed, and now we see them. Bearded man holding tablet with roots coming out of it. Cut content from Ronnie's quest? No, I don't know anything about cut content. If I can't find it myself, I don't really have too much interest in it, unfortunately, because it's like half the fun is doing it myself, so I don't know much about any of the Elden Ring cut content. Like I said, this is just my tinfoil hat theory. It seems to me less like they cut content and more like they repurposed it, though, because that's the thing. I can see how that would fit in the existing quest with just minor alterations. And the fact that they didn't re-record the lines in that case means that they probably were just like, oh, let's just tweak it. So it was so early, it wasn't even like all they had is dialogue, which kind of sounds weird because wouldn't they like do the questing before they do the dialogue? I don't know. I don't know FromSoft's system. I've just never seen a line in the game that didn't fit as much as that one. It just doesn't fit with the Ronnie Week. Even when we come up to her and say, are you Ronnie the Witch? She goes, oh, aren't you clever? She keeps her cool. Sure, she's embarrassed. It's meant to humanize her, but it also just makes her seem like a crazy person. Like, it makes her seem unstable to me. Because here she's like having a temper tantrum like a child, and then 5 minutes later she's like, anyway, let me tell you all about Blythe and, you know, EG and how much I love them. And it's like, girl. Those tentacles roots also show in Night Rain DLC hollowed trees. Yeah. His recompense for calling her out for being a doll? Yeah, it's baby. I went in a big circle. Oops. Yeah, we're gonna go to Deep Roots. We kind of have like Deep Roots sort of already done. But I just wanted to show off this line of dialogue and probably grab a couple graces here and then we'll progress through here. Because I think it's time to go to Deep Root. Really, I just wanted to show off how weird that fucking dialogue is. Does mention something about the mini doll form affecting her. Yeah, but that to me is a cover. So she says that this form hath loosened my tongue. That's the phrase she uses after she starts basically waxing poetic about how much she cares about the people who serve her and telling you about her past, right? But that to me is when she's posturing. Because the truth is that we've helped her and she trusts us, but she has that facade that she has to put on of I don't care about anybody. And, you know, we've won her over. What does Roger say? People want to trust you. I've seen it. It's true. People want to trust us. Ronnie is one of them. What makes more sense to me is we get to know her, we're helping her on her quest, and she opens up to us and softens a little bit, but then she can't admit that she did, so she goes, oh, it's just being a mini baby doll has, you know, made me soft. No. It's this form, I swear. That fits Ronnie. That fits the Ronnie that we met. William is still my favorite weapon in the game. Yay. Sword fashioned from a delicate wing, suffused with the magic of the stars, strong attacks unleash a wave of enchanted light. Crafted from a relic of the natural born of the void who is said to have assailed the eternal city. Uh-oh. Now what does that spell look like, chat? Does it make you think of the Falling Star Beast? Because it should. And the spikes? The pincers more accurately? These creatures sure do look a lot like Falling Star Beasts. And then they look almost cocoon-like? It's as if they're undergoing something like an insect's life cycle. Okay. Let's go to the round table hold. So a little dip to show off Ronnie being crazy. And speaking of crazy, we have a seatbed curse, so let's talk to him.
No. Wait. You have felt the curse. I can smell it on you. The box, yet tender. Apparently my seedbed is ripe and waiting. 'Twas a brief respite, I must say. Go and unshackle my corporeal flesh. Trapped in the sewer jail below the capital. I can kill you and defile your corpse. Then the pox will truly be your own. Go and unshackle my corporeal flesh.
Why would we want
Trapped in
that?
the sewer jail below the capital. I can kill you and defile your corpse. Then the pox will truly be your own.
Dung Eater seems to think we want that anybody wants that. Sewer jail key. Filthy key received from the Dung Eater. Unlocks sewer jail door said to lie beneath Lindell, the royal capital. For free? Yeah. You know what? I suppose you're right. It is free.
Greetings. Are you here for spirit tuning?
Okay, we've already gotten this. Love you, Roderica.
Well, where have you been hiding? I took you for dead.
It has
No
been a
matter, it's
while,
all the same.
admittedly.
Lay out your arms then.
Okay, I might try a different weapon combo, so let's see. He's got the key to his own prison cell, then tells you to free him. Yeah, he's a weird one because he's not even trapped. Though spirits and their limitations are sort of confusing, but yeah. I think it's almost as if he's locked himself up until it's time for his seedbeds to be ripe and waiting, as he said.
In this ash, it reminds me of...
Okay. She is doing great. Alright, it's Deep Root Depths time. However, I think we're going to save that for next time because it's almost 3 a.m. so I don't want to start this area. We delved a little bit into Deep Root Depths. We just started it. We don't even have the key there. So we'll start that area next time. It's so dense. There's a lot of really interesting stuff to talk about. And it'll be this weekend. Scarily calm here too. Yeah, Dung Eater, we're also going to probably head to Lane Dell. So, Deeper Depths into Lane Dell. He ties himself up later. I really do think he locked himself up. Yeah. Do not release the Dung Eater. Unfortunately for lore, we gotta do it. Fight Rykard? No, we're doing his quest. You gotta remember, his quest leads to the mountaintops. We can't do it till now, so Rykard's gonna have to be waiting. Remember, we're doing everything. Including showing off an old clip of me feeding Ronnie the thing, because I accidentally... I clicked left on the D-pad. Anyway, thank you so much for watching, everyone. Thanks so much for hanging out. I absolutely adore doing this run. It's been so much fun, and we're not even getting into the juicy bit, which is the DLC, which is going to be like halfway new. So really, I hardly remember any of it. We're gonna be like doing this like for real. I'm gonna be like, you know how I'm like, oh my gosh, could this cocoon guy be some sort of link to the Fallings? It's gonna be legit in the DLC. I don't remember shit. Oh my god. People keep mentioning things and I'm like, man, I have no memory of that place. I'm really pumped about that. We're gonna try, I think I'm gonna try to like save a file so we can get all the endings in one playthrough. I did that on PlayStation, just like reload to show all of them off. It'll be great. Also, yes, the Night Rain's anniversary is actually this Saturday. So, I don't know. I did want to play some Night Rain, but we might just save it till next week. Maybe I'll plan something for Night Rain's anniversary. It's a great excuse to play it. We'll see. We'll see what happens. But the plan right now, for now, is just play more Elden Ring, do more lore this weekend. But we'll still be celebrating Night Rain's birthday, though. Yes. Thank you so much, everyone, again for watching. Thanks for hanging out. I'm really having so much fun with this lore run. It makes me so happy that other people are, too. Make sure to like the stream if you're enjoying it, and follow/subscribe to the channel so you don't miss one. This is what we do here. You're in the right place if you're into slow learning plays where we talk about every single detail. See you next time, everybody. Good night. Also, lots of yapping. Bye, everybody.